Yop les amigos. Yop les amigos. Et je vais le son en double, c'est bon. Pouloum pilou poupoum, poulou poupou poupoum. Pam 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 pam. J'ai la pression là. Yo le. On rush la fin du chapitre 5. Enfin, on rush pas, mais on fait une grosse session là. On y va tout droit. On y va tout droit. Regardez un peu sur les TVOD sont très pratiques pour et revoir un peu des moments forts, voir comment tu les as vécus, et aussi pour voir combien de temps il me reste à peu près dans le chap. Du coup, je sais qu'il me reste entre 6 et 7 heures normalement. Par contre, le pot, s'il te plaît, j'ai une demande absolue. Ouais, exactement, ce que j'allais te demander. Est-ce que tu peux faire très soon upload chapitre 7 et 8? S'il te plaît. Parce que là, je vais arriver à court de matière dans pas très longtemps. Voilà. Yo, Kara. Ouais, bah je commence plutôt pour essayer de finir pas au petit matin, le chapitre là. Bon, allez. Salut YouTube. Épisode final du chapitre 5. Bang bang. Grosse session normalement. Je sais pas combien de temps exactement, mais en tout cas, on va finir le chapitre. Donc, accrochez-vous dans vos sièges. Et on va voir où ça nous mène. Et c'est vrai qu'il y a France-Côte d'Ivoire en même temps là. J'avais zappé. Bon, allez. On est parti. On a une session la dernière fois qui était vraiment exceptionnelle. Ah, normal, Kara, t'inquiète pas. Bah, pour la fin du chapitre, il y aura la rediff, t'inquiète pas. Ne t'en fais pas, va. Attends, je pose toujours les rediffs après ma session, hein, donc... elles sont dispo assez rapidement, quoi. Et du coup, on va finir le chap. C'est vrai qu'on a une session de zinzin hier, quand même. Hein. C'est vrai que j'ai stoppé à 4h20 en disant qu'il fallait que je m'enroule un long. C'est marrant. C'est vrai qu'on était à la Golden End. On arrive. Normalement, Kara, je fais des sessions l'après-midi aussi de temps en temps, mais en ce moment, je suis un peu pris l'après-midi, je lance plutôt le soir. Bon alors. In the Golden End, the quiet rain just kept on falling. In the arbor sat the sad witch, whose eyes had lost their glint, and Battler. Virgilia could be also been seen there. She sat next to Beato, knitting quietly. London Elsa's game has passed the climax of the first twilight, and they were taking a short break. Gazing out at the golden rose garden soaked with rain, Butler considered the present, what was to come, and what had happened so far. The battle of the act of thinking was itself a battle. Butler. Even with the game stopped and Beato unable to speak, he could still keep on fighting. Virgilia suddenly stopped her knitting. Butler noticed it too. Because though none should have been able to visit this rose garden, she had noticed a silhouette approaching. That's unusual. Not many people are capable of reaching this place. It's her. Oh, pétard. That silhouette, which walked amidst the quietly falling rain without so much as an umbrella, was Lano. That was a spectacular garden maze. A splendid way to enjoy the roses. Why are you here? It's been some time, Mrs. Beatrice. No, wait, no, it's Mrs. Virgilia, is it not? No time no see, Lanner. Come over here. We weren't once to leave a guest out in the rain. Don't worry, she hasn't come to fun. Do you know her? You don't know my old friend from heaven. This really takes me back. That it does. C'est vraiment un robot. Hein. Mrs. Virgilia possesses a deep knowledge in heavenly studies. I have often argued with her over interpretations. Oh, my many intellectual adventures with you were quite enjoyable. I'd like to do it again sometime. Yes, let's do it again sometime. I'd love to fight with you again. They used the word fight, but it didn't sound like they meant anything unpleasant by it. It sounded like something all chess rivals would say to each other. Unlike Beato, it seems Virgilia always behaved properly and courteously, so she had many friends in various other worlds, including both heaven and the demon world. Surprisingly, Lana was one of them. Lana, who had crossed words with me just a short while ago, ducked her head like someone taking shelter from a sudden rain and sat in the seat Virgilia pointed out like a guest. Is there any type of black tea you would prefer? Anything. Any tea you make is superb. Then how about some Darjeeling? Butler, Beto, would you like some more? Yeah, Beto and I would like a refill. Right? As usual, Beto didn't answer. Brennan quietly gave her a cup. She would sip it from time to time. There was still some black tea left in that cup, but it's already chilled. So Butler asked for a refill for Beto as well. Allez, Beto, il est temps de se battre là. I have heard the rumors. How pitiable that Beatrice, the endless witch famous for her cruelty, has been reduced to this. She's no longer participating in the game. And the Delta is the one controlling the Beatos that's on the game board. I know. However, she's the original master of this world. And you are the proper guest invited by that master. That is why I have come to pay my respects. On the game board, Beto and I met Lanor, but those were the game pieces of the switches. They weren't Beto and me ourselves. Is that why you went out of your way to greet Battlecoin and Beto here? I see you're as conscientious as ever. That is my way of doing things. Greetings, Mr. Butler. I am Lano Enox. We play opposing roles, but it is a pleasure to meet you. Sure, I'm Shumira Butler. Pleased to meet you. Greetings, Miss Beatrice. I am Lano Enox. Yeah, so she's saying hi. She says welcome. Thank you very much, Miss Beatrice. The witch and the Inquisitor of Heresy, whose job it was to hunt witches, greeted each other around the tea table, surrounded by the aroma of black tea. It was a strange sight. Regia had grown butterflies sprout from the palms of her hands and transformed them into a teapot and can of tea leaves. It was a very witch-like way to make tea. Of course she actually was a witch, so that scene wasn't particularly bizarre in itself. So I was a bit concerned about whether Tlanor, an Inquisitor of Heresy, could watch such a spectacle. Do not worry, I am not so boorish as to complain about how my tea is served. Even though the tea is being made with magic, there is a tea set hiding in the shadows and Mrs. Virginia is making us tea with it in secret. My interpreter judges it was made with magic and it is written as such in the tale. That interpretation is allowed by Nox 9. Oh my, I do believe the interpretation of the Nines is such a delicate problem that it's viewed as a taboo even in the Great Court. Even though it's just a personal opinion, if it became known that the head Inquisitor of Heresy said just a thing, you might be sacked. No matter what interpretation I recorded it with, there are no lies in the taste of your tea. Therefore, I do not worry about how it was prepared. So she looked calm. She was a surprisingly tactful person. If Glanor were to deny that the black tea had been prepared with magic, this magic will surely be crushed in an instant. However, the possibility had been presented that the tea set existed and had been used to make the tea normally. So the fact that Regia Amos tea was in the end undisputed. Magic that hides the result in darkness is evil. I will not permit it. However, magic that enters the process is not necessarily evil. My foe is evil itself, not magic. I see. The important thing is that you bring serve some tea. It's just common courtesy to avoid complaining about how it was made. That's right. When someone makes tea for you, it's common courtesy to be grateful. There's nothing elegant about pushing your way into the kitchen and criticizing how they brew it. Ouais, c'est Nar, ça doit être ça. T'inquiète. Et yo, un re. Don't invite your guests into the kitchen. And when you see the table, you set the table, you should adorn it beautifully in the spirit of hospitality. Here you go. Careful, it's hot. C'est bien, ou Misha. C'est bien. C'est pas que bien, c'est juste monumental en fait. Je suis un fou, moi. C'est potentiellement une top œuvre de ma vie, je pense, à la fin. Thank you. I would like some sugar and milk. Je dis potentiellement, mais j'ai très peu de doutes sur le fait que ce sera une œuvre au moins à la hauteur de certains trucs qui m'ont marqué à vie, quoi. C'est sûr. J'en suis déjà persuadé en tout cas. You still can't drink it straight? I'm a kid, it must be sweet. So then it is magic, a gentle lie? The word lie makes it sound bad. The word embellishment is probably more fitting. When giving a child candy, you can take a crumple out of your bucket, or you can use some clever sleight of hand to take the candy out. The impression given by each method varies greatly. But it looked cooler if you took it out with a little magic trick. Wrong. There is meaning in the fact that the result giving them candy has been adorned to be even more beautiful and fun. Think of when you give Maria-chan candy. There's a huge difference between taking it out of the bucket to give to her and slipping into her pocket and saying a fairy tale, and say a fairy gave it to her for being such a good girl. In my opinion, it would be boorish to then question everyone about their alibis and pinpoint who it was that slipped into her pocket. The important thing is the result, that the girl received the candy and rejoiced, and it is significant that it was embellished in a way that made her rejoice. That's surprising. When you showed up, I got the feeling you'd deny anything that went by the name of magic. That is how I acted my capacity as an inquisitor of heresy. It is my job. However, when I am away from my job, I don't enjoy being quite so cold-hearted. You set your personal feelings aside when on duty. You do it well. As an inquisitor of heresy, hunting witches is my job. However, I personally find witches pitiable. Despite this, I carry out judgment mercilessly and, as an inquisitor. In the end, that doesn't change the fact that I sentence witches to death. In the end, my pity is nothing more than a useless embellishment. Whether I have it or not, nothing changes, so it would be better if I didn't. That's not true. Even if the hands are the same, what's in your heart makes a big difference. Your mother's cookie is clearly more delicious than those made by a good pastry shop. That's because you know that they were made with heart. That's right, even if the result looks the same, whether or not the warmth behind the feeling of whoever gave it to you makes a big difference. Is that so? Whether I have a heart or not is completely meaningless. Lana's glaze fell to her cap a little sadly. That's not true. After hearing all this, I've changed my view of you a bit, and that's why I'm certain the heart isn't meaningless. Regilla was a little surprised to hear the words she should have said coming from Battle's mouth. After all, understanding the heart is the first step towards finding the essence of magic. By now, perhaps Battler unconsciously started to understand bit by bit the essence of Beato, the essence of witches, and the very first essence of all magic. Whether you want to become a witch or vanquish them, the very first step is learning about magic. Regilla was sure that she'd follow this faint change within Battler. As for that last fight, thank you very much. I am grateful for the mercy you showed me at the very end. That me wasn't me. Lambda Delta was controlling him. Pas nous. En fait, c'est Lambda Delta qui a un chip Béatrice Battler. En fait, c'est ça la vraie histoire. Yo le coude. Je regarde pas la vidéo, je sais ce que c'est la vidéo d'Anna qui se tape avec des robots là. Elle est exceptionnelle hein. Merci le coude. I joined in on the 5th game partway through. I still haven't participated at this point in time, so until I do join in, the piece me is probably being controlled by Bernus or Lambda Delta. It's just what kind of whims guiding them, trying to make it look all cool. They made it look like some kind of knight coming to save Beato. The Lambda Delta wants both witches and humans to be in balance, resulting in a draw. With every his appearance, the scale tips strongly in the favor of the human side. So she manipulated the tale in a way that supports Beato. I'm aware of that. However, pieces cannot do things that are impossible for them, and they specialize in actions appropriate for their original personality. Therefore, that was certainly something that Battler was capable of. That is why I'm grateful to you. It felt a bit weird to be praised when I didn't actually do anything. After the game continued a bit more, I'll probably regain control of my piece. Not sure I'll be able to go easy on you then. It's the same with me. The next time we cross road, I won't hold back. Bring it on, I'll be your opponent. Come at me with all you got. I promise, with everything I've got. Lana, huh? I thought she was an emotionless killer though without her heart. But maybe she actually is pretty approachable. Though of course, neither of us will show any mercy when fighting on the game board. For a while, we gazed at the rain-drenched rose garden as we quietly enjoyed our tea. There is one thing I must apologize for. With a sudden sigh, Lana muttered something. What is it? If it's about that fight short while ago, it's already over.
Hmm.
We both fought with everything we had. The outcome was just luck of the draw. No, it wasn't luck of the draw. I couldn't just let it be, so I came here to apologize. What are you talking about? You're saying you threw the match, aren't you? Rivia spoke softly without hesitating in her knitting. That is correct, Mr. Battler. That Mr. is really awkward. Just Butler works fine. Battler, I apologize. We did not give it everything we had. I know, Kinzo is dead at the starting time for all games. Meto has already spoken the truth, et c'est vrai. Et je me demandais presque pourquoi ça n'a pas été utilisé dès le départ en fait. Il n'y avait pas besoin de toute la vérité bleue et de toutes ces merdes. In that battle, Battlecon could only have achieved a draw at best. He most certainly had no chance of winning. C'est vrai aussi. C'est vrai que du coup, oui, ça paraît... Oui, ok, ça paraît... Mais si elle voulait juste gagner, pourquoi elle n'aurait pas utilisé cette pièce en lui faisant dire ça, du coup? You're right, you could just say that. The whole fight's already over. Why didn't you use that red? Don't tell me it was because of a stalemate or something like that. Now, second, it is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. Ah, bah du coup, ok. We cannot use that red through directly. However, I gave Cornelia, who was protecting the window, the red through that the window was never opened after it started raining. C'est bon, du coup. Boom, that checkmate. Why didn't that girl use that trump card? This is... Allow me to speak. There is no way to defeat my red. Now that your wish will not be granted. So she had fought calmly up until that point. She quickly got flustered when I dashed forwards. I thought she'd be frightened by my sudden attack, but the truth was different. Even though she held a trump card that could completely repel me, she suddenly became unable to use it and hesitated. I don't understand. All of a sudden, in that instant, use of that trump card became forbidden. Once we lost that, your victory was guaranteed. Game Master, like Lambda Delta, probably interfered. Ah oui, bah pour l'équilibrium, bien sûr. That bastard. So in the end, that whole fight was a farce in the palm of Lambda Delta's hand. She made us play out that entire act according to a script. I do not like it. However, since you told me to fight with everything I had no choice but to let you know. Please forgive me. Still, even though you lost your trump card, you kept on fighting all out with your remaining cards. I don't believe anyone can find fault with what you did. That's right. On the contrary, you should be mad at Lambda Deltas for butting in. Kinzot doesn't exist should already be an established fact. Lady Lambda Delta and Lady Bertnastel should know this well, and yet they are both leaving room for Kinzo to exist as they continue in this game. It's almost as though the two are conspiring to prevent Kinzo's existence from being denied. In other words, they intentionally let grandfather escape. Yes, they must be after something. That is a bit odd. Lady Lambda Delta and Lady Baron Castle should always be in opposition, unless the witch side is in superior position. It's hard to imagine that those two are conspiring together at a time like this. I can't help but think that they have some sort of weak goal. I came here because I wanted you to know that. So you come all the way here to tell us something like that? Yes, which means that my business here is finished. I think I will leave now. The game will probably resume shortly. I must say Erika during the rest of this game. Lano gulped down the last of her black tea and stood up. Next is the battle of the second twilight. At that point I will once again raise my merciless longsword. But as the same of you, battler... Ah, il va y avoir un round 2. No, no mercy towards me. I understand. If we went easy on you, I'd have my own head smashed in. On the game board, I am nothing more than Lady Bernarsta's piece and Frudo Erika's subordinate. In the future, we'll probably stand across from each other opponent many times. Pronostic, toujours un draw partout, à part quand Battler va récupérer le contrôle de sa pièce du coup. Mais seconde Twilight, il me semble que c'est déjà passé aussi au tout début. Donc avant que Battler reprenne le contrôle. Donc un draw, une victoire de Battler. Enfin, dans tous les cas, ce sera... C'est pas lui qui va décider, je pense. However, my heart is always neutral. No, please forget that. Such as nominating considering the relationship between the two of us. It does. There's no doubt you're a fearsome opponent, but you don't piss me off anymore. Oh, that Erika totally pisses me off. Good. Rather, Erika also pisses me off. On va comme ça au moins. Personne ne supporte la petite peste, c'est bien. Lana's expression finally softened slightly. At the very last moment, it felt I thought we finally understood each other. Although Erika is a very evil entity, she's lost face with her recent defeat and is burning with a desire for revenge. Even I don't know what she's planning. Elle avait dit à... Enfin, Lambda Delta avait dit à Natsui de se cacher dans un placard, là, donc j'imagine que ça va... va y avoir un meurtre dans la chambre où elle est enfermée, et puis... Et puis rideau, hein, je pense que ça va être juste ça, hein. However, it can't be anything good. Please take care. Just knowing she's pernicious please tells me I can't let my guard down. Lana nodded as though satisfied, left the overhang of the arbor and walked out into the rain. I think I job as a subordinate to such evil. Why was I called to this world? Lana let out a small sigh. Faces can do nothing except fulfill the function they have been given, and that function is given to them by the one who controls them. She probably can't disobey their own play or burn castle. Lady Bernassen will be the one who called you here. However, the one who let you into this world is Beato. If the child didn't wish it, you will never have been able to make it through the garden maze and arrive here. Right, Beato? Bon. Miss Beatrice, what is it that you want from me? I do hope that I can help you in some way, though I may be a subordinate of evil. She spoke to Beato, but of course there was no response. After bowing once more in thanks for the black tea, Lana disappeared off into the rainy rose garden. On va voir le match retour là. So no one can reach this goal and if Beato doesn't want them to? Yes. This chair is the one who called Lana here. So Beato called her here so I could meet with her? However, I know of a person who reached this place despite Beato's wishes. It's Ange. In the last game, Ange reached this place by herself even though she was an invited guest. Was that also something Beato wished for? I am here, you are here. Beato is here. Lana was invited here. All of these things happened because the child wanted them to. Even the bit of time you and Lana spent together drinking tea. Beato, why was I supposed to learn from her? Does it have something to do with finding your heart and letting you rest in peace? Lana Nox, a natural enemy of witches, an inquisitor of heresy, a vanguard of mystery who denies fantasy. Is she here to help by gouging on your heart and choking the life out of you? On va pas perdre Beato. Must protect Beato at all cost. Please stand on one leg. Cornelia slowly got up and stood on one leg as she had been ordered. Her hand was clasped behind her back, because she had been ordered to do so. Then with a thump, Erika pushed her from behind with both hands. Cornelia landed on the floor face with a thud. Please stand on one leg. Cornelia rose shakily. Then once again she stood on one leg as she had been ordered. She had been ordered not to hold her ground, so she had fallen on her face over and over again. D'accord, donc là c'est de la cruauté animale presque. She had barely managed to protect her nose, but after smashing against the floor so many times her face was bright red. She wasn't shedding any tears. No, she couldn't shed them, because she was forbidden to do even that. Please stand on one leg. C'est quoi le plan là? Juste elle s'amuse, genre. Please stand on one leg. Igor repeated this following torture over and over again. At times like this, Erika hated counting things, so she decided that once she ran out of fingers to count the number of times, she would just repeat it until she lost interest. However, Erika's main redeeming feature was that she never lost interest in anything, so the torture continued on and on. Erika didn't know why Cornelia had been able to fully protect the window. So the whole time since then, she had placed all the blame on her loss on her. Please allow me to speak. Forgive Cornelia. She has already repented enough. Oh, is that true? Then please take her place from now on. She truly has done nothing wrong. Gertrude, please stand on one leg. Clasp your hand behind you. Gertrude followed the order and clasped her hand behind her back, standing on one leg. You mustn't resist to hold your ground. You are not permitted to bend your knees. You are not permitted to shed any tears. Got it? As you wish. Gertrude. Bah, c'est juste une grosse connasse, quoi. C'est vraiment, elle se défoule parce qu'elle a perdu. Pardon. Je la hais. Bah, moi donc. En fait, c'est juste une petite peste, quoi. Et Yuma termine d'ailleurs. Urka made a show of walking behind Gertrude. She even enjoyed making her wonder when she'd push. I say it with certainty. At that time, Gertrude and Cornelia burst with a bright light and disappeared, because Lana, who must have returned at some point, has sent them back to the heavens for the time being. Erika would have the fun spoiled, gave Lana an openly malicious look. Miss Erika, I will bear the punishment for all my subordinates' fault as the superior. I ask that you let them go. No, thank you. Punishment only works because it causes pain. There's nothing interesting about an unfeeling dull girl that can leave a single injury on. Erika slowly grabbed the hold for the back of Lana's hair, tugging unremittingly. Lana's neck tilted upward, creaking. You may not cause a physical injury, but you do injure. As if you had a heart that could get injured. Slowly with chanting murdered all. Are you trying to talk back to me? Me, the envoy and double of the great Lady Berncastle? No. C'est terrible, voilà. I got scolded by Lady Berncastle because you guys are useless. Her face so lamely again. Understand? The hair she had grabbed was stretched back as far as it would go, along with more creaking. This didn't cause Lana any physical pain. But she could cruelly kill Erika's will. My apologies. Forgive me. Yes. With a sound like a bowstring being cut, several of Lana's hair were pulled out. Then Erika waved her hand about that thought, trying to brush off something dirty that had gotten stuck to it. Well, that's okay. I'm done. My anger's finally settled down and my little grace has a tingling again. Please call those two useless people back and reconstruct the crime scene. Let's start the reasoning game. Understood. Gertrude, Cornelia. As you wish. The two of them reappeared behind Lana and reconstructed the crime scene for Erika, the one who had just been tormenting them. C'est Margaret Thatcher, quoi. De la Nord la goutte, hein. Tinto's disappearance was nothing more than a bonus round after the first twilight. Let's start investigating the first twilight itself. But before we do that, did you realize we were actually given a riddle before the murders even occurred? Yes, the letter with the mark of the one-winged eagle, which appeared at 24 last night, along with a knock by some person. That's right. The tale creates the illusion that the events of that instant would be impossible for any human, making it seem like an unknown witch exists. Let's start by crushing this illusion of the witch. We'll first check the situation in the dining hall last night when the letter was delivered. Understood. Gertrude Cornelia, reconstruct last night's family conference in the dining hall. As you wish. Family conference last night was held with adult relative and butler, and partway through the servants had arrived to serve tea. I checked everyone's location at the instant that the letter arrived. How did that go again? Please, allow me to speak. Before the family conference, Erika, George, Jessica, Maria, and Andrew, Goda, and Kumasawa left the mansion and moved to the guest house. Please, allow me to speak. Of those who remain, only Cross, Natsu, and Genji were in the second floor corridor, while all the others were in the dining hall. Because family conference was proceeding and the mansion was completely locked, all other humans were unable to enter the mansion. That means there was one inside the mansion who could knock and place the letter there, right? Yes, the witch side will probably claim that the one who did this was the witch who wrote the letter, Beatrice. Ridiculous, a stupid trick. There's no guarantee that the letter was placed there exactly at midnight. It's only sensible to consider that it might have been placed there earlier. Just a few minutes before the letter was discovered, Helen and Cannon came in to serve tea. When they entered, multiple witnesses confirmed that there was nothing suspicious like a letter in the hallway. Maybe one of those not in the parlor, Cross, Natsuya, or Genji, and they saw the chance rifle it out and placed the letter there. No way, it should be possible for people who supposedly went to the guest house too. We heard that the mansion was locked and that no one outside could get in, but if someone pretended to have gone to the guest house and instead inside the mansion, it would have been perfectly possible for them to place the letter there. Allow me to speak. Blue true is valid. In that case, the problem is the knock. Unlike the letter, someone who had visited there at the instant of the knock. I see, so this is the so-called proof that a person who shouldn't be there, a witch, existed. It's just so ridiculous. Do they think I, Furudo Erika, would surrender to something like that? First off, we can doubt whether the knock was even something hitting the door to the dining hall at all. For example, there may be a certain pillar on the second floor which, because of the mentioned construct, makes a noise when struck that it transmits down the pillar, and that sounds just like a knock on the door to people in the dining hall. Or they could have misheard some random sound to be a knock and they all misconstrued in the same way. Or the recorded sound of a knock could have been still replayed from a tape, which might have been carefully set up together at exactly that time. Either way, I can think of many ways to make them hear a knock, even if no one was on the other side of the door. How is that, my master? How is my reasoning? That's what she says, so what do you think? Well, it looked like you cute bees gave me their whole thinking up this blue truth, so I guess I'll be nice and give out a few reds. I guess I'll start with the letter. We have buzzed the knock made when the bell of the latch clock rang out at midnight, and the letter sitting there is an envelope bearing the one-winged eagle crest when the door was opened. It's obvious to suspect that the people who weren't in the palace secretly placed the letter there, right? Cross, Natsu, and Genji did not even touch that letter. Oh, then when Shannon and Cannon came in to serve tea, who was the last human to enter the dining hall? Let's say it was Cannon. Wouldn't it be easy if Cannon, the last person in, secretly dropped the letter there when he closed the door? Not a single person in the dining hall? No, there's a simple way to say it. Among all those inside the mansion at midnight, not a single person placed that letter in the corridor. C'est dur. Attends 2 secondes. Paf. Who can say that no one's touched it? Obviously, they touched it when they picked it up. Of course I could say that none of them touched it. I see. Then let's interpret it that way. Someone who existed outside the mansion at midnight placed a letter somewhere other than the hallway beforehand. Then it was moved by some means and ended up placed in the hallway. Intelligent. Just as an example, let's say it was stuck to the bottom of the serving card the servant were pushing. It was simply glued there in a way that would make it come unstuck after a certain amount of time. When it eventually fell off, it became the letter left behind by a witch, who shouldn't have existed. In other words, it is a classic trick where the true sender gives themselves an alibi by making the letter appear at a different time. Allow me to speak. The truth is valid. In other words, the fact that it landed just outside the dining hall door was just a culprit's good luck. At worst, it might have happened in the kitchen, the corridor, or even inside the dining hall. Oh good. If it had happened inside the dining hall, that would be even more wonderful. Within everyone's sight, a letter would suddenly appear on the floor. And that would even violate a retro saying no one in the closed door of the dining hall touched the letter unexpectedly. Well done. If the letter was stuck to the bottom of the serving card, then anyone could be the culprit. That might work okay regarding the letter. However, would the same type of argument apply to the knock as well? Let's try this again, shall we? Please go ahead. Neither Cross or Natsui nor Genji knocked. This isn't the limited meaning of them knocking on the door, okay? It means they didn't use a pillar to transmit the sound or push the play button on the cassette tape they recorded to create that knock sound by any means. Of course, this applies to direct, indirect, intentional, coincidental, and unintentional means. Putain. Mais ça s'envoie des pavés là, hein. Des pavés dans la tronche, hein. This has already been knocked in, but I repeat it. Maybe someone other than Cross, Natsui or Genji made that knock. Or else a sound that could be misidentified as a knock. Vraiment, ça envoie juste des gros pavés de rouge. Please allow me to speak. Let it be known that at midnight, excepting Cross, Natsui and Genji in the second floor, corridor and all the people in the dining hall, no human existed inside the mansion. Please allow me to speak. Let it be known that in addition to Cross, Natsui and Genji, none of those in the dining hall knock out that door. In this sense, knock includes all direct, indirect, intentional, unintentional, and coincidental events that could create a knocking sound. A direct knock refers to someone literally hitting a door to make a knocking sound. An intentional knock refers to someone creating a fake knocking sound to try and make it appear that someone knocked. An intentional knock refers to someone intentionally creating a fake knocking sound. A coincidental knock c'est wah. A coincidental knock refers to some kind of coincidence creating a fake knocking sound. In short, this means it was impossible for any character within the dimension to be the source of a knocking sound, and any character refers even to unobserved people that no one has noticed. Anyone who was in the dimension will also notice any unknown person next to what's knocking to the dimension. Therefore, it literally means it was impossible for anyone in the dimension to knock, with no wordplay allowed. I see. No matter how much I talk with it, it's impossible for anyone except those in the guest house group to create a knocking sound, right? Like me, for example. What if I, Frodo Erika, recorded a knocking sound on the cassette tape and used some kind of secret contraption to start playing at exactly midnight? Of course I wasn't in the mansion at midnight. There aren't any problems with this, are there? No problems. However, the knock did serve as a way of informing them about the letter on the other side of the door. I do not think it would have worked if the letter had fallen elsewhere. The truth in Erika's theory about the letter being stuck to the serving cart was accurate. Then the location that the letter fell was a matter of luck. Because it had fortunately fallen near the door, the people in the dining hall noticed it due to the knock. However, if the location it fell was a matter of chance, it might have landed in the far off kitchen or remained stuck even after they entered. If that had happened, the knock would have been ignored as though they just imagined it. In other words, the knock by itself would not transmit any messages at all. It only made it appear that I thought someone had been there because it was paired with a letter. In that case, the random location of the letter fell from to half the bottom of the serving card couldn't be connected with the knock. For the letter to be found, thanks to the knock, it would have to be reliably positioned on the other side of the door. However, it was announced in red that no one in the mansion placed the letter in the hallway. Are we worried about placing it in the corridor a bit? No one in the mansion placed the letter in the hallway. This includes doing so by concept such as directly, indirectly, intentionally, coincidentally, and unintentionally. For example, let's assume there was a device on the serving card that drops the letter when it stopped moving. Eh, stop moving, on est à TTC ou quoi là? Faut faire gaffe, rentrer après le 6, hein. J'espère que quelqu'un va me suivre. By doing so, they've been cleverly making it so the letter drops right in front of the door. But even this doesn't work, okay? The action of stopping the serving cart would indirectly lead to placing the letter in the hallway. That would mean Shannon and Cannon, who are pushing the cart, had indirectly and intentionally placed the letter there. So even this is no good. Furthermore, setting it up so that the letter peeled off with the passage of time would mean that the people pushing the serving cart had coincidentally and intentionally placed the letter there. Of course, this is also no good. Repeat it. At 24 at midnight, only Erika, George, Jessica, Marianne, and Jogoda and Kumasawa existed outside the mansion. What if someone in the dining hall didn't exist in the mansion right at midnight? For example, what if they slipped out a window just before? With this warple, it may be possible to get around the red truth. Repeat it, even though I'm nice enough to give you all this red for free? Aren't you being a bit greedy? I'm not an idiot like Beato. I won't go around saying everything my opponent tells me to repeat. I'll give you a full body massage in a bath with marshmallow and potato sometime soon. On est sur le... Bravo les lesbiennes, hein. Joyeux mot des fiertés. Enough to rub your skin off. Ah, pas trop en fait. No, you gotta keep that promise. Okay then, here a free buy. I respond. At midnight, only Erika, George, Jessica, Marianne, Anjo, Goda and Kumasawa existed outside the mansion. Ah mais Lambda et Bern, c'est... Bravo les lesbiennes. Vraiment Toxic Fury, ouais. In other words, no matter how much they struggled, those 8 people, including Erika, could not have existed inside the mansion, much less in front of the door. At the same time, no matter how much they struggled, those inside the mansion could not have existed outside the mansion. In that case, the letter might have been stuck to the ceiling of the hallway instead of the serving cart. The ceiling of the hallway is surprisingly high, so even if you just stick it there out in the open, maybe no one will notice it. This way I would certainly fall in the corridor, and you can stay by the red if someone outside the mansion did this. Good job, me! Please allow me to speak. The letter never existed on the ceiling of the hallway. Please allow me to speak. No, the letter never touched the serving cart. C'est impossible en fait. Erika est surmenée. Who cares about that? Anyway, some human outside the mansion used some kind of trick to place the letter there. If you try to use that letter and then knock to argue that Beatrice exists, it definitely won't work on further, Erika. Please, allow me to speak. It was impossible for anyone outside the mansion to confront anything inside the mansion after the family conference began. Then someone outside the mansion set up some kind of device before the family conference. Something other than the ceiling of the serving cart. Allow me to speak. The truth invalid. En vrai, on me dit que le jeu il est plus long que... Il fait 2 fois le Seigneur des Anneaux, ou qu'il est plus long que la saga Harry Potter, mais si tu enlèves les Allow Me to Speak de ces deux-là, ça devient peut-être 2 tomes de Harry Potter, quoi. Mec qui abuse. Why? That's the only way, right? Someone outside the mansion used some kind of device other than the ceiling on this or the serving cart. Allow me to speak. Unless you can specify your terrorize as what that something might be, the Bluetooth will not be acknowledged. Allow me to speak. All of Lady Erika's Bluetooths regarding the letter have been lost. You've been lost, you say? Watch your tongues a bit more, useless furniture. If I can just think of that device, it's an instant checkmate. What do you mean, all of them? What do you mean by my Bluetooth isn't valid? How dare you say just a thing to me, the detective Frodo Erika? Erika, elle prend défaite sur défaite là, c'est... Erika's face twisted. These words that seemed to deny Erika. Now Erika's reasoning were the worst form of torture and humiliation for her. Miss Erika, why don't we postpone the reader of the letter for now? Your blue stake about someone outside the mansion playing it with a cassette tape is still valid. If it was possible for sound, then perhaps it wasn't impossible for a letter as well. As Erika made to grab and pull Gertrude's hair, Luna stopped her with those words. That's right, my Bluetooth regarding the Nox is still valid. It's not true that everything's been denied. My master, I will solve the riddle of the letter without fail. Please allow me to postpone that for now. However, I will definitely figure out the riddle of the knock here. I've hit you with the blue stake that someone outside the mansion set things up with a cassette tape or something to make a knock sound play. You're a cute kid, piece of burns. Not of spunk. Anyway, Erika's yelling that you forgive her because she solved one of the two riddles, even though she resigned on the other. So will you forgive her? Sure. Normally I'd never forgive my own piece for the shame of surrendering. But if you manage to solve one of the riddles, I guess I'll let it slide for now. My master. When Birdcastle said she'd let it slide, Erika couldn't hit a rollie. Then it's time to get punished, Erika-chan! None of the characters misidentified a knocking sound. Oh, what's it supposed to mean? Misidentifying a knocking sound means this. They will not mistake a sound very similar to a knocking sound for a real knocking sound. Hitting a pillow to make something similar to a knocking sound is no good. When you record a knocking sound of a cassette tape and play it back, it becomes the sound of the tape with a knocking sound on it and not a knocking sound. But not good either. In other words, every one of them will correctly recognize the knocking sound of something truly hitting the door. And they definitely wouldn't mishear it. It's very impossible that any sound except hitting that door directly will be misinterpreted as a knock. C'est très dur pour Erika, ouais. En même temps bien fait, c'est une petite peste. What? But that means all the time the bell sounding midnight went off? No one existed who could have hit the door? Yeah, they don't exist. After all, the Golden Witch Beatrice hit it. So in other words, there's no way to make it work unless you actually hit the door. So what about this? There was some kind of device that could knock on the door. There was something like an automatic door knocker and that made it possible to knock without touching the door with your hands. To knock means someone hitting the door with their hand, right? I won't accept hitting with some device. They heard a knock at the same time at the midnight bell. At that time, everyone inside the dining hall definitely heard it. C'est que les mini-bombes de Battler, je m'en suis toujours pas remis, je crois. Hein. Alors c'était il y a un petit moment. Bah c'était au chapitre 4. And none of them misinterpreted a knocking sound. Perhaps not to engage, you were not involved with the making of a knocking sound. No one else existed inside the mansion, and knock refers to the action of standing directly in front of a door and hitting it with a hand. Hey Burn. What do you think of my red? Don't you think it's pretty simple and enjoyable despite being before the first twilight? The Golden Witch made a graceful appearance with a knocking sound. Interesting, this really is riveting, Lambda. Wouldn't have any other way. Yeah, so amusing. The two witches doubled over laughing. I thought it was the most fun thing in the world. My master, don't worry. If you just give me a little grace ale sometime, I will definitely reach an answer to this pitiful red. And nothing but a lowly piece. Your absence wouldn't hinder my progress in this game in the slightest. If you can think of any theories in particular, let's just go back to the peace tray and get the dust or something. Kills this piece are painful even to remember. C'est très mal. En fait, elle veut exister. C'est pas une humaine, je pense, mais elle veut exister. Du coup, elle veut pas se faire. Elle veut prouver sa valeur à Burn, quoi. Mais c'est une catastrophe là. After all, Burn's pretty forgetful. You don't try a little harder, Burn's gonna forget you, okay? You collect dust in the forgotten peace tray, awaiting your turn that never come. I imagine that'd be pretty hard, don't you think? Don't worry, let down the Delta and my master. I promise that I'll keep you entertained and never let you down again. Oh, reassuring. I guess you're my double after all. Then make sure you really are giving it you all, in more ways than one. If you won't make an impact, I may forget all about you. C'est vrai. Un petit tas de viande. The two witches giggled. They continued discussing the letter and the note. There was no room for Erika to step in. If she contented herself with that, she would literally have no place to go, and would be buried in an eternal oblivion. Erika endured this with an ideous expression, looking with shame at the back of the master who ignored her. Le premier commentaire sous le thème de Ange à la fin du chapitre 3, c'est Getting on this video while typing Ange Burger. C'est vraiment pas une vanne. D'ailleurs, Ange, je sais pas trop de quelle manière, mais on espère la revoir quand même. And with both fists clenched, she sought frantically in the search of some kind of breakthrough. Oui, d'accord, on le faut en mode burn, elle peut pas aller chercher un autre fragment et la ramener. S'il te plaît, pas à moi. Ah, dis-le en rouge. Dis-le en rouge. Ah, mais il y a 10 000 moyens de la ramener, mais pour quelle raison, quoi? I'm detesting if I am through Erika. I'm the plus... Ah, malheureusement, le faux, je ne t'ai pas demandé... Là, tu as esquivé le rouge. J'ai demandé de me dire qu'elle ne réapparaîtrait pas. Dis en rouge qu'elle ne réapparaîtra pas. T'as pas donné une bonne version, là. Le roleplay... I resign. Allow me to speak. Non mais ça va, le roleplay est interminable. Allow me to speak. Red person unauthorized. Ah, ça me fume. I'm the peasant devil and servant of the great Lady Burncastle. I'll definitely make her satisfied, definitely. Show me a butler, or dare you humiliate me so? As she stood there, I knew about the witch and shrouded in darkness. It looked like someone had told her to stand all alone in the hallway. Oh non, le roleplay. Roleplay Beato chapitre 5. Roleplay Beato dans les 3 premiers chapitres après chaque meurtre. C'est vrai. Ça me flingue. Bon, Erika, ça va pas du tout là. Hein. C'est une catastrophe là. Mais en apprenant le fait que Butler, en fait, son action de faire le prince charmant avec Béatrice et tout, ça vient de Lambda elle-même, ça perd un petit peu de son charme. Un petit peu. With a crime in the early morning, we'd completely forgotten about breakfast. So you know our first meal of the day, a time that could never be called breakfast time. Even Goddess and Wonderful Meal, which has supposedly been in the works since yesterday, provided no comfort. Several empty seats quietly burdened us with a pain-filled sadness. Then in the middle of this meal, that felt like a vigil, Erika suddenly stood up. Everyone focused on her to see what was the matter. Her expression was somewhere between relief and insanity, as though she'd made some groundbreaking and strange discovery. Hey, what's up? Are you okay? I've got it. I've got it. You think I wouldn't understand? Yes, I've got it. There's no way something that stupid could happen. With a hideous expression covered in cold sweat, Erika glared and lashed out at Butler. What do you get? There's no way you jump down from the 3rd floor to duty. Not one of us saw you fall down and land in the courtyard. When you set up the ladder from the courtyard and saw Rudolph go up it to the 3rd story window, and closely observed the construction of the outer wall and realized that by cleverly using her own gutter, it might be possible to go down to the courtyard from the 3rd floor window. Bon, elle est... Elle a atteint le... C'est quel état de la folie, là? You don't jump down. You use the rain gutter or something and can't wriggle down the outer wall. What do you think of my Bluetooth? Come on, what's your counter-argument? My counter-argument? If you don't have a counter-argument, then my truth is valid, right? Hey, did you see that? Trying to look cool and making it look like you jumped down wasn't an illusion. You just jumped out and latched onto a rain gutter. My argument then was about whether it was possible for grandfather to escape from the studio, right? And it was possible for grandfather to escape through the window. Well, it was proved that whether I jump down or crawl down, that doesn't change anything, does it? Don't try to change the subject. A mere human can jump down from the third floor. Did you see that? Did you see that? Ouais, mais là, elle est... Faut l'emmener à l'hôpital, là. Très très vite. What do you think of my reasoning, my master? Are you tired or something? Just calm down and eat some food. When he escaped to the courtyard through the window, Butler really did use the rain gutter to crawl down the wall, just like Erika said. Ah, c'est donc pour ça. On a fait un débat quand même de 10 minutes sur... Attends, mais il est obligé de se casser une jambe, là. C'est pas normal. Tout ça pour ça. Tout ça pour que ce soit une gouttière, quoi. His hand had slipped halfway, and he had fallen from a considerable height, but he had managed to land on his feet. No one has witnessed this, but most likely everyone in the dining hall except Erika has realized that something like this had happened. Since the very beginning, no one has believed that he'd jumped down from the sofa window, even if they hadn't witnessed that directly. So they had no clue what Erika was complaining about all of a sudden, and started to whisper, staring at her with cold eyes and dubious faces. You can't counter that, can you? Jumping down has already been denied. My truth has won. My Bluetooth is valid. Master, please acknowledge this. I'm not incompetent or a disappointment. I will match up to your expectation without fail. So... Elle le dit à voix haute devant tout le monde. Hein. Elle est complètement... complètement starbée là. Hein. C'est dur. La folle de Lille. Hein. Facing someone that might have been somewhere beyond the ceiling, Erika spread her arms and yelled. Then, as if in answer, a massive lightning bolt landed very close by. C'est vrai qu'elle a l'autorité du détective, mais bon, enfin, là, c'est pitoyable, quoi. It was an incredible sound. They could even feel the heart shake. At the same time, at that sound, Erika went limp and fell into her seat, like a puppet with just all the strings cut. Then, as the sound of wind and rain slowly filled the room once again, Erika slowly opened her eyes as was recovering from a bout of dizziness. Then she continued eating in silence as though nothing had happened, as if she had been acting normally the whole time. Didn't Erika just stand up suddenly and yell something strange at someone? Automatically enough to make one dab their eyes, Erika continued eating quietly as though everything was perfectly normal. When they saw how ordinary she looked, everyone convinced themselves that they were totally worn out, and that they must have just seen some illusion of Erika suddenly yelling. Bah oui, elle a l'autorité du détective, donc elle peut dire n'importe quoi, elle va pas passer pour une folle dingue. So Erika's sudden transfiguration of a few seconds ago was treated as a daydream, and faded out of everyone's memories. Erika quietly poked at her salad and muttered in a voice no one could hear. Thank you very much, great Lady Berncastle. I'm through to Erika. I'm my masterpiece and her double. I must certainly present you with an incredible tale. That's right, when it comes to utensil, knives and forks are pretty primitives. Chopsticks are the best. Don't you think chopsticks are the easiest way to eat salad? Well, everyone? Mais là, faut l'emmener à l'HP là. Ouais, les baguettes, on n'en peut plus trop en vrai. Hein. Bon allez, je m'arrête, c'était une bonne session. Faites une bonne soirée. Eh non, c'est une blague, on va finir le chapitre. Je vais juste save. At last, return to the guest house at 3 AM. Then the rest of you split up about 30 minutes later, right? Yes, that's right. Drowsiness was finally starting to catch up to us. We decided to take a short rest and then start up again. The smoke out of the murder of the first twilight, Erika closely questioned everyone involved to check their alibis and evidence. To confirm this, she went around the mansion with them, and when needed, took several trips out to the guest house through all the rain. Her vitality was impressive, but she was an uninvited guest. Everyone has long since stopped feeling anything strange about the way she played the detective. It seems that requires us to still be building our foundation. It's useless. Whether alibis exist or not, she can't deny our existence. Kindo escapes through the window and is no one with the mist of Rokanjima. She most certainly won't be able to capture or deny him. When all's said and done, perhaps you could say he's escaped to the underside of the chessboard. In that case, maybe it will be appropriate to say it'd been stowed away. Come to think of it, about those corpses from the first twilight. They've been stowed away too, right? Yes, they've been put away in my darkness, which lies between this world and the next. And the detective wannabe won't be able to find them? Of course she won't. It'd definitely be impossible for a human. Wanna check? Just in case, and we'll also need to re-examine what Lady Berncastle's goal would be from now. No one. If you know your enemy, you need not fear the outcome of 100 battles. If you know the truth, you can win 100 battles without fighting. My. Gap opened up a large hole in the sky and had it swallow all of them up. She invited Beato and ran off through the gap between the worlds where she had hidden the corpses. That place was nowhere in this world, and existed at no time in this world. In other words, it literally was a place not of this world. In this place, questions such as where is this and what time is it have no meaning. Every single place led to her, but no place could be reached from here. Furthermore, all time connected to this place, but no time could be passed to from here. In short, this place was just what they say it was, the underside of the chessboard. Now, perhaps it would be most appropriate to call this the captured pile, where pieces that have left the game go. C'est terrible. Then, through the pitch black world, a glow like a faint spotlight shone and 5 corpses came into view. The 5 pitiful corpses with their necks sliced open had been arranged neatly. Their eyelids were shut and their hands joined. Apparently even Gap had respect for the dead. Oh my, there are 5 sacrifices for the first twilight in this game, not 6? Oh, it's you, teacher. I was worried about where it's gone. The game has already reached the first twilight, and as you see, the first victims have appeared. So it's finally time. I'm getting all excited. I see. The you that is here looks behind high spirits. I'm pleased. I've got high spirits and a captivating body. I did my charming disposition, and you've got my only strong points. D'accord, bah là c'est lambda quoi. Parlant. Wahaha. For some reason, Virgia praised Beato for being in high spirits. But Beato was taken aback at such granny-like words coming out of Virgia's mouth all of a sudden. She pounded her chest and answered. Virgia had been absent often during this game. She might even have been absent when Battle solved the epitaph, as well as during the uproar that followed. Apparently she'd been absent for so many critical points that she didn't really understand much about what had happened so far in this game. Right now, 5 corpses have appeared. As you can see, their necks have been slit. George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, Genji, all 5 of them had their neck sliced open by something sharp. The wound opened wider than their mouths, and made it feel as though they no longer needed mouth to breathe. I see, so anyone looking at George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, or Genji's corpse could confirm at a glance that they are dead. Red? Well, there's no point in me holding out against you. That's right, at a glance anyone could confirm that these corpses are dead. It's absolutely impossible that they're just playing dead. Why did Leah use the red? Who knows? However, she's always thinking of what's best for my lady. Probably has some idea in mind that will benefit her. Like, c'est bizarre là. But they hid in the corpses there, specifically so that no one will be able to use the red. However, Ronov was right. But Gia always thought of Beatrice first. A slightly displeased expression rose to Gab's face, as she saw that the corpses she'd gone to such length to hide had now been confirmed dead in red. However, in the end, she remembered that she was only a guest and shrugged. Why did you and Gab hide the corpses? As to that, since the epitaph had already been solved, this game of mine is different from usual. I know of serving and protecting Natsui as my goal. How would concealing their corpses protect Natsui? We've more or less figured out what our opponent's move will be. This is probably a trap meant to corner Natsui. Most likely they'll sort through the alibis for the first twilight and find them for everyone except her. Lambda Delta, tu joues pas très bien avec Beato et sa clique, sache-le. Last night, Natsui-sama was the first to leave the family conference and then rested alone in her room. Unfortunately, she had no alibis whatsoever until the next morning. We've already made Kinzo's existence impossible to deny. However, there's a single move remaining to our enemy that might cancel that out. I see. So they'll call on Natsui and make her confess that Kinzo doesn't exist. Indeed, the enemy is probably after something like that. By watching the movement of the piece involved with the family conference, we quickly realized that Natsui was isolated. Noticed a trap of theirs and countered with this move. When corpses disappear, everyone has alibis and no one exists who could move them. Not only does this support the claim that the witch exists, but also doubt on whether they were actually corpses in the first place, just barely allowing Natsui to escape being a suspect. In other words, it's possible for Natsui-sama to claim that the sacrifices of the first twilight were only playing dead. You mean even though many people confirmed their deaths without failing the cousin room? Mere confirmation of fact doesn't even approach the red truth. No matter how much everyone claims to have truly witnessed their deaths, the red truth doesn't exist in the human world. Because the corpses don't exist, Natsui can discount their words as a mistake, some sort of trick, or she can say that they were all lying, and it's possible for her to do it over and over to break down for herself. In the human world, which lacks the red truth, perpetual check is a valid move. An endless argument with both sides denying the other claim. And pretty true, however, beauty is something to be sought only after victory. When those without victory seek it, it is not but poison. Well, they do say might make right. And even if I don't think it's beautiful, those voyageurs, which will probably like it and say it isn't boring. I see, I've managed to grab the flow of this game. I imagine it will get quite nasty. We're fully aware of that. And you already know that Natsui is probably about to be lured into yet another trap. A trap. Indeed. Someone Lady Lambda Delta created, who called himself a man from 19 years ago, has already threatened Natsui. He was ordered to go into a closet in a certain guest room in a few minutes. Pardon. At 1 PM and hide there. J'ai hâte mais pardon. Bruce was taken hostage, so Natsui can't resist. I see. How relentless. Can you protect her? Of course. After all, Natsui isn't the culprit. No matter how much treated as the culprit, both the truth and phantoms are on our side. There's no way we'll lose. Natsui threw her cup of tea to the ground in protest, expressing the anger that flowed through her entire body. What do you mean by that? Are you saying you suspect me? You told me you left before anyone else, returned to your room and didn't leave that room until morning. However, if you cannot prove that, it doesn't count as an alibi. Proof? How could it possibly do that? It doesn't matter how. Objectively speaking, it's all be fine as long as you prove it was impossible for you to commit the crime. Everyone else is cooperating. I want you to stop being so hostile and give me your alibi, along with proof. That's right, almost the whole night is a blank space in time for Natsui-Nisan. She might have left the conference saying she wanted to rest before us, then gone to the guest house and attacked George and the others. Please don't be such a fool. Why would I kill George Cullen and on top of that my own daughter, Jessica? Calm down, we're all equally suspicious. It's sad, but we all have to prove our innocence. Yeah. We've been thinking frantically about how to prove our alibis for last night so that we could clear up the suspicion against us. I know you can't like being suspected, Natsui-san. If it frustrates you, then shouldn't your first priority be to search for some way to prove your own innocence? The relatives spoke as though they were all under equal suspicion, but the mood about the place didn't feel so peaceful. Ernka was still in the middle of confirming all the facts, but except for Natsui, who was uncooperative when it came to proving alibis, everyone else had an alibi that was reasonably credible. Only Natsui, who claimed that even being suspected was an insult, was uncooperative with Erika, and her position began to grow more and more perilous. This parlor was no longer a place of comfort for Natsui, and the sound of the cup smashing had made that decisive. That's ridiculous. Why must I be suspected when I've lost a daughter? Maliciously trying to make me look like the culprit just because I went to bed early last night. Natsui, ma grande. Une seconde. J'ai un drop sur Karuta. Hop. I can't stand this humiliation any further. So what are you going to do about it? Show us some kind of alibi that proves your innocence? As if you could. Give me job back, murderer. Stop it, Eva. Natsui-san, you're probably a bit tired too. Same goes for us, of course. Why don't we take it easy for now? Seriously, we're a little too high-strung. Natsui, where are you going? Searching for alibis, or the culprit will be truly laughable at the point. When the typhoon passes and the police come, everything will be exposed to the light of day. There's no reason whatsoever for us to play at being detectives. Am I wrong, Erika-san? Generally speaking, you're right. However, I do have the authority to do this. Who gave her that authority? No one asked. It was an authority given by words of power from a higher world. The pieces weren't even allowed to doubt it. I'm leaving. I have no intention of going along with your pointless questioning before the police come. If you suspect me, feel free to do so. I'm counting on the police to clear away that suspicion. It may be a bit late to mention this, but then again, I guess this happens every time anyway. As usual, the phone couldn't connect to the police. Natsui said the police would be coming, but that wasn't exactly true. Strictly speaking, the boat will come tomorrow and they will use the radio on that boat to contact the police. Well, it's not like I let everyone live that long anyway. C'est bien lambda. C'est bien lambda. Natsui-san, it's dangerous to go alone. Take that. Faut la voir, elle est vraiment technique celle-là. Perhaps it would be better if we all stayed here. Why not let her? This might make for some very good proof. That's when Nissan gets killed in her own room, that'd be excellent proof of her innocence. Quit it, Aniki. Probably best if we all get a bit of rest. Our body won't last until tomorrow. If we're going to take a break, we'll still mustn't let our guard down, get it? We might not make it through the night, much less tomorrow. Aunt Natsui, if you return to your room, make sure you lock it tight. Close the window and shut the door and stay safe. I don't want to suspect anyone. And more than that, I don't want there to be any more victims. Thank you, Batlakun. Then I return to my room. Goda, you're in charge now. I know this is a horrible situation, but see to it that our guests have everything they need. Yes, madame, I shall do so. T'inquiète qu'elle doit aller se cacher dans un placard, là, putain. La pauvre. With everyone watching her, Natsui left the parlor. Il faut que je branche ma souris. From their faces, she could tell that they were expecting the classic mystery pattern. That the first person to fall and leave the circle would become the next victim. Natsui couldn't disobey because of the threat against crows who had been taken hostage. Very soon it will be that promised time, 1 p.m. She was to hide for an hour in the closet of a specific guest room. It was easy to suspect that this bizarre order was to select her as the next sacrifice. She thought of various ways to resist, but one method would be useless against the culprit, who had a stage and was observing her. Ah ok, je préchote, attention. Je mets les lunettes de détective. Vous êtes prêts? C'est moi le détective, c'est moi qui ai l'autorité. Elle va prendre le fusil du daron pour se défendre, vu qu'elle pense être le prochain sacrifice. En fait, il y a quelqu'un qui va se faire setup, qui va se faire tuer dans la chambre pendant qu'elle est dans le placard. Elle va sortir avec le pompe alors qu'elle a rien fait. Elle va sortir de la chambre avec le pompe. Le mec va avoir été tué par une autre balle de pompe, un truc qui ressemble à une balle de pompe. Et ils vont faire le lien instantanément alors qu'elle a rien fait. Voilà. Je suis dans la tête de l'auteur en fait, moi. Tout ce que je peux vous dire. So Natsuki could do nothing but obediently follow that order, and declared that she'd been forced to do it for her husband's safety. When the promised time was drawn near, Natsuki had intentionally acted annoyed and smashed the cup on the ground to give her an excuse for slipping out of the parlor. At any rate, no matter how cowardly a trap it may be, it cannot disobey now. I am not the one who carries the burden of the one-winged eagle. Not my husband Cross had been captured. I must protect it even if I had to crawl through the mud. Of course I am prepared to do so. I am Ushumi Natsui. Even if I am not permitted to bear the one-winged eagle on my clothes, Father gave me permission to bear it in my heart. C'est dans ta tête ça, ma grande. I managed to get this far by plausibly dashing away in a rage. So far everything has gone well. Before my eyes was the doorknob of the specified guest room. However, I wonder if it's locked. The servants are normally ordered to lock any unusual room. What will I do if it's locked? I had dashed away from the other, pretending I was returning to my room. Yo Léandre, il a marqué ou pas? J'ai pas vu le... Il fait un bon match ou pas? Je regarde pas, j'ai juste le score sur le côté, mais... But de fou, bah j'ai vu son premier but, mais il en a pas mis un deuxième là. Après c'est dur de le mettre titu en sachant qu'il va y avoir l'autre qui va vouloir être en pointe. Il va vouloir jouer peut-être 110 Deschamps à la Coupe du Monde. Bah bref, on verra. Écoute. Mais moi j'aimerais bien qu'il le soit. Pur lyonnais. On veut un lyonnais à la titu à la CDM bien sûr. Truc qui est trop fort, Cherki. Hein. Il est trop fort. En fait, c'est le genre de mec qui te trouve des solutions, même dans des matchs fermés et tout, il va te trouver des solutions un peu... depuis n'importe où, de n'importe quoi, il va te sortir un truc du chapeau pour te sortir d'une situation, tu vois. C'est trop important. Popping back and asking a servant to unlock this guest room will be obviously suspicious. I cannot like to get this eerie hide-and-seek over with without anyone noticing. In that phone call from the one who claimed to be the man from 19 years ago, he said I will win if no one found out, but lose if anyone did find out. He said my husband will be released whether I won or lost. But as a person with a hostage taken against me, I'd rather not lose. I don't like it at all, but I have to go along with this game. When I softly gripped the doorknob, I could feel that it was unlocked. Did Shannon or Kumasawa forget to lock it after cleaning? Or did that man unlock it in advance? That man couldn't be waiting for me in this room, could he? And then all that about hide-and-seek might have been a mere excuse. I kept the fact I was coming here secret and all the other things I'm missing in my room. If I were to be killed in this situation, I might create a new baffling murder case like an extension of the one that occurred this morning. Might actually turn out for the better. Perhaps this is a good chance to confront the culprit directly. Natsu has some experience with using a naginata, so only casually. Unlike Eva, she couldn't brag about being able to hold off any single ruffian indefinitely. As she was now, she had no realistic chance of challenging a man with malicious intent on winning. Elle va pas mourir. Faut que ce soit la coupable, donc elle va pas mourir. She readied herself and slowly opened the door. She couldn't just stand around in the corridor and risk being seen by someone. The atmosphere inside the guest room was frigid, and she could sense no trace of anyone waiting impatiently for her. As she could hear was the unsettling sound of the wind and rain. At first this seemed to prove that there was no one here to threaten her, but soon it only made an uneasy feeling rise up inside her, even more strongly than before. The closet was just off to the side of anyone entering the room. Lined up inside was a set of hanger for coats. This closet, which had nothing hanging in, was large enough for even a needle to hide in. She softly opened the closet. Of course there was nothing inside. She would have to hide quietly in here for an hour. Elle a pas pris de fusil du coup. The room had a wooden floor, but something like a carpet had been laid in the closet. It seemed sitting down wouldn't be a problem. She had been sure someone would be waiting for her in this room, or that a strange letter would be lying in the closet. In the worst case, she had even imagined that her husband's corpse might be inside there. However, none of the things she imagined turned out to be so true. The only thing there was a cold guest room, and a lifeless closet that silently urged her to enter. And it's only to wait in here for an hour. He's mocking me. En vrai, pauvre Natsui, je commence à vraiment fil. Hein. Natsui shrugged, turned around, and locked and chained the guest room door. This way no one will be able to get into this room. In other words, no one will be able to find me for the next hour. I win. What a stupid game of hide and seek. This surely must be a total victory in the hide and seek game against that mystery man. However, it was such an easy victory, it made her feel uneasy. Normally this would be against the rule of hide and seek. Even if she had won, wouldn't this displease the culprit? And now, everyone saw she had returned to her room. If they found a room with a chain set, that would make it an impossible closed room to them. Erika has dashed throughout the mansion to confirm alibis or something. If she noticed that the chain was set on this room, there would probably be an uproar that would end in them cutting the chain and searching the room. If that happened, Natsui would be found hiding in the closet right away. It would be easy to honestly confess as to why she'd been hiding. Après, elle peut faire le cinéma, elle peut faire le cours Florent en mode... elle peut faire semblant d'être évanouie dans le placard et faire « Oh non, il y a quelqu'un qui m'a mis là. Comment j'ai atterri ici ?» Elle peut nous faire le cours Florent, hein. Genre, c'est pas le problème. However, that man insisted that she not reveal that. If she did talk, she might endanger her husband. Thinking of it that way, setting the chain, no, even the lock might be a bad idea. That's right, the room was unlocked when I came here. If it were to suddenly become locked, it's conceivable that it might catch someone's attention. It's better if I don't do anything unnecessary. That man only told me to hide. So in the end, I have no choice but to do what he says. I hate doing it, but I cannot disobey. I undid those two precious locks, went into the dimly lit closet filled with the smell of old wood, and managed to close the door from the inside. Pitch black. It reminded me of when I was young, when I used to hide somewhere and then surprise my mother. But that peaceful recollection wasn't enough to kill off my anxiety. It really is pitch black. From here I won't even be able to check my watch to see if an hour has passed. I probably need to open the door a crack every once in a while to let it enough light on my watch. For now I crouched down here. I thought about clutching my knees, but it hurt my back when I tried. I'm not as young as I used to be. Even though I was made to sit on the floor holding my knees in every PE class as a great schooler, I know I have to struggle just to sit down. Just crouching down here for an hour will probably hurt a lot. I can't believe I'll be hiding in the darkness for a full hour, with nothing to hear except the wind and rain. Ironically, Natsu had met Jessica do the exact same thing in the past. She had done it with Jessica as a little girl to scold her for her persistent bad habits and teach her a lesson. She saw that making Jessica stay put in the darkness would prove a desire to reflect on her mistakes, and that this way she would understand what she has done wrong. It almost feels like I'm being made to do the same thing. If that's the true purpose of this hide and seek. How naive of me. This must be my naivety, the hope that if the goal is to make me repent, nothing will happen here during this hour. Uncertainty and fear of that man's shadow are not what I need right now. Will someone suddenly come to this room, open this closet, and do something horrible to me now that I've come here in total secrecy as promised? That's what I should be worrying about. The culprit or one of his accomplices is very close by. If they weren't, they wouldn't be able to observe me so thoroughly. I don't want to think it, but it's actually likely that the culprit bought off one of the servants. The culprit hid an eerie card with autumn written on it in my room. C'est vrai. My personal room is always locked. That trick wouldn't have been possible without a key. Instead of believing that they obtained the key when the servant weren't looking, it's much more realistic to assume that when the servant lent the culprit a hand. But how did he know at the autumn in my favorite season? Oh, unsettling. The thought that mystery man might be peeking into my heart and goosebumps running across my whole body. It's true that I like autumn, but I never said it out loud. I don't think anyone's heard me say it. If I ask even my husband what my favorite season is, he wouldn't probably be stumped for an answer. No, just once I told it to a single person. That's right. Shannon. On an autumn day long ago, it happened to be in a good mood, and I mentioned that autumn was my favorite of the 4 seasons, so the culprit of one of their accomplices has to be Shannon. Ça sort un peu de nulle part, ça, hein, son idée là. The fact that I like autumn can only be known by Shannon. In that case, this is clear proof that Shannon is involved. That car with autumn on it is proof. En mode, elle aurait retenu ça. J'ai de mal à y croire. Outrageous, even though she served the family for 10 years. I trembled and shook with rage. Didn't Kinzo once say that anger is the fastest sedative to cure fear and uncertainty? It's easy to tell the most fearful humans from within a crowd. They're always the first to get angry. I remember him telling me that. So I realized that this anger was a sign that I was actually frightened, and I tried my best to remain calm. However, this is a vital clue for turning things around. Shannon may not be reliable as a servant. Bah, quand même. Quand même. But if she's an accomplice used by that mystery man, this might actually be convenient. A weak-willed girl. If I threaten her, she'll probably spill the name of the mastermind in an instant. I secretly told the police about this. La vision qu'elle a de Shannon quand même. Might become a big clue towards arresting the culprit. That card was probably meant to shock me and get me to do what he says, but he actually dug his own grave. I never told anyone except Shannon that I like autumn. On utilise le rouge maintenant? This is uncheckable proof that she's working with the culprit. All I once thought this time is a closet would crush me with uncertainty and uneasiness. It's actually given me the start of a counterattack. If it wasn't given this time in the darkness, probably wouldn't have noticed this. I'm almost grateful to the culprit for making up this foolish game. My mood brightened. I still can't guarantee that my husband is safe, but I'll definitely get him back and force the culprit to face judgment. I clenched my fist tightly and further strengthened my resolve to avoid losing this fight at any cost. Oh pétard, oh pétard. At that time I heard the sudden sound of someone trying to force the locked door open, and my heart leaped. Oh, it was unlocked. The voice was Hideyoshi's. I heard that quiet voice. I thought he was talking to himself, coming from what was probably the hallway. Apparently, I thought it was locked and tried to unlock it, but she had ended up locking the unlocked door instead. Once again, there was the sound of the lock turning, and now the door opened with a faint sound. Why is Hideyoshi-san in this room? Footsteps that sounded like he came in, and there was a sound of him closing and locking the door behind him. Then came what seemed to be the sound of him setting the chain. Don't tell me Hideyoshi-san is the mastermind? Or else an accomplice? Is he planning to do something to me in this room? It would take some time to unlock the door from this side, much less remove the chain. Hideyoshi-san doesn't intend to let me escape from here. He won't give me enough time to undo the chain. In that case, if he opens the closed door and sees me crouching here passively, just what kind of fearsome words will he say? I don't want to be found, I don't want to be found. I beg you, pass right on by the closed door. Let's keep going into the center of the room. My head was so filled with a throbbing sound that it felt like it was about to explode, and I almost missed hearing his noisy footsteps. So when I heard a clunking sound coming from the center of the room, I finally realized that it passed by the closet and was deeply relieved. In case, in this weather it's pretty much night out there anyway. As he whispered, he did something that made a clunking sound. He was probably closing the shutters on the window. Just in case. In case I tried to escape out of the window? No, that can't be it. That's right, when I left the parlor, everyone was talking about possibly taking a break. After all, several murders have occurred. Ah, ils vont se faire tuer dans la chambre d'amis, Eva et Hideyoshi, les deux qui sont proches. Et du coup, bah, Natsui va être dans la... Oh, la merde que c'est. Oh, putain. Ah, bah, c'est juste la fin des temps, là. And the weather's bad. There'd be nothing abnormal if someone chose to rest in the guest room here instead of returning to the guest house. In that case, locking up and closing the shutters to guarantee safety is the proper course of action to take. When he finished closing the shutters, there was a thunk as Freddy flopped over the bed. It was surprising how much of the situation could be grasped just by the sound. What's going on here? Did the man from 19 years ago plan all this out to put me in the same room as Hideyoshi-san? No, that probably isn't true. He probably planned on me hiding there. But Hideyoshi-san coming to the karate must have been outside the scope of his plan. Thinking about it that way, having him in the room might be odd. But it also might guarantee my own safety. Unlike his wife, Hideyoshi-san is the kind of person I can talk to. If Eva-san comes, things will probably get complicated. Maybe I should slip out of the closet now while he's still alone. Reveal everything just him and ask for help. But if I do that, my husband might be killed. Until my husband is released, I shouldn't do anything rash. Should I go out and talk or hide in there? Moaning from my headache and biting my lower lip, I resisted the urge to crawl out of here. Even if I talk with Hideyoshi-san, I don't know where my husband is being held. I'm sure the traitors who observe me is nearby. Just talking to him won't solve everything. I suspect that Shannon is the traitor, but there's no proof that Goda and the other aren't. It's all useless. I guess living here and confessing is too dangerous after all. Eventually, I heard a strange, sobbing voice. Whose voice was it? I stained my hair trying to hear that strange voice, and I was shocked to discover that it was Hideyoshi weeping. Hideyoshi, who had lost his only son, was finally able to shed tears and cry now that he was all alone like this. Thinking that he needed to support Eva in her distress, he acted as though he alone was standing firm. However, he has a good right to cry as anyone. And now that he found a place where no one can see his tears, finally let himself do it. And I've lost my daughter. I haven't seen her corpse with my own eyes, so it still doesn't really feel like she's dead. But if the one who carried her off was the culprit, and he had some repulsive motive for doing it, just thinking about it makes it feel as though my chest will tear itself apart. The reason I'm hiding in here now is that I'm thinking more about my still living husband than my dead daughter. But if I were given a chance, I'd be wailing at the top of my lungs too. However, I still cannot let myself do that. It isn't because the man from 19 years ago told me to hide. It's because I'm the final head of the Ushumiya family. It's been completely overshadowed by the recent uproar, but last night Battlegun found the hidden gold and even gained a head's ring from that mysterious envelope. At the very end, when it's all over, I probably won't be able to prevent his ascension as the head. And where everything regarding the distribution of the inheritance is revealed, the Ushumiya family honor and glory passed down from father was permitted to the earth. So I'm the final head. Battlegun will probably inherit the remaining wealth of the Ushumiya family. However, in its history and honor will all end with my generation. Therefore, I am the final head. I must not cry. Not yet. Until I get my husband back and avenge my daughter, I will not be allowed to shed tears. In the closet, I silently hung my head as I listened to Hideyoshi-san's sob. Who are you? Huh? My heart leapt. I heard a sound that must have been Hideyoshi-san, but probably lying prostrate on the bed, bounding to his feet. Did he notice me? How did you get in here? What's that? Wait a sec. Wait. He was clearly in struggle with someone. Who on earth could it be? No, it doesn't matter who it is. It's probably the culprit and they're probably trying to take Hideyoshi-san's life. Couldn't I jump out of here and help him? If I can help him, shouldn't I call for help? No, but if I do something like that, I'll be questioned about what I was ending here. However, if Hideyoshi-san get killed like this... No, it isn't the time to be saying that. At this rate, he'll certainly be killed. I'll jump out of here and help him right now. But if I do that, even I can save Hideyoshi-san, I might be abandoning my husband's life. Hideyoshi-san's life and my husband's life. How sinful it will be to train metals against each other. At that time, there was a loud sound that the door opened and the chain was pulled tight. Someone was trying to open the door despite the chain being set. Dear, it's me. Could you open up? Eva! Dear? What's happening? Dear! Open up! Open up, dear! Someone! She opened and closed the door over and over again with all her might, but of course she couldn't snap the chain. Eva-san called for help in a loud voice and raced through the hallway. C'est la fin pour Natsui. Hein. By this time the room had settled back into silence. And that earlier sense of Hideyoshi being in a noisy struggle had disappeared completely. What's going on here? So right now I'm in the same room as the murderer who killed Hideyoshi-san? In that case, the culprit could try to escape from the room as soon as possible, so why are they hiding in here? I haven't heard anything. Nothing that might have been the culprit who attacked Hideyoshi-san rushing away. No matter how much I strain my ears, I can't sense anyone in the room. In fact, he's so silent that it makes what happened just a second ago feel like an illusion. In other words, does this mean the culprit is hiding in his breath, standing just outside this closet, waiting for me to stumble out? I don't even know what I should be scared of anymore. If only I could just melt away into the darkness of this closet. I mustn't remain in this room any longer. Attendez, je vais descendre le chat, j'arrive. Et re. Hop. Pardon. It mustn't remain in this room any longer. I mustn't remain in this room any longer. I get the feeling I have more to worry about than just my personal safety. But what should I do? I don't even know. It's a good idea to leave this closet. Eventually the clamor of many rushing footsteps approach. I hold my breath again and melt away into the darkness of the closet. Elle va tellement se faire trouver. Eva dashed back, bringing everyone with her. Goda was gripping some wire cutters to cut the chain with. After trying to open the door again and confirming that the chain was still set, she yelled through the crack in the door. Here, we're going to open this up. Are you right now? Yes. Goda stuck the large wire cutter, which looked like it would slice off her whole finger, through the crack of the door, and it severed the chain. Dear! As soon as it was severed, Eva pushed Goda aside and dashed in. The others tried to follow her, but they bumped into Eva, who had fallen to her knees, moaning. Well, even though they couldn't tell much of what was going on inside the room, they could tell by Eva's moan that they were too late. What the hell? Dear, dear! Dr. Nenjo, look at my husband, quickly! I'll do it right now. You've got to be kidding me. It's only been about 10 minutes since Uncle Hideyoshi went out saying he wanted to rest. Is there anyone in the bathroom? No, there's no one here. What could have happened? Dear, dear! I'm afraid to say that there's nothing I can do. Nanjo stood up, hanging his head sadly. It was unnatural. Because anyone, even if they weren't a doctor, would think that at a glance. Hideyoshi was lying face down on the bed, and stuck deep into his back was something like a blade with an intricate demonic design on it. When Hera pulled it out with all her might, they could tell that it wasn't a blade but some kind of stake, and its sharp tip had penetrated near 15 centimeters in. It had probably dug deep into the lungs. If it had been stuck in any harder, the tip might even have pierced all the way through the surface of his chest. I tell you to wait for me! C'était une bonne idée. Why did you go alone? Stupid, stupid! Ah! The culprit probably waited for us to get careless and split up. That bastard, so he still hasn't done enough blood. So really is hiding somewhere in this mansion and coming after us? But there's something strange here. The doors and windows to this room are completely sealed. That's right. The shutters are all shut and the door chain was set until a second ago. Huh? That's crazy. In that case, how did the culprit attack Hideyoshi's in this room? Maybe they threw the stakes through the crack in the door. Hideyoshi-san's bed is in total blind spot from this crack. I couldn't even kill him with a gun. This really is strange. Vous allez pas penser à chercher dans le placard? En vrai? J'avance un peu, désolé. The shutters, they didn't budge an inch from the outside. I just went and checked. Erika. It's no wonder everything felt so quiet and relaxed. At some point Erika had split from the group. Just now she had finally arrived and poked her face in from the hallway. When she heard that a crime had occurred in this room, she had watched everyone rush towards the room but circle around to the other wall herself. As she had gone by herself to check that the shutter was down on the window, that you couldn't do anything with it from the outside and that there was nothing out of the ordinary. Is the inside of the room just like usual? There's no need to say it like that. My deepest condolences. So, what's the situation inside the room? The chain was set on the door, so we cut it and entered. And all the windows have the shutters down. They're locked tight from the inside. What are they bickering about in there? Eva was arguing with Nanjo about something. Apparently she wanted to carry the corpse to the parlor. Nanjo tried to calm her, saying that they should leave the crime scene as untouched as possible until the police came. What happened to the other corpses? The culprit carried them somewhere, right? Maybe that the culprit isn't satisfied with just killing, but intends to do something with the corpses. So no way we're leaving my husband all alone here. Eva does have a point. After all, the victims before now have all been carried away after we were shown the terrible wounds. Erika-chan, you'd probably like to preserve the crime scene, but could you just let this one slide? Do whatever you want. All I'm interested in the fact that the clothes room has appeared that much more serious than Kinzo-san's duty. I have no interest in corpses, so do as you please. Rattle's expression was clearly unhappy, but she ignored him completely. Feel free to carry that corpse out anytime. Am I in the way? Erika backed away from the door to open a path. She showed no trace of any sadness for the dead. Her eyes simply blazed with all of its closed room murder that had appeared. In any event, the great detective has given her permission. Eva and some of the others wrapped Yoshi up in the sheets and Goda and Rudolph carried him out. The sheets were quickly stained red. It was so painful to see that Shell and Kumasawa stripped the blanket of the bed to further cover the corpse. Hey, out of the way. Yes, I am out of the way. Let's go to the parlor. Ils vont pas regarder dans le placard. Dear. Listen up, everyone. From now on, we'll always move as a group. You must not let yourself be desolated. When the computer attacked Genji, he probably got the master key. It's clear that even locking up will no longer make you safe. But even the chain was set. How did they do it? It's impossible. The shutters and the chain were firmly set. Even with a master key, it'd be impossible to force your way into that room. It must have been Beatrice Sama doing, or... There's no way Beatrice Sama did this. The epitaph had been solved, so there shouldn't be any more reason to hold the ceremony. Of course we can't understand it. This would be impossible for anyone except a witch. Impossible for anyone except a witch, you say? Good. Has a nice ring to it. Erika-chan, are you listening? We decided to stick together from now on. First we're carrying the Yoshi-san's corpse to the parlor. Can you hold off playing detective until we get there? When she heard the words playing detective, Erika grimaced visibly. Then everyone stumbled out and she took a single step into the empty guest room, looked around and burned that scene into her eyes. Erika claimed to have a photographic memory. If that was true, those few seconds were more than enough for her. Later on she could sit back to tea in the parlor while perusing the photograph of the scene inside her memory, playing the part of an armchair detective. Then suddenly her eyes stopped on the closet off to the side, a closet for hanging overcoats. If it was large enough to fit a coat on a hanger, a person should be able to hide in it. Slowly, Erika stretched her hand out towards the closet. C'est la fin. Erika's shoulder was grabbed roughly from behind. Let's go, Miss Detective. Didn't you even... Ouah. En mode. Didn't you even learn how to stick together on school field trips? Well, whenever I go traveling, someone always dies. Hey, what do you think you're doing, brats? Come quickly. Rudolph told them to hurry. After clicking her tongue and climbing the closet, Erika followed Battle back to the parlor for the time being. Battler 2. C'est peut-être fait exprès aussi, hein, que la pièce ait été jouée en mode hey, ouvre pas le placard. Certainement Lambda qui a joué la pièce en mode hey, ouvre pas le placard. And the sound of their footsteps finally faded. At a time of terror where I feared that even the dripping of the cold sweat covering my cheeks might be noticed, it finally ended. With my hand that still couldn't stop trembling, I slowly opened the closet door and dashed out into the hallway. It's okay, no one's found me. It's a good thing they didn't lock the door. If they had, I wouldn't be able to lock it behind me after I left, and they'd find that suspicious. Anyway, I should leave this place. Then I returned to my room and pretend that I was sleeping the whole time. Yes, if I don't get back soon, a new murder has occurred. They'll probably try to tell me about it, and they'll probably do it shortly after they carry Yoshi-san's corpse back to the parlor. I can't get around a phone call by saying I was asleep and didn't notice, but if they come knocking directly, that'd be bad. I have to get back quickly before they try to force their way in. I don't know whether I should run off, noisily hide my footsteps and walk in secret, or walk around normally as though nothing has happened. At the very least, it'll be bad if I bump into them or their way back to the parlor. Anyway, I head to my room at a quick pace without being noticed by anyone. I pass through the hallway to the lobby. J'espère qu'elle va pas aller à BOB là. If I go up the big staircase in the lobby, my room is just a little bit... Natsui-san? Just as she was about to go up the large staircase, Natsui heard Erika call out to her, and was so surprised that she visibly jumped. I was just about to go and tell you the news. Thank you very much. Did something happen? Just now, Natsui-san. You were climbing the stairs, right? Your room is upstairs, isn't it? Erika coldly pointed out this strange fact. Natsui cursed her bad luck. I couldn't sleep, so I was going to return to the parlor. But I wasn't sure whether I had locked my room or not, so I was about to head back. I'm a warrior, so this sort of thing happens a lot. Don't worry about it. Yeah, this sort of thing does happen a lot. It's a common quirk among people who aren't confident in their memory. Normally, since Erika was clearly making fun of her, Natsui might have looked annoyed. However, right now, Natsui was extremely relieved to hear Erika admit that this sort of thing happened a lot. Are you by yourself, Erika-san? I thought I investigated that guest room. Guest room? Yep. The situation's gotten pretty serious, hasn't it? And investigating the scene of the crime, is my right? Erika's probing gaze peered deep into Natsui's eyes. She could tell. Erika already suspected Natsui. Judging by the subtle nuance in her words, she must be planning to make me slip up and reveal that I know about the crime with Hideyoshi, when I supposedly haven't been told about it yet. Natsui played dumb and asked what had happened again. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. This is just a repeat of the first crime, isn't it? What do you mean? Again you were in your room, and again you can't prove your alibi, can you? I don't know what you mean! To turn it around, I can prove that I wasn't in my room. Oh, then let's take it one step at a time. Please worry about your luck later. I have something vitally important to discuss with everyone. I'll come back after I check my luck. Please get started without me. Hideyoshi-san has been killed. We'll be talking about that. What? Le cours Florent, hein. Encore une fois. She had planned on using the need to check her lock as an excuse to escape to her own room, after which she would claim to have a sudden headache and stay in bed the rest of the time. However, now that she had been informed of Hideyoshi's murder, it would be clearly suspicious to postpone that and escape to her room. She was already under suspicion just because she'd been seen heading up to the stairs of the second floor. She couldn't afford to do anything else suspicious. Natsui gave up and hid it from the parlor as Erika had urged her to do. When she opened the door to the parlor, Yama's sobs poured out, and everyone glanced at Natsui with grave faces. Those gazes almost made it look as though they suspected Natsui. It was now painfully apparent to Natsui. This must have been what that man was after. It was a trap to create a baffling closed door mystery and try to frame her for it. However, she couldn't have resisted. She couldn't sacrifice her husband's life. And while it's true I hid the closet, that's all I did. I definitely haven't committed murder. I might be extremely suspicious, but I'm not the culprit. And most importantly, I'm not under suspicion yet. I'll tell the police everything. I haven't surrendered anything then. I'm sure one of the servants is a traitor. Even in a situation like this, if I mention my husband being held hostage, the culprit will hear and might use it as an excuse to kill him. That's why I just come back. Now that we're all here, I have something very important to discuss with you all. Something very important? Yes, it's very important. I'd like to lay out everything in front of you all, starting with the first crime. Then please do that with just the others. I think we should leave that sort of thing to the police. I'm not interested. Since I have it all laid out, it's a very important thing to discuss. Neither you nor anyone else had the right to refuse. Well, Erika used her detective authority to proclaim the start of an assembly. None of the pieces could disobey. Fearing that she would become the topic of conversation, Natsui reluctantly sat on the sofa as she's been urged to. Oh, sorry. Could you close that door for me? Yes. Ça va l'autorité. Shannon and Cannon closed the door. Since it had been decided a short while ago to lock all doors and windows carefully, Cannon locked it. That lock was suggested to protect the safety of this room. Felt like a lock on a prison cell to Natsui, one that would hold her in place and prevent any escape. Natsui still hadn't noticed. So Erica had gone into the corridor to check the crime scene in Dear's room. Our goal has changed. In other words, from Erica's point of view, the sound of that lock was truly... Checkmate. Erica said that suddenly. Berncastle said that suddenly. Oh, fast. Well, so you figure out the culprit already? We barely got onto any of the crimes, right? You could just let me kill a few more and gather a few clues yourself. C'est vrai que les scènes de Agatha Christie, dans l'Hercule Poirot, ils s'assoient tous en rond et ils écoutent le détective parler et... Ouais. Okay, Lambda, gather all the pieces. Now we're getting the most interesting part. Let's both enjoy it to the fullest. Well, let's see. Why don't you show me what you've got? You think she'd lay down the challenge without waiting for game set at midnight? What a hasty person, that Lady Berncastle. Is it quite another challenge? To think that she's already managed to obtain a winning hand at this stage. Normally you can win by just claiming that the witch exists, but with Natsui and Kinzo, we've got a lot we need to protect this time. Sounds like this fight will be a pain. That's no problem at all. I won't let them do as they please with my Golden Island any longer. Bring it on, Lady Berncastle. Fredo Eureka. See. With the Golden Land, the endless train continued to fall. Butler was nowhere to be seen. It would very soon reach the time that Butler had joined in on the fifth game, and control of the pieces would be passed on to Butler. In other words, he will only be officially added to the game now in this final stage, where Berncastle has pinpointed the culprit, so he had left the arbor a short while ago. Now the only one in sight were Virgilia, who continued to knit silently, and Beata, who just sat there blankly amidst the smell of a black tea, not even putting the cup to her lips. Virgilia stopped knitting for a moment, and looked across the vast golden garden that extended as far as the high cold sea. I believe it's safe to say that, at least in the game over who the culprit is, Butler had gained such strength that he will never surrender again. By the fourth game you had sent him all your messages. In other words, at this time, Butler is capable of realizing the truth at any moment. However, he is still soft in some ways, so, even if the game continues like this 100 times, he won't solve it for all eternity. He just wander forever like someone trying to find the blue bird. And that is you, Beatrice. It's the same for you. Even if this game continues 100 more times, you will never reach the answer you seek for all eternity. C'est du Giorno ou quoi là? Il n'atteindra jamais la vérité. Korega. Requiem. Da. C'est vraiment Giorno, hein. Berncastle will abuse this game without a doubt. Lambda Delta will also churn this game about with the utmost arrogance. At a glance that may be humiliating and appear to you and Butler as though the game has been stolen from you. However, that is something the two of you need right now. To end Butler's naive softness, to end your hesitation. And that's why you call the two of them here, to end the eternal torture between you. Those two will bring you either victory or defeat, but no matter how it goes, that result has already been filled with compassion. You should understand that as well by now. Virgilia faced it better, whom she had come to adore as a daughter, with cold eyes that she must not have shown often. It was like the gaze of a mother who, instead of scolding, silently urges the child to recognize their mistake. Beatrice, how long do you intend to stay there, neither alive nor dead? Not riding them to heaven, nor falling into hell. There on the peak of Mount Purgatory. I'm Virgilia. I've guided him to Purgatory and brought him to you at his peak. And you are Beatrice. You must choose whether to take his hand and ride up to heaven or grab him and fall into hell. Do you know that the discord called Purgatory, which lies in the gap between heaven and hell, is sometimes more torturous than even hell itself? On the gates of hell it is written that you must abandon all hope. Women without hope can accept their suffering and give up. However, the residents of Purgatory have hope, a hope of possibly reaching heaven, I hope that cannot be abundant, and it tortures them. Even in the depths of hell, no great torture device exists that the single pin knows how. Fly. Fly from the cliff of purgatory. Take with you the regrets caused by your fleeting, fragile, foolish hopes and open up Pandora's box. Are you scared? Scared of opening the box? Beto was silent, but with a single tear she nodded slightly. Is it the cat in the box alive or dead? The time has now come to check. If the cat is dead, quickly hold the funeral for it and have it rush to heaven. If the cat is alive, quickly feed it and give all to your affection. Whether it's alive or dead, your cat box sternly desecrate the cat. The key to the box that you were afraid to open had been brought to you by those two. Beatrice, it's time for you to die now. I hope that your heart is stopped by the hand of the person you desire. Comment ça, mon ref? Comment ça, mon ref? What? Hein? Bah ça va, on se fait pas chier. Ça va? All of the pieces from the game board were gathered. All of the humans, furniture, witches, and the witches on an even higher level had gathered in one place. That place was like a solemn cathedral with an unbelievably high ceiling, with stonework, golden ornaments. So there were windows, there were no entrance or exits. It was a strange place. But for some reason, no one wondered where this strange place was, because they were not given the right to think of this place as strange. The pieces, have they all been gathered? Yes, they have. Well done. What a show. I wonder so many people there are here. No matter how many we see, every being outside the 18 is a phantom. I think you acknowledge that them is what my game's all about. The three witches was seated on spacious throne set up on a very high balcony. In the center sat the game master, Lambda Delta, and on either side of the semicircular balcony sat Bern Castle and Beatrice, facing each other. Below them, Erika ran forward, lifted the corner of her skirt and bowed respectfully. Correctly, Lambda Delta, we thank you for granting our request for an assembly. Then quickly, Bern Castle, my master, please look forward to it. So it may be only for a short while. I was supposed to make my master forget about the poison that torments her. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. I'd expect no less from my double, my piece. Erika and Bern Castle exchanged cruel smiles that make anyone want to adverse a gaze. Listen up, witches and humans. I hereby announce that with this assembly of witches gathered, the court of illusions will now begin. The commander of the game spoke with words of power. Et pourquoi on a fast forward là? So a word was spoken with its sense of fast pace. They rang out with the force of a bell in the bell tower. The light and roar of the correspondence game are over. The fifth game is not closed, and the midnight dance session shall begin. Well, I'd like to get started quickly. But why don't everyone quickly introduce themselves first? After all, there are so many people here. Elle avait la flemme, bah d'accord, bah c'est super en tout cas. Moi j'ai compris que le but c'était de coincer Natsui, donc j'imagine qu'elle s'est fait cornered quoi. On va voir qui sont ceux qui sont morts dans les crépuscules d'après, et puis voilà.
I'm Lambda Delta, the Witch of Certainty and the new commander of this game. Burn Castle, Witch of Miracles. My goal is to penetrate Beatrice, illusion of the Witch. I'm the endless Witch Beatrice. My goal is to claim my own existence and to protect Natsui and Kinzo. Battle-sama, you will come next in rank. I'm Ushiromia Battler. I'm fighting against against the witches. That's all. As I believe you know, you joined in on this game partway through. At the time this assembly of witches opened, you have yet to participate. Do you understand? I get it. Probably mean I don't have the right to speak for a while, right? Thank you for understanding.
Il a rien fait de la game, Battler. Hein. À part boire du thé avec Beato. Sa pièce, par contre, grotesque.
Even the Battler held the rank near that of witches. He sat on the foremost of the benches shared with the other relatives all by himself at one end. He met the gaze of Beato, who was up on the balcony. Oh, I've said you were my arch enemy. Well, you aren't necessarily my only enemy. Let's take this game back. It belongs to us. Yeah. I almost said I was fighting against Beato's illusion of the witch. Since the beginning, Beato has been my only enemy. But right now, Erika and those witches who started toying around with Beato's tail are also my enemies. Who should I fight and how? Maybe it's a good thing I don't have the right to speak for a while. I'd calm down and coolly watch over everything. I'm the detective and the one who called for this assembly of witches, Furudo Erika. I will expose the culprit of the fifth game and stick a charming parrot on the end of his tail. Erika greeted the witch above her and the human behind her once again. I'm also looking forward to it.
En fait, là, c'est... c'est édifiant tout ce qui se passe. Bonne Castel qui a... Enfin, Lambda Delta qui a la flemme de raconter la suite et qui passe à ça. C'est...
Okay, remaining pieces, introduce yourselves in whatever order. Humans, introduce yourselves, all of you. When 45 urged him to introduce himself, Kinzo stood up. I'm Ushiromia Kinzo. I slipped out of the studio window. I'm hiding somewhere in Okanjima. Ushiromia Cross. Currently I've been captured and I'm being confined somewhere. I'm Ushiromia Eva. I'm alive. I'm Rudolph. The rest of us are all Ushiromias too, so I'll leave your family name. I'm Rosa. I was killed in the first twilight. Jessica. I also died in the first twilight. I'm George. I also died in the first twilight. Maria! I died, but look, I'm here talking! See? Dying isn't a big deal, right? I'm Ushiromia Natsui. I'm alive. Hideyoshi here. I was killed just a short while ago. Kairi, I'm still alive. Nanjo, I'm also hanging in there. My name is Genji. I passed away in the first twilight. I'm Shannon. I'm still alive. I'm Kennen. I'm also alive. I'm Goda. Pleased to meet you, everyone. I'm Kumasawa. Pleased to meet you. Now on to the witch. Everyone introduce yourselves.
C'est quoi ce merdier, frère?
Berlia's group could also be seen. Unlike the floor, Beato's group was on the second floor as a balcony that looked like Ray's audience seating. And they sat there, looking down as though they were at the theater. My name is Virgilia. I'm Beatrice's teacher. I'm Gap, making corpses disappear in my job. Ronov, I'm in charge of making black tea.
Non, c'est le teacher de la plus grande sorcière. T'as Gab, making corpse disappear, et t'as Ronov, je fais du thé, quoi. Bah, ne dis rien, du coup. Pourquoi ne pas en parler à la fin du chapitre? Ou à la fin du jeu, ça dépend à quel point le truc est intense, mais... À la fin du jeu, peut-être, plutôt, je sais pas. Bon, on verra à la fin du jeu. Oula, wow, les Purgatory Sisters. On se dit à la fin du jeu, en vrai, je pense. Comme ça, y a pas de douille.
I quit you in the name of Seven Sisters of Purgatory. I served in the murder of Hideyoshi and the second twilight. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory right here. That is then of Lady Erika's friend to introduce themselves.
Note bien, et puis on en reparlera sans problème.
Gertrude, I'm an insistent inquisitor of heresy.
Donc je vais beaucoup jouer, je vais essayer de finir le jeu assez rapidement là, donc ça devrait pas trop tarder, on pourra se balancer des trucs dans le salon sans risque. Enfin avec un bel spoil pour Titi quand même.
Cornelia, I'm an insistent inquisitor of heresy. The two of them could also be seen on the second floor audience seating. Is that apart from Viria's group? Then Glanor was seated between the two, slowly stood up. He had a presence and a dignity about her, as though she was overseeing everything from that place. Glanor Enox is my name. I am Lady Erika, primary assistant. Madler, I expect much from you. Please don't disappoint me.
On n'a pas assez de morts là.
Let's just both give it all we got. Most of the time there will be no need for Glanor to step forward. However, when the witches decide to play around with Ugly Wars game, I need to have Glanor convict them. A miracle like the one in the city won't happen again. And finally, let us introduce ourselves. We're the Chester Sisters and Pereguards, who have been tasked with management of proceedings at this Assembly of Witches. Hello everyone!
Nihi.
This ends the introduction of all pieces. A total of 38 people are present here. There are 38 characters in the 5th game, but if you added all the pieces from previous games to it, it would probably rise even higher. This game, which has so often been likened to chess, now has far more pieces than a chessboard. Very well! Then I guess we get started. Let the person who called this meeting begin. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Goat.
Il y a Lionel Messi qui va débarquer ou quoi là? Il y a Switchy qui va débarquer là.
Refill my drink. And some popcorn for me. Yeah, that's right. The one who decided demons how to eat popcorn while watching a play was you, after all. Yeah, I intend to enjoy this. And could I get some black tea and mustard on miso? Erika, begin. I'm already starting to get bored. Yes, my master, leave it to me. Order silence! At the sound of her voice, the Chester Sister Corps trained up, lifted their right knees and stamped down hard to the floor with their heels.
Et on est où là? C'est ça la vraie question aussi.
It became a low, deep rumble in the ground, and all chatter in the cathedral disappeared instantly. Their eyes and expression became even more hollow and empty. The room fell black into silence, almost as though there was a collection of wax models. Amidst this heavy silence, there was the sound of footsteps, as Erika walked out into the center, where she could catch everyone's attention. When she signaled with her chin, a god attendant appeared from behind the pillar, and carried a single plain chair out into the front and center of the room. It must have been the defendant chair. I, Frodo Erika, will make an accusation. I, Frodo Erika, have a dream.
Le vois, je sais pas si t'étais là, il y a quelques minutes, pour la phrase Giornoesque, en mode tu n'atteindras jamais la vérité. Il y avait une phrase que vraiment c'était Giorno Diavolo quoi. C'était GER en fait.
The murderer of the 5th game is...
On est vraiment dans El Saturnel.
Monsieur Miya-Natsui-san, you are the culprit.
Elle l'a pas dit dans le salon ça à la base? Pourquoi on est dans une cathédrale là? Ah mais il y a eu un time travel, my bad.
Erika pointed at Natsui and spoke. The Natsui waxed all alone, shook and regained his expression. It was an expression of panic. Jesus, sisters, please take the defendant to her chair. Understood. Wait, what are you doing? Let go of me! 45 and cut sounded blood pinned Natsui's arm behind the back and led her to the chair in the center. Natsui resisted, but the Chester Sisters were surprisingly strong as she couldn't do anything. She turned to the relatives for help, but they just remained silent like wax models. I, Frodo Erika, will now reconstruct why the crime was only possible for Ushumi and Natsui. Beato, of course you'll be challenging this, right? Naturally. I'm the Shumria family alchemist, Beatrice the Golden. Je suis sûr qu'en seconde lecture, il y a plein de chapitres qui sont encore mieux que ce qui n'était déjà, en vrai. Eureka, I challenge you. I'll take this false accusation you're trying to place on my master and tear them apart. Beatrice. Fear not, Natsui. You are my master. And you're the true hand with the one-winged eagle engraved in your heart. Do not fear a crime you have not committed. At those words, Natsui jagged back and gulped. Her panic finally disappeared and she stood up straight. That's true. I'm Ushumia Natsui. I will confront any challenge that will disgrace the Ushumia family. How can you try a bluff like that in a situation like this? You really are the bullied kid in every single fragment. Oh, c'est horrible en vrai. So Burn, make your claims. I, Burton Castle, claim that a human, Ushumi Natsu, is the culprit of this game. And you too, Beato, okay? I, Beatrice, claim that the culprit in this game is not human. I am the culprit. Burton Castle, who smiled daringly, and Beatrice, who smiled firmly, crossed gaze. Listen, witches and humans. Two claims have appeared for a single truth. Is the culprit a human, Ushumi Natsui? Is the culprit a witch, Beatrice? If the witches win, the truth about the fifth game will disappear into darkness. If Erika wins, the illusion of the witch will be wiped out from the game board. In other words, for Beato alone, this is a battle that must not be lost. Are you prepared? L'OST est folle encore. I know what I'm supposed to be preparing myself for. This has always been just what I wanted. If Erika wins, the illusion of the witch would be destroyed. That means the existence of the witch would be denied. Beato was fighting for her life. However, this wasn't the only time she had been fighting for her life. It had always been a life where there struggled even when she fought with Butler. Because if Butler had won and destroyed the illusion of the witch in the previous games, Beato would have been destroyed. That's dirty. Erika alone has nothing to lose if she fails. I wonder, Lady Bernasta is not a compassionate person. I can't imagine she'd give warm treatment to a piece that didn't perform to her expectation. It was inconceivable that the ruthless Bencastle would place not blame at all in a piece who had suffered defeat. Erika was probably fighting for her life just as much. The two claims would clash and one would be weeded out. One would fall and will not leave the place alive. The only ones who truly had nothing to lose were those witches. Bon. Okay, no problems. Get started. In that case, I would like to go first. The murder of Hideyoshi-san is very simple. It should be impossible to suspect anyone other than Natsui-san. Except for the victim and Natsui-san, all of us were in the same room, correct? It really was simple. Except for Natsui, everyone had been inside the parlor. And because it was so simple, it was decisive. No matter how you look at it, the one who killed Hideyoshi was Natsui. No, it's the other way around. No matter how you look at it, no one except for Natsui could have killed Hideyoshi. There's no room for discussion or debate. I'm telling you, that's a mistake. Maybe I don't have an alibi. However, I don't believe a lack of an alibi proved that one is the culprit. We know that Natsui is the only one without an alibi. But wait, the scene of the murder was a closed room. It should have been impossible for anyone, including Natsui, to have committed the crime in that room. Except for me, since I could have done with magic. I'll explain the closed room trick, the whodunit, later. For the time being, I'll start with the whodunit. Because of the aforementioned, it's impossible to suspect any character except Natsui-san regarding the murder of Hideyoshi-san. My lady, it may be dangerous to press any further on this. I agree. It's the fact that Natsui was hiding in the closet of Hideyoshi's room. When it comes to repeating things in red, that check to see who is in the room. Merde. Who's in the room and you'll be cornered. Probably. Lady Lambda Delta is the commander of the game. If it suits her frenzy, she'll set up Natsui as the culprit regardless of the facts. If the typhoon passes and the police come to perform a scientific investigation, perhaps the true culprit will be identified and the false accusation against Natsui will be lifted. However, in this closed off for Kanjima, the police will not arrive for all eternity. In other words, the real truth will not be revealed. Inside this cat box that will never be opened, false charges that everyone accepts are worth no more or less than the truth. The aim is not likely to use the simple murder of Hideyoshi to give the impression that Natsui-sama is the culprit. Before moving on to the first Twilight circumstruction, which has more uncertain elements. It's not good at all to move forward with the game master suspending us. We should take the initiative. Sure. Lady Lambda Zelsa, as you are well aware, a fair number of murders were committed during the 5th game, and was skipping that resolutely chunk of time from midnight until the early morning. Skipping to Hideyoshi's murder and stepping backwards and forwards in time only led to confusion. It's my belief that we should follow events chronologically and in order, so the decision is yours, of course. Objection. C'est Ace Attorney. In the process of prosecuting, the culprit chronological order has no significance. Enfin, c'est Von Karma en fait, dans Ace Attorney. Mais le daron, hein, pas la fille. Hein. Tous ceux qui ont joué à Ace Attorney savent à quel point l'affaire où tu joues contre Von Karma, le daron, est injouable. Ne peut rien dire, genre. Tu peux pas dire un mot, genre, vraiment. C'est la meilleure et la pire affaire, tout à fait. Mais tu sais qu'elle est très sous-cotée, l'affaire Hunter, je trouve. Enfin, l'affaire DL6, tout ça. J'ai déjà fait mon top, mais... En vrai, l'affaire Hunter est peut-être dans mon top 2-3. Avec l'affaire Engarde et l'affaire Godot, quoi. C'est un top classique, hein, mais en même temps, c'est que des folies. Hein. Mais oui, l'affaire Hunter, en fait, juste le fait de jouer contre Von Karma, c'est complètement rigged. Les affaires à 3 jours de trial disparaissent après, et c'est dommage. Ouais, c'est vrai. Parce que t'avais des super trucs à 3 jours de trial, justement. Pour ça qu'après Apollo Justice, je suis moins fan. Mais il y a quand même des bons trucs, hein, mais je suis moins fan. Objection. Further, Erika is trying to mix up the chronological sequence in order to create a false impression of the event. Newspapers. Well, I'm not a fan of confusing things myself. I accept Beato's claim. Erika starts with the first trial instead of jumping to the second. Tch. I definitely saw Erika click her tongue. C'est vrai aussi, Kara. I understand, so this is a way of telling Rokenjima's tale. I was guided by Virgilia, not Beatrice. Reached the peak from which you can see everything below you, and finally understood the truth of this world. This is that thing you were talking about earlier, Virgilia. Yes, that's right. Truth is very fragile in this place. As long as each side makes its own claim, different truths can exist in the same time. Yes, this trade is a trial. Both sides put forth their own truth. This year's trade is the brown tube trial that Virgilia once used as an analogy. Then I will follow Lady Delta's order and start from the first crime at the first twilight. As you know, at midnight on October 4th, the first day, following a short break in the family conference, Natsui left on her own, saying that she was going to bed early. Therefore, her alibi is completely lost from the time until the next morning. Oh, is that so? I believe there are several people besides Natsui who have dubious alibis. Unless you can cause suspicion from all of them, I cannot allow you to call Natsui the culprit. C'est... Wow. Attendez, je lis, je traduis pas, je lis. Pour la vache. True, if Erika's gonna go Natsui is suspicious so confidently, she's first gonna show that everyone else has an alibi. Right, Baron? Yes, of course. Erika will explain that perfectly. C'est très drôle et très hype. Of course, my master. In that case, I would like to explain things in order. Let's forget about Genji's murder for now and focus on the crime in the guest house. For the case, you'd like to suspect the servants who were in the guest house, right? On that night, Goda-san and Kumasawa-san were there. Isn't that right, you two? When she turned to face the direction where those two were seated, those two wax models alone came back to life. They probably weren't even granted souls until they were allowed to speak. In that case, it would have been better if Natsui's soul could disappear as well. Natsui was in the defendant chair, kept her soul the whole time and was constantly hanging her head, looking nervous. Natsui en vrai remonte dans mon estime de zinzin. Hein. La pauvre. Goda hurried to his feet and answered Erika's question. Yes, that is correct. On that evening I was alone in the guest house servant room. Well, look at my age. Staying up all night will be a heavy burden. So I returned to the waiting room in the guest house and went to bed right away on my own. Yes. Doesn't that mean Koda and Kumasawa lost their alibis? Kumasawa claimed that she was sleeping alone in the waiting room. Koda claims he was alone in the servant room. Neither of them should have had enough time to go to the cousin room and commit murder. Nonsense. Why would we do something like that? That's right. How could I ever kill someone? Natsui said it all. Both Kumasawa, who was sleeping alone in the waiting room, and Goda, who was alone in the servant room, are in the exact same situation as Natsui in her room. Both of them have lost their alibis. Have no fear. I guarantee that neither of these two are murderers. First off, following dinner, Kumasawa-san left the mansion with me and the others and went to the guest house, entered the waiting room and slept until morning. It's the same for Goda-san. Once he finished with his job, he chatted with us in the lounge and went to sleep afterwards. Neither of them had the opportunity to commit murder. So we're finally here. I see it's time for me to stand up as well. Your turn is over already, Erika. Go summon that bodyguard you rely on so much. I took a glance at where Delano sat on the second floor audience seating. However, Delano just stared back with those usual expressionless eyes. Repeat it. I have absolute proof of Goda and Kumasawa's alibis. Refuse. I give a hint to an enemy. There's no way we'd answer. Did you hear that, Lady Lambda Delta? They say they have no proof. How could they claim that Goda and Kumasawa's alibis without proof? Good point. What do you say, Burn? Erika, can you claim that Goda and Kumasawa have alibis? Hold back, Erika. My opponent is Lano over there. A mere human like you can be no match for a witch. No, there's no need for Lano to step forward. In fact, it's precisely because a mere human will defeat a witch that the illusion of the witch will not be denied. So go ahead, use the red and blue as much as you like. I'm ready for it, okay? Peter. In response to Erika's challenge, Beato smiled boldly as gratefully and slowly stood up, and they glared at each other between the floor and the balcony. Goda and Kumasawa have no alibis. The two of them were in the guest house and could have reached the cousin room to commit murder at any time. Unless you can deny the possibility, you cannot treat Natsui as the culprit. Oh, pétard. Beto's Bluetooth struck out rapidly. The curtain had finally dropped and the battle has begun. A human like Erika can't choose any red. How could she turn this around without calling Glano? So Erika cannot choose it, her master Lady Bergnar still can. We mustn't let her go down. Your choice valid. What should you burn? Restez folle. Will you or Glano step in instead? Obviously not my turn, and it's not Lady Bergnar's turn either. Yes, that's right. There's no need for us to show up for something like this. This is important precisely because a mere human like Frederica will defeat you, Beato. Because you'll be defeated by a human who will know. We all know that the fake witch who calls herself Beatrice the Golden is nothing more than a subhuman phantom.
C'est des insultes qu'on voit que sur LoL, ça. Hein. Subhuman.
If you really could do that, it'd be totally entertaining. Very well, Erika. Let's see what you've got. Explaining it for the first person, Kumasawa-san is extremely simple. Kumasawa-san stands Yes? Kumasawa-san, from the time you went to bed last night to the time you were informed about the crime in the morning, did you ever leave the waiting room? No? I was sound asleep until morning, I really was. The truth is, after dinner last night I had a chat with Eva-san, and she told me something very interesting. I tried that on myself. And what exactly is that? You don't mean... That's right. It's what Koran and Seal Kinzo in this TV. I know that you can create a seal by putting something between the door and the frame. Oh, pétard. Are you kidding? Did she actually do that to Kumasawa-san's waiting room? Erika was in the guest house, so there's no obstacle to her having been capable of that. After all, it was an unsettling night, and a massive amount of gold had just been discovered. Any sort of crime might have occurred. Where there is a detective, there will be a crime. La musique est folle. I thought that some kind of crime would take place, so I used this to steal away people whose alibi might otherwise be lost. Erika held a small, folded piece of brown paper high in the air. After I watched Kumasawa-san, who returned to the guest house with me, say goodnight and entered the waiting room, I used this to seal the door. Then in the morning, when the crime was discovered and caused a big uproar, I immediately went to check Kumasawa-san's waiting room, where I confirmed that the seal was still set. Therefore I can prove Kumasawa-san's alibi. Oh mon dieu. Oh, 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 oh. La musique est juste dingue, hein. Good. A wonderful alibi, not a single gap. Kumasawa returned to the guest house with Erika, went to the waiting room to sleep and never left the room until morning. In other words, after Kumasawa returned to the guest house, she never went to the second floor or until morning. The proof Erika had shown was elevated by Burn Castle and became red truth. This truth which had become red could no longer be overturned, even by Beato. In other words, in that instant, Kumasawa's perfect alibi had been absolutely guaranteed. Oh. Then what about Goda? Goda had holed up in the servant room right after reaching the guest house. I set him up in the same way. Then when Rosa-san returned on 1 AM, I happened to notice her when I stepped out into the corridor. La musique est dingue. I had Goda-san, who was still in the servant room, know this. At that moment, the seal was still in place, so from the time we arrived at the guest house until 1, Goda-san never left the servant room. And afterwards, he was with me in the lounge until 3. And after 3, I was on the second floor. So I can guarantee that Goda-san didn't come up to the second floor. Erika's seal proves that Goda was holed up in the servant room until 1. And Erika has proven his alibi from then until 3, since she was passing the time in the lounge with him. And Erika has also proven that he never set foot on the second floor until the morning after. In other words, after Goda returned to the guest house, he never went up to the second floor until morning. Oh là là, c'est la fin. Red truth valid. Well done, Erika. The alibi duty you see on the door have been acknowledged by Burn and elevated to the status of Red Truth. Thank you very much, my master. I am the detective. I may be human, but I can use the Red Truth despite that and surpass humans. Faut la tuer, là. Enfin, la tuer. Faut la virer du jeu. C'est pas juste, genre. On dirait un cheater sur code, frère. So now you claim to have surpassed humans. It's 1,000 years too early for you to talk like that, conceited brat. Je trouve que c'est vraiment une humaine qui est pas encore sorcière et ça se trouve c'est vraiment Rika Furude quoi du coup. Imagine. Non je pense pas. Je sais pas. It'll be a pain to have you try anything funny, so I'll make this clear now. In fact I should have done this in the beginning. I apologize for being so roundabout. I beat a roundabout. This is the situation around the guest house at midnight. The gold was found, an emergency family meeting was called for, and Butler-san went to the mansion with the relatives. I, the 3 cousins, Dr. Nenjo, Goda-san and Kumasawa-san remain in the guest house. I have already explained Goda-san and Kumasawa-san's alibis. George-san, Jessica-chan and Maria-san were playing cards in the cousin room. I actually joined them for a little bit and clearly witnessed that they were alive in that time. My master has that you repeat it. Yes, I respond. At midnight in the guest house, George, Jessica and Maria were alive. In the second floor cousin room. Nanjo, God, and Kumasa were on the first floor. And since there are no need to all of us anymore, I confirm that all the victims so far are dead. George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji are already dead. How could they be playing dead with their necks lights open like that? Ouais, mais là, c'est le crime parfait, en fait. Enfin, c'est la résolution parfaite, pardon. C'est l'inverse. Wow. Wow. Butler, if he was good. C'est vrai, hein. Thanks for repeating that, my master. If I hadn't made that thing clear, you might have started going about they were already dead before I guaranteed everyone's alibis. Or that they weren't actually dead at all. Yeah. Unsurprisingly, Beato's side couldn't get away with the simple plan of claiming that the victims were only playing dead. But in order to overcome Goda and Kumasawa's alibis, it should have been possible to suppose that the crime occurred before those two doors were sealed. However, the opponents had predicted this move perfectly. It had been shown in red that the crime did not occur before the time period covered by Erika's alibis. Got it. That's the last time the victims were confirmed to be alive. I wish you'd said at the beginning. This means we can ignore everything that happened before midnight. We head even further, at 24 Netsui, Cross and Genji were in a corridor on the second floor of the mansion. All the remaining people were at the family conference in the dining hall. Of course, at that point in time, no murder had occurred. Genji was also alive. Addendum. Oh, ah mais là c'est terrible. It isn't something Erika observed, but we can move the game forward without setting it. Very well, acknowledge that red truth. Thank you very much for that red truth, my master. Since Erika had been in the guest house, it was only natural that she could explain the situation there. However, since she hadn't been in the mansion at the time, explaining the situation over there would be extremely difficult for her. Beto will normally have attacked there with the blue truth, saying that the people in the dining hall all agreed to keep the same story, that someone had snuck out of the dining hall and that they might have committed murder in the guest house. However, because Bernard distinctly settled that matter with the red text, Beto had completely lost her chance to strike back. Damn it. Very troublesome. To think we would be put to such a disadvantage. This is almost the exact opposite of Rich's fight with Butler. In fact, the situation might be even worse than it was back then. At a glance, the fight between the two of them resembled all previous fights. However, there were some vital differences. The first was whether or not Beto was the game master. The Beto who fought against me was the game master, so she knows all the truth. That's why she was able to use the red text as well. However, the current Beto isn't the game master. She's just a single piece on the game board. In other words, even Beto doesn't know the truth. So you could say Beto is not the same position I once was. Also, though Erika may seem to be in the same position I once was, the situation for her is totally different. She connected to the witch called Barncastle. Even though she isn't the game master, she's capable of elevating Erika's statement to become red truth. Because of this, Erika can use the red truth, even though she's neither a witch nor the game master. Beto, who's supposed to be the witch, possesses no truth nor red she can use. And yet the detective Erika can use the red truth. The advantage had completely flipped over the other side. Perhaps you could say that the current Beto is in a much worse position than it was when I fought with her. After I got used to the game, Beto stopped responding to my demands that she uses red. But in the beginning she had responded to almost all of them, giving me quite few hints, until we were able to fight on par. However, Barncastle is different. She fully understands the rule of this game and is prepared to con Beto without even a hint of restraint. And because of this I knew. In the past, Beto went easy on me so that we could fight on par with each other. This had become quite an amusing fight. I see, so I must fight from the position Butler once stood in. Beto. In the past I've insulted you and called you incompetent. I cannot do much worse than this. It's now impossible to suspect Goda and Kumasawa. We can't win by arguing that point any longer. Yes, let's switch to a different approach. The next in line will probably be Nenjo, who was also in the guest house. Nanjo was in the lounge with Erika. However, I believe the time period before and after that have been left open. That's right, I struck there. Nanjo, you were relaxing in the first floor lounge of the guest house with Erika and Goda, correct? Yes, I was Erika-san the whole time. And during what time was it? From 1 to 3. Yes, that's right. It was the period between 1 and 3. Dr. Ninja, Goddess, and I were relaxing on the lounge. Repeat it, my master. I respond. From 1 to 3, Erika, Ninja, and Goda spent their time in the lounge at the first floor of the guest house. But she had flat refused to repeat what Beato told her to do. She responded to Erika's demand immediately. The red truth was starting to corner Beato. She grimaced as though in pain, but she still struck back with the blue truth. No, perhaps she really was in pain. Now that the character, apart from Natsu, have already alibis established, the vision of the witch is also being denied. Beato perceived the denial of her existence as pain. Even so, you shouldn't have an alibi for the time period before and after you were in the lounge. It was possible for Ninja to commit the crime too? That's right, I get that Ninja was in the lounge with Erika from 1 to 3, but what about before and after that? Mais là, le problème, en fait, c'est que c'est un no match, quoi. What about that, Erika? Yes? Ouais, je ferme ma fenêtre. Commence à faire froid. Commence à faire frisquer. Yes? First the alibi for before 1. There's no problem at all. I played cards with the cousins in their room until midnight, and then went downstairs to the lounge when I met Dr. Ninja. That's right. At midnight I met Erika-san after she came down the stairs and spoke with her, knowing that she was quite the connoisseur of the mystery genre. I realized that I found a kindred spirit. When I went into the library to solve the epitaph's riddle, I noticed there were several original copies of famous foreign mystery novels stored there, so I wanted to discuss them with the actual books in hand. We moved to the library and were talking the whole time, constantly until we moved to the lounge. From true it was that book storage room in the guest house was stocked well enough that it was fair to call it a small library, in it were several famous foreign mysteries novels that Shinzo had once taken a liking to. Of course they were all originals and in English, but English was no problem for either Erika or Ninja. For its occasion, they had borrowed the key to the library one more time for Goda in the servant room. At that point, Erika checked the seal again and, of course, reset it. Damn her. Even though she keeps it sealed for anyone else to enter or leave, she only enters and leaves whenever she wants. I see, so from midnight until 3, you went to sleep, you were with Ninja the whole time? That means Ninja's alibi is the most rock solid of them all. Yes, that is exactly. J'ai une idée de fou. Si elle a joué aux cartes jusqu'à minuit, pourquoi pas l'accuser elle en fait? Ah bah non, elle a l'autorité du détective, my bad. C'est complètement unfair dès le départ, my bad, pardon. I respond. After midnight, Erika was in Ninja the whole time until 3. At midnight, the crime in the cousin room still hadn't occurred. So that's why an alibi had been established for the period before the time they were in the lounge. After that, we walked out of the library into the hallway at 1. And we did, we just happened to bump into Rosa-san as she returned. I didn't tell Rosa-san about that. I figured it was probably a servant's responsibility to welcome in a guest. Goda asked if she should bring a towel, but Rosa refused. She quickly headed up to the second floor. At this point, Erika, Goda, and Ninja gathered together and decided to have a drink. The alibis in the lounge up until 3 have already been proclaimed in red, so there are no problems there. Let's continue on to after 3. This is Dr. Ninja's alibi after we split up. At 3, Battle-san returned the people in the lounge went their separate ways. Dr. Ninja, Battle-san, and I went up to the second floor. I then said goodnight to Dr. Ninja. At this time, of course, I put a seal on the door to the doctor's room as well. I didn't change until the crime was discovered. I flew out my room at the same time with Battle-san screamed and checked to see that the door to Dr. Ninja's room was still sealed. Therefore, Dr. Ninja's alibi is perfect both before 1 and after 3. C'est la fin des temps. Splendid, Erika. Both your seal and your red truths are perfect. Ninja had the alibi of being with Erika until 3, and he didn't leave his room after 3 until morning. Erika made use of the seals on the doors, and was granted red truths on Ben Castle, one after another, probably demanding that Beto repeat something and been about maneuvering and tactics, but it's totally different for Erika. For her, it's like having a trump card that can make red whenever she wants. This concludes the proof of alibis for all suspects in the guest house. Any problems? I do have a problem, and that problem is better racked her brain to find some point to latch onto, but Erika's rate has been ruthlessly perfect. There was no point she could take issue with. Edo kept thinking or trying to fault Erika on something, but her expression was so wrought with desperation that anyone could tell by looking. Edo's complaint is rejected. I can't sense any problem at all. It's totally pop, cute and perfect. Alibis from all humans in the guest house have not been proven. Wait a sec, Erika. Are you trying to leave me out of this? Push me I'm a battler or so she'll have a chance to commit the crime. After all, I was in the same room as the victim all night. I'm not gonna let you skip past this part while ignoring me. D'accord. At that time, an arrow twisted like a golden snake and hit me. It didn't pierce through me, but it slapped me hard on the cheek like a whip. At the time, your right to speak has not yet been recognized. Be warned. Oh, damn it. Yeah, I understand, Butler. And my apologies, forgive me. Erika, you still haven't shown an alibi for Butler. Butler is the man who was sleeping alongside the victims. Shouldn't he be placed under suspicion more than anyone else? Ça va être intéressant, là. Ou pas. That was right. You can't go sleeping Butler like that. My apologies. I had completely forgotten. After Butler returned at 3, you went up to the second floor with him. And I believe you also went to your own room and slept. You may have gone to the cousin room at midnight, but I don't think you went there after 3. Well, you claim that you went to chlorine to Butler bed later on. Well, if you say you were looking at Butler's sleeping face all night long to confirm his alibi in the cousin room, I'll accept it, right? Yes, I listened to him breathing in his sleep all night long. Got a problem with that? Enfin... C'est terrifiant, tu peux pas te sortir de ça. C'est pas possible. What? I, for Erika, can prove that Butler son returned to the cousin room at 3, that he went straight to bed afterwards and that he went straight to sleep. And I can prove that until he woke up and noticed the gruesome situation the room was in, and not to scream, nothing happened in that room. So you have no need to worry, Battleston isn't the culprit. He's just a showering first discoverer who entered the murder scene without realizing it was one and slept until morning. It's insane. It shouldn't be possible for you to prove that it's the sins you love so much. How can you prove this? That's ridiculous. At the time I entered the room alone, Rika probably went into her room too. When she said something like that, actually she saw the whole thing. She never said she saw it. The room Erika was assigned to. Where was it located? Erika, please tell me, how can you prove so much about Butler? I expect no less from a true detective. My room was right next to the cousin room. There wasn't a single thin wall between them. You don't mean you put your ear against the wall to check what was happening in the cousin room? Yes, my ears are perfect. Right after Battleston entered the room, I put my ear against the wall and checked to make sure nothing strange happened. You said you could prove that nothing happened to Butler left at the room the next morning. You don't mean... Yes, I put my ear against the wall and listened in on that room until morning without sleeping a wink. Everyone was stunned into silence. She put her ear against the wall and for the entire time until morning she listened to what was going on in Butler's room. Just what would that have looked like? Until dawn she had killed breathing in the pitch black room, clinging to the wall chair with the cousin room, like some kind of creepy venomous spider clinging to the wall of a darkened room. Her just alone was grinning in triumph. Through the progression of the game, I realized that Butler, the one who had received the head ring, would be a key player. I was sure that Butler would be a victim of the first twilight. Yes, so just as my master told me to do, I put my ear against the wall until morning without a wink of sleep, checking to make sure nothing unusual happened. Erika has a photographic memory, and her hearing ability is on par with a tape recorder. It would have been impossible for him to deceive Erika's ear, either to kill George and the other or make those wounds on her throat. C'est vraiment dur là. Mais vaincu par le pouvoir de l'autisme. Hein. Unaccepted power of detective's authority. I have no choice but to acknowledge it. I confirm it in red. I'm sure I'm a battler returned to the cousin room at 3 and fell asleep. After that, until the discovery of the crime, absolutely nothing out of the ordinary happened in the room. In other words, it was impossible for Butler to commit murder or damage the corpses. Dirt from the pair forced Butler to show an expression of considerable anguish. It was only natural. Those red troops not only guaranteed Butler's alibi, but a number of the odd things as well. First off, it meant that the murder was impossible for any one of the three, and since the cousins were confirmed to be alive at later midnight, the time period of the crime automatically became between midnight and 3. That means the alibis for all people who weren't in the guest house before 3 are thus guaranteed automatically. C'est... That one hurts a lot. After midnight, Erika was in the guest house the whole time, so it should have been difficult for her to prove alibis for all the people in the mansion. It should have been almost impossible to prove alibis for Eva and the others. But now all she has to do is prove that they never visited the guest house between midnight and 3, and she can prove those alibis. Anyway, we'll have to construct it so that the murder were possible before 3. And we have to prove that it was possible for one of the people in the mansion to do it. The people who had been in the guest house all had alibis. The crime didn't occur before midnight. The crime couldn't have occurred after 3. In other words, there was no way for the murders to happen unless someone from the mansion committed the crime between midnight and 3. In order to protect Natsui, we had to establish that it was possible for someone other than Natsui to commit the crime. Ironically, the witch has to prove that the human has committed the crime. C'est vrai que c'est très ironique pour le coup, quand tu repenses au premier chapitre. Still, this is pretty difficult. Until Erika was in the lounge, and you have to pass through there to reach the second floor. In other words, she's particularly like a manager for guest house second floor. This tactic may be a bit overused, but if it... C'est overused, c'est bras égali turbo, quoi. Riez, s'il vous plaît. But if it was possible for someone to go up to the second floor without Erika noticing, we should be able to prove that the crime was possible for anyone. It's probably possible for a human to climb up to the second story without a window if they really wanted to. Merci, Matermine. Of course, Beto had also thought of striking back that way, and Burn Custom must have thought this as well. What, la ninja agora kuma-sama? We realized that the crime was impossible for all these people in the guest house. Ça va très très mal finir cette affaire. Hein. However, what about the humans in the mansion? As I have already said, my master have even proclaimed with the red truth. I was in the lounge on the first floor of the guest house, and to reach the second floor, one must pass through the lounge. In other words, it was impossible to reach the second floor without me seeing it. And what if that wasn't impossible? For example, what if someone placed a ladder against the outer wall of the guest house and snuck it through a second story window? There must be a way to reach the second floor without passing through the lounge. That way it would be possible to reach the crime scene without you seeing it. Quel OST de fou, frère. That finally struck back. Before you know, she let Erika take a total control and attack her with the red over and over. During that time, Battle's counterattack with the blue turn had been few in number, even including this one. Of course, I knew you tried saying that. I could have my lookout in the lounge become meaningless. So first I must prove that my lookout was perfect. First off, because of how the guest house is constructed, it's impossible to reach the second floor without me seeing it from the lounge. There are no places under cover, nor are there any physical or mental blind spots. My master repeated, it's impossible for someone to reach the second floor of the guest house without anyone in the lounge noticing it. So of course it only refers to reaching the second floor from inside the building. Go on, my master. So next is Lady Beatrice's theory that there might be a way to reach the second floor from the outside. This really is a problem. After all, they're all trees that they could probably be climbed and someone could use the ladder. Even crawling up the rain gutter can be ruled out as impossible. But I can't let you do that. Oh, you won't let me, and knows that. Did you stay up all night circling the guest house? No, you couldn't do that. You were in the lounge. From the lounge, you can only see a small part of the outer perimeter through the window. That's true? It wouldn't prevent all method of climbing up to the second floor from the outside. However, I was able to prevent all entry to the second floor. Prevent entry? I had already foreseen this move. How terrifying that she would be so persistent. Because of all the guest house constructed, the windows are the only method of entry from the outside of the second floor. The lock's not important at all. I only had to prove that none of the window or shutter was open even once. After I witnessed the location of the hidden vault, I returned to the guest house and immediately began severing all method of entry to the second floor of the guest house that didn't pass through the door to the lounge. Yes, it's exactly the same. No different from the rest. Don't tell me you used that seal of yours on the windows of the guest house. In that weather, dressed like that? Well, I did have my swimsuit from when I drifted here. You're insane. At a house where you were welcomed as a guest, you did something like this in the middle of the rain even though nothing had happened yet? For a normal human, it would have been an action so suspicious as to be completely impossible. However, she is the witch's piece. In the middle of all that rain, Erika sealed out the window from the outside. To create an alibi showing that no one could sneak into the guest house from the outside. She climbed up the wall herself and did that to all the windows on the first and second floor, not to all things that could possibly have permitted entry. Also, after hearing that she had been listening to the cousin room all night long without even sleeping a wink, this new bizarre action didn't seem quite so impossible. This had probably also looked like a venomous spider, a disgusting spider crawling over the outside guest house wall during a storm. Just what you do? Think of this Ushima family? She saw you repair us for welcoming you as a guest? To detectives, the Ushima family is nothing more or less than the stage upon which the crime occurs. Before the outbreak of the crime, it was important for me to memorize the name of the characters, memorize the layout of the land, and prepare for the upcoming crime by devoting my time towards collecting and creating all possible alibis. From my perspective, detectives wouldn't prepare anything before the outbreak of the crime at a third rate. After all, we all know that someone will die wherever we spend the night. Furthermore, at the time of the crime was discovered, Erika confirmed that none of the seals had been broken. That's why Erika wasn't the first one to reach the cousin room when the corpses were found. Even without inspecting the corpses, she could be certain of several things thanks to the red truth. It was more important to check the seals than the construct's alibis. My master is perfect. All I did was for everything perfectly by following my master's order. Well done, Erika. My double, my piece. What do you think, Lambda? Doesn't this prove that Erika's lookouts in the lounge contain absolute reliability as far as construct alibis? C'est la fin, hein. Yeah, I acknowledge it. Erika, your seal is perfect. I acknowledge it in red. It is impossible to reach the second floor of the guest house without passing through the lounge, and impossible to reach it all without Erika was in the lounge knowing about it. Thank you very much, Lady Lambda Delta. So you know what's coming next, great Lady Beatrice. Therefore, the time of the crime is limited to the singular hour between midnight, when we are confirmed to be alive, and 1 when our party in the lodge started. I've already said it, but at midnight I went down to the lounge, hit it off with Dr. Nenjo, and was engrossed by discussion of the mystery genre in the library until 1. It's a bit embarrassing, but I grew so wrapped up in that discussion, I wouldn't have noticed if anyone had passed through the corridor during that period. Quite a regretful mistake for a detective. After doing all that maneuvering and setting up seals to guarantee a perfect alibi, she became too engrossed in the mystery discussion and left an opening. Her relaxed smile was completely shameless, the total opposite of her words. Elle fait tout ce qui peut l'arranger en fait, c'est pénible. It almost seems like it's the other way around. It's enough to make you think that it was an intentional trap. To make it clear to all that only Natsu didn't have an alibi between midnight and 1. In other words, this paradoxically meant this. The only ones who could have reached the cousin women and committed the crime are those characters who have no alibi between midnight and 1. Eyes clearly hinted that Natsu was the only one who fit the description. Oh, ça tombe comme des mouches là. It should have been a crime whose time and location were completely unknown during that long night, but because of the alibis Erika had constructed, it had been limited to the time period between midnight and 1. Erika left the cousin room at midnight. That marked the last confirmation that George and the others were alive, and after the party in the lounge started at 1, it was impossible to reach the cousin room by any method. Damn, Lauren, for a mere human, she's quite bad. The night have been sealed up into an hour, and that is why there won't be many suspect pieces left. Damn it, Lady Berncastle. Nicely done. Unlike Butler, I'm not an idiot. After watching this game 5 times, I've got more than enough cards in my hand. Then let us continue. Let's examine the alibi of the remaining suspects, the people in the mansion. After all, we only have to worry about the single hour between midnight and 1. That should be difficult at all. Let's start with midnight. At this time, Natsu, Cross, and Genji are in the second floor corridor, and all of the others are in the first floor dining hall. This has already been shown by my master's read. Yes, that's right. At midnight, Natsu, Cross, and Genji were in the corridor on the second floor of the mansion. The rest of them were in the dining hall of the first floor. And as you know, there was a mysterious knock and a letter with the one-winged seal on it appeared. The discussion surrounding that continued until 1. I would say it was the red truth. Of all the people in the dining hall, not one of them left the dining hall until 1. C'est tellement la merde. Since the possible time from the crime had been limited to between midnight and 1, the adults in the family conference were confirmed not to have left the mansion between midnight and 1. All had proven alibis. And how do you intend to prove that? Erika's in the guest house. Did someone prove it by using one of your favorite seals on the dining hall door? You have not convincing evidence of proof. The red truth is simply truth, and there is no need to provide evidence, proof, or room for a counter-argument. Who made that rule? Its overbearing red truth hadn't only given alibis to the adults in the dining hall. It also gave alibis to Shannon and Cannon who had come to serve tea. And even guaranteed that they never left the dining hall. In other words, the only ones who didn't have proven alibis were the 3, Natsu, Cross, and Genji. No, there were only 2 left. If Cross and Genji had their alibis proven, it proved that no one but Natsu could have been the culprit. Let's do Genji next. He's a victim, but you can't deny the possibility that he committed the crime in the cousin room and was then killed himself. And furthermore, Tori was in the second floor corridor at midnight. He then returned to the servant room to transfer the phone call from Natsui and was completely isolated. Which means it was possible for Genji to commit the... Merde. I say it in red. When Genji finished transferring the call, he immediately returned to the waiting room. Not just a cold hard truth without any evidence proof seals the alibis, got it? And at 1, there was another break in the family conference and Rosa returned to the guest house. At that time, I'm truly thankful for your cooperation, Ushirimiya Eva-san. Please rise. Erika-chan wasn't the only one, okay? I was also certain that something would happen that night. She's the person who told me how to make those seals, and she helped me to check the alibis of those people under suspicion. During the break at 1, I went to Genji's on the waiting room and used the same seal as Erika-chan. In other words, that wasn't broken, so when one hunter left that room between 1 and the next morning. Oh. Now, Kanon-san and Kumasawa-san, please rise. Kanon was expressionless and Kumasawa got to her feet timidly. In the morning, you two went to wake Genji-san because he had slept in, right? And at that time you noticed that the door was sealed, broke the seal and opened the door, correct? Yes. I thought it was some kind of prank. I didn't think deeply about it at the time. I'm not asking for your opinion, just give us the facts. Did you break the seal and enter the room? Yes. Was the red truth? I guarantee that Eva, Ken, and Kumasawa's statement just know the truth. At 1 AM, Eva sealed Genji's waiting room and that seal was broken by Ken and Kumasawa in the morning when the crime was discovered. This be a pain, so I'll add on some more. During the short break at 1, the first two to leave the dining hall were Rosa and Eva. Until Eva returned, everyone in the dining hall remained there. After sending Rosa off, Eva went to the waiting room and sealed it. Of course, she did not enter the room at all this time. C'est tellement effrayant. Comment tu wins, frère? This is all information gathered from the people involved. It's interrupters without a basis. It's a truth due to proper reasoning constructed from testimony. Not only testimony, but the limits of scientific investigation, such as collecting fingerprints, were used here. After working the science studies that were involved with all kinds of chemicals, I obtained all sorts of results to create an ultimate truth, infinitely close to a red truth. This isn't a science mystery, so I spare you the details. As Erika swaggered around the cathedral, she arrogantly touted at scientific knowledge. She had thorough knowledge of all the chemicals in Kinto's study and had used them to conduct a scientific investigation, which had not been acknowledged and made it into her truth by Bernd Castle. She didn't explain the details, but she had obtained a result that was convincing even without the red truth. Collecting fingerprints with aluminium powder. Science, bitch! Juste Jesse Pinkman en fait. Component analysis of the mud under someone's shoe and various chemicals reaction from the cleaning rainwater. Erika just walked into someone's study several times and used several chemicals wherever she pleased, all without asking the family's permission. However, no one could fault her for this. These pieces couldn't hinder any action the detective might take for the investigations. That's the power of the detective authority. You act like you own the place. From now on, I'll tell everyone I meet if someone claims to be a detective, never welcome them into your house as a guest. That's probably a good idea. Keeping shelter to a detective is just about the worst torment of misfortune out there. Because of this, it has been proven that it was only possible to reach Genji's waiting room and commit the crime between midnight and 1. And furthermore, by Erika's investigation, it has been proven that it was impossible for Genji to reach the cousin room. It had already been made clear that in red that after transferring the phone call to Natsui, Genji had gone straight back to the waiting room, and because of Erika's scientific investigation, further red has been added, saying Genji never left the mansion after midnight. Because of this, it had been made clear that Genji couldn't have reached the guest house, much less the cousin room. C'est tellement la fin des temps. No. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Only Cross and Natsui remain. Everyone else had their alibis proven, haven't they? Impossible. Natsui's mouth flapped open and shut like a suffocating goldfish. And that's an accurate analogy. Natsui's mind was blank and spinning out of control, and she felt as though she really would suffocate. Don't shoot me, Natsui. I'll give you one last chance. Confess at all to the crime and the work of your husband. Do I look like the kind of woman who will falsely accuse her husband? C'est quoi toutes ces hosties de zinzin à la seconde là? That's all, Natsui's denied it. I'll give you the same chance. You understand, right? Oh wait, don't tell me. You aren't going to take advantage of the fact that Cross is missing to try and pull a devil's proof on me, are you? C'est tellement la fin du monde. Beato realized that they were rapidly approaching the end of this battle. Normally Beato should have been able to argue against the alibis of Erika in several ways, using the blue truth. However, all of those alibis had been accepted by Bernd Castle and Lambda Delta as a red truth, and Beato no longer had any room to argue. It's like the switches are distorting things, so that they match with the plotline Erika has drawn up. That's right, if the game master ready on the Delta accept the truth, his authenticity will not be questioned. The world that comes after will be formed based on the final remaining truth. This happens no matter how far this final truth is from the real truth. There's no one who crosses the culprit. He's being held prisoner somewhere. Wait, we can't deny the possibility that Natsui was skillfully triggered into believing that during the phone call. Do you suspect Natsui and Cross Bataclan? Well, Erika's truths have been constructed in a cowardly fashion, but it's a proper truth. Though the witches did conspire with her, it has still been acknowledged as right truth. In other words, it cannot be a fake truth, but solely unnice. This means that even Erika's truth is supported by logic. The truth about Natsui and Cross being culprits is also very possible. Even if it's a mixture of truth and lies, it makes sense logically. It's a mixture of truth and lies that is just as valuable as truth is. Which one of those two truths will you believe? That is up to you to decide. No. I trust Natsui and Dr. Cross. I realize there's some money trouble. But even so, I don't want to believe that they're the culprit. But I can't believe it. On this game board, what already still cornering Natsui. Why do you intend to let her escape? I don't know. However, I seriously don't want to give up. Natsui was just caught in a commodity trap. Erika's reasoning has fallen for that trap completely. So whether it's intentional or she's being manipulated, Erika is dating the true culprit. Erika has accused Natsui of being the culprit, but even if everyone there believes that, in fact, for that very reason, I want to be the one person who trusts Natsui.
Il faut croire à la magie, Butler. Si tu veux faire ça. Pas le choix. Les OST défoncent, hein, vraiment.
Everyone believes it, sir. Will that become the truth? Everyone accepts a lie. Will that become the truth? Must an honest person be dragged up to the guillotine, all alone and taunted by liars? I don't like it. If no one else would believe in Natsui, then I will. The real truth isn't something to determine when everyone accepts it. It's something you'll find after thoroughly investigating both possibilities. So this trial is a downright lie. This trial exists for no reason other than to send Natsui up as the culprit.
Il a raison.
Beto is doing all she can to play Natsui's case, right? Wrong. Beto is trying to refute Erika's argument. She's just defending.
Faut que je mette mes lunettes de détective pour l'aider. Faut que je contre le pouvoir de la détective avec mes lunettes de détective. D'ailleurs, mes lunettes de détective, de quelle couleur sont-elles? Eh oui. Je ne peux que dire la vérité quand je les mets. Je pourrais. J'ai les mêmes lunettes en noir. En bleu, ce serait Gojo, genre.
She's just defending. You can't fight in this trial while simply resisting all of your opponent's claim. This is why Beato always cornered me in the past. She isn't gonna beat Erika by finding flaws in her reasoning. She has to find different truths and she'll Lambda Delta the commander of this game. That her truth is more correct than Erika's. Anyone create a truth where Natsui isn't the culprit? Without violating the red truths that Leader Baron Castle has shown? I don't know, but as long as I don't believe that Natsui is the culprit, there's got to be a different truth. It's even okay if the culprit for the crime was a witch.
Ça, je les colle. La musique est folle, hein.
That's better than having Natsui be framed by an incorrect truth. So no matter how much red truths are shown, you don't believe that Natsui is the culprit, correct? Yeah. For all things, there should always be some people who believe and some who don't. No matter how much evidence is stacked up against her, someone has to believe that she's innocent. There must be several truths in the world that cannot be proven with evidence. I don't even want to accept that something true just because everyone says it is.
Il va faire l'exact inverse de ce qu'il est censé faire là.
How can you be sure that there's nothing on the back side of the moon and you've never seen it?
Tous ceux qui ont joué à Odyssey savent ce qu'il y a derrière, hein, sans vouloir.
Is there some reason that you have to believe it until you see the back of the moon with your own eyes? You can't deny neither the possibility that nothing's there at all, nor the possibility that there's a thriving culture of space bunnies. You can never assume something in the truth until you actually check it. This cult is a malicious thing, trying to force a single interpretation on a truth that cannot be checked. I believed there was civilization on the backside of the moon. When I was in elementary school and I was made fun of and loved that. So I thought it was embarrassing to think that civilization lived on the moon, and I threw away that belief. I'd been told by a book my mom read me that rabbits lived on the backside of the moon, so I believed that for a long time. But when everyone said it was wrong, I abandoned that truth without even trying to check it. Even without evidence, I abandoned the truth I believed in. And now everyone is starting to believe that Natsui is the culprit, even though no decisive evidence has been shown. Even without evidence, Erika's words sound reasonable, so they're probably the truth. Is that why you're throwing away your belief that Natsui is innocent despite the lack of proof? If no one else will believe, then I will. I believe the real truth only appears if you look with both eyes, one denying and one affirming. No matter how much she tries to make us believe that Natsui is the culprit, I believe she isn't. I won't abandon that belief. Understood. Then I will give you just a single red truth. I will give this single bit of power to you, so that you possess the will to fight in the truest sense. Power? By the name of the finite witch Virgilia. No, as the form of witch Beatrice, I will grant you this red truth. Assure me Natsui is not the culprit.
Oh pétard.
A play bargain. If you acknowledge that Cross is the culprit, Erika will suspend her pursuit of Natsui. From then on, the investigation will proceed assuming that Cross, whose location is unknown, is the culprit. What you do, Beto? At this rate, Natsui is serious trouble, right? Will you accept the plea bargain? If you're willing to abandon this Yoshimiya family or nothing, Burns be kind enough to let you get off with it, okay? Cross is currently missing, and it's unknown whether he's alive or dead. Like Kinzo is not different than the cat in the box that has disappeared into the mist of the island. The cat inside the box isn't fixed, and no interpretation of it can be denied. In the room of the endless interpretations, the true source of the endless witch's power. In other words, no matter how much Ben Castle claimed that Cross is the culprit, she can't make that the sole truth. In other words, the Cross culprit theory and the witch theory can be in most perfect balance. It would mean making the game a draw. This was cajolery, offering her a second chance if she abandons the honor of the family she swore to protect, and consent to a fragment that stomps all over that honor. There's no room for false confidence. For Berto to lose is to die. In this game she should always show to draw unless she has an overwhelming advantage. I won't allow you to treat my husband like the culprit. J'enlève les lunettes là. Battler a une vérité rouge, j'en ai pas besoin pour l'instant. My husband is a successor of the Ushimiya family headship. The only person who will inherit the glory of the Ushimiya family. I will never let you treat him like a criminal. Are you sure, Natsui? If you refuse to suspect Cross, then you'll be the only one left. Alibis have been proven for everyone else in the other wars. Ample's Raven. Even without any evidence, it will be determined that you are the culprit. And if I'm the only one left, what then? I'm Ushimiya Natsui. I will not try nor hide. I am innocent, and I am the representative of the noble head with the one-winged eagle engraved into my heart. If you wish to insult me, go ahead. If you wish to ridicule me, do as you please. No one can damage my honor with a mixture of truth and lies.
Natsui qui remonte vraiment, hein. La tier list des persos, je pense qu'elle était vraiment dans le fond de la caisse. Putain, la force de caractère, hein.
With a dignified voice, Natsui stated her case openly before the witches above her. However, this response might have been exactly what Bergdorfsel has intended. Natsui refuses the deal. And you better. You understand, right? The instant Natsui is specified as the culprit, Lambda will make her verdict. As soon as that happens, the illusion of the witch will be denied, and you'll disappear into the mist. You plan to let Natsui's foolish bragging drag down you into the depths of hell? C'est le moment, une intervention divine. Richie, you fought well. This is our chance. Convince Natsui and try to work out a compromise. Both Lady Lambda Delta and Lady Berncastle have boredom, not you, as their true enemy. They probably want to have this game repeat and play some more. If they see that you're willing to make a concession, they will most likely accept it gladly and move on to the next game. If we move on to the next game, then what will happen to the Natsui of the game? The Natsui of this fragment? No, isn't the time to be worrying about that, right?
Ça le problème aussi, hein. C'est les fragments, les fameux.
Natsui is just a piece. Even if she gets removed from this game, she'll show up again in the next one. That doesn't apply to you, my lady. I believe you know what Lady Berncastle plans for this game. It's a more realistic goal to make use of that and aim for victory in the next game instead. Accepting Lady Berncastle's deal may be one and only good option right now. Sorry, that useless pride of yours. Neither Kasparov nor Deep Blue won every game. The person that wins more games wins in the end, right? If a witch gets too attached to a single match, a single life, a single piece, that witch dies. My apologies, but I cannot do that. I know the strength of a man who believed even though everyone said he was wrong. And I know the suffering he went through and what forced to abandon that belief. On parle de Battler là. Elle va avoir une face grâce à Battler. Et ça c'est beau. Mais elle va perdre quoi.
Mm.
Why not abandon Natsui? Why? Because if everyone has suspect Natsui, then someone has to believe in her. Because truth can only be found in the gap between those who doubt and those who believes. I won't abandon her. Even if everyone believes that Natsui is the culprit, I will still claim that I, the witch, am the culprit. If I can't even make that claim, my existence isn't worth anything. I cannot lose. The truth isn't something anyone gets to deny. Only when you abandon it yourself does it disappear. Is that your answer, Beato? Yeah, of course I refuse.
Toga kotowaru.
Dreamer Cross is not the culprit. Pwa 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 pwa. Il reste une ligne, hein. Fool. I won't let you take that back, okay? Here's what you get for being a quick-tempered moron. I don't know of Burnt Castle, Witch of Miracles, I speak with the truth. Ushima Cross is not the culprit, and he was killed long ago, shortly after you heard his voice over the phone, get it? Oh! C'est encore pire que ce que je pensais, hein. Les salopes! No, no, dear! When Castle's cruel and ruthless red blade gouged Natsui, it was totally merciless. Natsui had been crushed with uncertainty, not knowing whether Cross was alive or dead, but she had still been capable of believing that he was alive. And now that hope, that expectation had been crushed without any chance for a miracle. She had thrown herself into this trap out of concern for her husband's safety. She had now lost her daughter and husband and everything she had gained since marrying into the Ishurame family. Now even after this, one thing still remains. If her husband has been lost, then right now she is the last person who can protect the honor of the Ishurame family. She still couldn't let it end here. Even wrapped up in so much sadness, Natsui will do all she could to protect that honor. With this final bit of strength. Nope, it's over. It's been determined with the red truth that none of the remaining people in the dining hall left the room after until 1. In other words, alibi have already been proven for everyone except Natsui. Well done, Erika and Ben Castle. You've fully proven that the crime was impossible for everyone except Ushimi and Natsui. Why don't you start reading aloud from the verdict? At midnight on October 1st, 1986, the defendant, Ushimi Natsui, left before the others while pretending to return to her room to sleep, and murdered George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji one after another during the 1 hour period before 1 AM. Let me next on. Due to circumstantial evidence, include the murder of Cross. Yeah, that's right. In this situation, it's unthinkable that anyone except Natsui could kill Crow. A revision up to the verdict, during the hour before 1 AM, Crow, George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji were killed one after another. It's only possible for any of this murder to have taken place between midnight and 1. The only person without an alibi during this time was Ushimi and Natsui. From this point forward, the defendant will be treated as a true culprit. Furthermore, because it has been fully proven that the crime was possible for humans, Beatrice and the Switch, this court of illusion hereby denies your existence. You'll be given a chance to plead your case, but can you prove an alibi for Natsui? How can you prove that it was possible for someone other than Natsui? If you can do that, Natsui will stop at being one shade short of absolutely guilty, and the denial of her existence will be put on hold for this game. If Natsui had an alibi, Beato wouldn't have shown it long ago. In fact, wasn't the whole point of that trap to make her lose her alibi? Even if her alibi is not proven, I will believe in Natsui's innocence, no matter how much you try to pin your fake truth on her. I am the true culprit. Natsui is innocent, but without any proof. The truth is not known by the master of the night on this island, Beatrice the Golden. I am Ushiromiya Natsui. Now that my husband has passed away, I am the head of the Ushiromiya family. My determination will not bend no matter how you try to humiliate me. Why, you ask? It's because father gave me permission to engrave the family crest of the one-winged eagle into my heart. How do you intend to disprove the existence of this honor with your evidence and your alibis? You cannot. The Ushiromiya family crest engraved into my heart is immortal. Wow, la scène est tellement dure. Natsui and Beatrice had practically been placed on the guillotine. They cried out with all the strength of their determination. However, that did nothing but bring cold smite to Lambda's south face. Erika had constructed a truce that Lambda Delta could accept, and no one could construct a more convincing truce to deny Erika's. In that case, the most convincing truth would swallow up everything else and become the one and only truth. Even if it happened to be different from the real truth. The truth of those in the past followed up by the truth of those in the future. This can happen even for a mixture of truth and lies, as long as everyone acknowledges the truth. Sheesh! Stop howling already! I like it best when witches stop and beg for their life when they're about to be burned at the stake. One that try and bluff like you do, it's such a killjoy. In that case, I guess I'll send you to final gift. A red truth to smash that bluff wide open. What do you mean? Stop it, Ledgeburn Castle. Hasn't it already been overwritten with the truth you wished for? The truth and Natsui should be able to coexist. Please don't defile it, please. Natsui, when did Kinzo ever say it was okay for you to engrave the one-winged eagle into your heart? That were just the words of Kinzo from your delusions, weren't they? Oh. Po, 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 po. Fait très très mal. You know the real Kinzo? Not once in his entire life, no. Did he ever trust you from the bottom of his heart? And not once did he ever consider letting you bear the family crest? Oh. Non, 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 ils vont pas le faire témoigner sur ça, pitié. Oh là là, c'est... Oh là là. And that hurtless... Ça fait très mal. When that hurtless announcement was made, Kinzo stood up. So you need not listen to this. No one can defy the crest engraved in your heart. This is yours alone. Don't let your pride as a final family head be forgotten of forever. Natsui! Just shut up and disappear. You miserable delusion of Natsui's. Oh, c'est horrible. You cannot erase me, you cannot erase my soul, not as long as the crest is engraved into Natsui's heart. That's enough, you lying illusion. The real Kinzo wouldn't say that. Disappear. You are the illusion of Kinzo inside Natsui's mind, beautified by Natsui to suit her own purpose. Bah oui, hein. A bright white flash of lightning smashed Kinzo over and over again as he screamed. Then he crumpled like a doll and sat back down in his chair as though nothing had happened. The fierce emotion had left Kinzo's face. He had truly become like a wax model, and so he would never again share kind word with Natsui. Oh, that's right. The true Kinzo never once trusted Natsui during his entire life. The true Kinzo never once considered allowing Natsui to bear the one-winged eagle. Because of course, Kinzo has already vanished before the start of the game. The Kinzo that appears in this game is nothing more than Natsui's delusion. We're part of this Kinzo who believed in Natsui and entrusted her with protecting the family honor. Was a phantom created by Natsui? Bah oui. Ça on s'en doute un peu depuis le début du chapitre, mais oui. Beautiful woman, j'ai vu Spipers. We now face the truth that you never gained Ushiromiya Kinzo's trust as long as he lived. Wow. Natsui, don't cry. Kinzo entrusted the Rishima family to you, right? Nipa... No, he didn't. Not only did he entrust her with that, he never even said hello or met her gaze even once.
Oh.
Natsui's cry was a mixture of sadness and many other emotions, and it echoed throughout the cathedral. Natsui could no longer stop her tears. Some last faint element that had shared up until today, that had allowed her to enter as a Ushiromiya, as the wife to the head's representative, as the final family head, had been torn to bits. Natsui no longer had anything left. Natsui could no longer allow herself to even call herself a Ushiromiya. Those difficult days, those painful days. Those days where she still gave everything she called for the family she'd married into despite it all. There were very few happy days among these. All of this flitted through her mind, one after another, and disappeared. All of those once beautiful memories were then crushed by burnt castles were truth, smashed to bits and scattered, flung deep into her hands, and smeared red with mournful blood. It was the red of sadness and truth. C'est affreux. Natsui, bébou, Natsui pat. That is all. Just because the crime exists as it does, this level of reasoning is possible for Frodo Erika. What do you think, everyone? And the Delta clapped. Then a bit later, Ben Castell also clapped, looking pleased. The expressionless wax figure like audience followed suit, and the unshakable verdict was welcomed with a great applause. And so the truth of the sale was decided.
Oh.
Mama. On en revient au moment où on s'est arrêté, je crois. Attendez, je vais pisser rapidos. Donc on en revient au moment où enfin pas où on s'en est arrêté, au début du chapitre, genre. Attendez, j'arrive.
Heureux. Ok. C'est le moment d'être bon. Mais je bois pas de Monster, Spipers. Je bois de l'eau avec de la grenadine dedans maintenant. Je bois très peu de Monster maintenant. Bah parce que j'en ai pas besoin vu que je bois plus de Monster. Mais sinon j'aurais réfléchi, ouais. J'ai perdu 7 kilos depuis 2 mois à peu près. Donc c'est pas mal. Ça se voit pas trop encore. C'est parce que je marche aussi. Et moi. Je fais beaucoup de marche. Tous les jours je marche un peu l'après-midi. Non, je fais de la marche dehors, quoi. Je marche une demi-heure par jour. Après manger, le midi, et voilà. Ouais, mais j'ai trouvé un truc, je me coupe les... comment ça s'appelle? Les cornes des pieds, là. J'ai trouvé un outil pour les enlever. Et du coup, depuis que j'ai ça, ça va beaucoup mieux. J'ai plus trop mal au talon. Il y a un outil qui les coupe et qui les râpe bien, genre. Et ça m'a changé la vie, genre. Ouais, sinon, dans les talons, ça va. Là, je dis, je me focus sur le chapitre, Spikers. Ça ne te dérange pas. Right now, no humans exist on this island except for those in this parlor. And with one exception, it had been shown that none of them have committed murders. And the culprit is among these people. Whoa, in that case it's conclusive, isn't it? Unless the culprit is a witch who committed murder with magic, that is. Was you? Who killed George? Killed my husband? Why? Why? I didn't kill anyone. I didn't! In a panic and with a voice that was far from calm, in a manner that was, to put it coldly and sightly, Natsui denied the suspicion placed upon her. However, there was no longer any way around it. She stood up. C'est exactement la même scène que le début de chapitre. She stood up, brushed back her long hair, pointed at Natsui and said it one more time. You're the culprit, we assure me, Natsui-san. Red-faced and tear-streaked, Eva walked up to Natsui and grabbed her by the collar. Then modestly she slapped Natsui's cheek. Natsui, who had never been slapped in her life, was shocked by the taste of iron, which she was feeling for the first time. It turned into a scuffle between Eva and Natsui. Butler immediately tried to stop them, but Eva planted a sharp knee into Butler's gut and he dunked her over. Give them back! Give back George and my husband! Why did you kill them? You murderer! Murderer! Sobbing, Eva kicked Natsui, who had fallen to the ground over and over. Butler tried once more to cut in and stop them, but he was brushed aside. And after that, no one tried to stop them. Repeating her son and husband names over and over, Eva kicked Natsui and kicked her. Then she started grabbing whatever her eyes fills upon and throwing it. Natsui was hit with a steaming teacup. C'est affreux en vrai. En vrai, c'est vraiment une horreur, genre. Magnifique OST d'ailleurs. Mais il n'y a que des OST de fou dans ce chapitre, hein, donc... Merci pour le nom. Mais de toute façon, j'irai les check à la fin. Généralement, en fin de chapitre, je prends toute la playlist des OST UMINEKO et j'écoute toutes les OST du chapitre que je viens de faire. Comme ça, je vois celles qui m'ont marqué ou pas. And a kind of black tea whose tea leaves felt over her.
She was kicked, her hair pulled and dragged up. Her cheek slapped so many times that it started to swell.
Pourquoi il n'y a plus d'enregistrement là? Non, ça a coupé l'enregistrement, pourquoi? Putain, je dois refaire un temps fort et tout. Dommage. C'est ce que je vais faire. C'est ce que je vais faire. Mais j'aime bien enregistrer sur OBS, c'est pratique, je peux hop, direct mettre sur YouTube après. Je sais pas pourquoi ça a coupé par contre. Attends, fais voir où ça s'arrête, parce que sinon je reprends là, hein. C'est pas grave, hein. Si, j'ai de la place. J'ai 500 Go de libre. Ah, c'est en revenant. Attends, mais je reprends là. Au pire, je t'éparerai en deux. 500 Go de libre. Le disque va très bien. C'est bon, j'ai relancé. Du coup, yo YouTube. Peut-être je fais en deux parties. Ça a coupé quand je suis revenu après la pause là. Mais fin du chapitre du coup. Je sais pas pourquoi ça a coupé. Mais... Bah, fin du chap.
No one tried to stop it. It wasn't because they were worried about Eva kicking them too. It was because they saw it as an appropriate act of retribution for a person who had lost a beloved son and husband. A proper retribution. A proper truth. Everyone in the parlor accepted that Natsui was the culprit. They accepted the truth Erika claimed. So it became a proper truth and Natsui was designated as the proper culprit. She had already lost the husband and daughter who might have protected her. And even Kinzo, who should have given her final bit of strength, had already vanished like a bubble in the ocean of illusions. No longer would anyone protect her. No longer would anyone believe her, though she was now the true culprit. Eva's shoulders heaved with her heavy breathing. Apparently her anger still hadn't abated. Erika patted her shoulder and made Eva take a step back. Of course, this wasn't to protect Natsui from violence, just to further humiliate Natsui, know that she had been branded as a culprit. Natsui-san, I've solved 2 of the 3 riddles. The whodunit and the howdunit. The final riddle, the why-done-it, must always be confessed by the culprit himself. Please follow the rules of the mystery genre and confess. The why-done-it refers to the motive. If it was a third-rate mystery, you would let out a high-pitched loud about now confess to the crime, and start telling the story of her sad past. Don't tell me you intend to make me explain that part as well.
En fait, vu qu'elle l'a pas fait, t'es mignonne. C'est quoi ton mobile? Bah, je l'ai pas fait.
I'm not the culprit. Someone believe me. I just let my husband take an hostage, was risen and fell into a trap. Natsui with her hair a mess and her face red and tears streaked.
Dès que Natsui, elle remonte très très haut dans ma tier list. Genre, elle me fait trop de la peine là. C'est horrible. Horrible.
Suggested to everyone, but no one met her gaze, because it had already been resolved that Natsui was the culprit. Because Lambda Delta had acknowledged that the culprit of the tale was Natsui and had woven in that way.
Faut pas que ça se finisse comme ça, c'est horrible, genre. C'est le moment d'une intervention divine là.
None of the pieces will pay any heed to Natsui's, to the culprit words. Natsui isn't the culprit, I am the Golden Witch Beatrice. I am the one who commands Rokenjima's night and who was reigned since long before the time we were all scared of the dark. Why can't you just call my sin? Why must you suspect Natsui? Acknowledge me. I committed all the crimes. There's no way a human is the culprit. The illusion of the witch had already been crushed, and Berto's voice didn't reach anyone. The verdict had already been made. Everything had been decided. No one can hear you. You're a phantom, a mere illusion. Go back to being a simple portrait. You're a faint phantom of a witch, one when Kinzo shared his illusion with his relatives. That is the truth chosen by this world. So greatly Lambda Delta, now is the time for you to bury the ridiculous and foolish illusion that this witch claims is the truth. Goodbye, Beatrice. I made you a witch expecting that you'd also become my friend, or help distract me from my boredom. And you've answered to my expectations. The second one, that is. C'est le moment. I am a witch. Even if Lady Lambda Delta doesn't acknowledge it. I'm a witch. Oh sure, but you will even be capable of believing that if I hadn't become a guardian in the first place. Yep, this is game over for you. You'll be buried in accordance with the rule of your game board. What happens to the loser in your game again? That has already shown that clearly in the previous game. You get made into a mound of living flesh before being tossed into the god's dinner party and getting chewed to bits. Now it is fitting in for you, Beatrice. And I did come all the way here just to hear the death cries of one unknowty as you.
Ça peut pas se finir comme ça, il faut forcément y avoir une intervention de zinzin, c'est pas possible. Mon cœur bat, mon cœur tremble, mes pieds tremblent, j'ai besoin d'être sauvé là.
One by one, a massive number of goat attendants slipped out from the shadow of the pillar and began to fill the cathedral. The goats paid no attention to Natsui, who was seated in the center, but the crowd completely enveloped her. From Beatrice's point of view up onto the balcony, it probably looked like a huge boiling pot of goats. Heh. That's right, the contract had been like this since the beginning. Yep, our contract said that whenever you stopped entertaining me, you would relieve me of my boredom with your life. Calm, stripped the title of witch from this woman and swore into the pot of goats. Suddenly there were goats standing right by Beato. They lifted her up roughly. Let me hear some nice screams. You're the wine I've been fermenting all this time. And perhaps refusing your request would be my final strike back at you. Yeah, I made her say it. The best screams always come from a girl who just says some tired line like that. Fall. Beatrice. The goats carrying Beato no longer viewed as their master, after holding her above to the pot of clumbering goats, which were snorting heavily in anticipation. They threw Beato's slender body into the air. All at once, the screaming goats faced the heavens and raised their arms. It was almost as though they would be able to forget their pain for just a short while by devouring her flesh. As she flew through the air, Beato tried to smile boldly, but it was so stiff that it seemed even more pathetic, much to Baron Castle's amusement. When Beato fell into the pot, the goats caught her. Of course, they didn't do it gently. What? The arms of countless goats pulled her flesh to keep it for themselves. They tried to tear her to bits. They didn't have to be flesh. Her fingernails shows even bits of her dress work just fine.
C'est juste la pièce, c'est juste la pièce. C'est juste la pièce, Béatrice. C'est le moment de mettre un gros copium, là. C'est terrible. Qu'est-ce que quoi? C'est juste la pièce. L'autre va très bien, ce n'est qu'un légume. C'est en full mash, copium? Allez, copium.
Most of those goats were the gateway to hell. However, Beato was too big to enter into that gateway.
Et la magie n'existe pas. Tout va bien.
So they had to shoo and tear into bits small into to fit into it. Beato let out a bold laugh. She laughed from inside the pot of goats. However, her expression was very different from the one she had wanted. It was an expression not of a witch, but of a single human yelling in their death's throes.
Pétard.
Then the sea of gods parted. Lana leapt forward, slicing all the goats in her path with a single flash of a long sword. It was a clean slice, like cutting through butter. The goats were surprised by Lana's sudden appearance and stepped back. In the center, Beatrice was covered in tatters, sobbing. What's this supposed to be, Dlanor, Inquisitor of Heresy?
Dlanor, la sauveuse? OMG? Dlanor qui va sauver la party?
My apologies, but I have something to say. There is someone who had an objection to this ruling. His name is Ushiomiya Butler.
My goat. My goat.
All of the goats stare at Butler. What is unsatisfactory about the court's ruling? Do you possess a new evidence?
Quand il y a ce début-là, généralement, c'est que c'est une OST de zinzin. Hein.
Do you possess any new evidence or truth sufficient to request a retrial? Yeah, I get it. Lana is offering me a helping hand. If he had jumped in here, it would be over. And now I fully understand how I'm supposed to fight. But because I understand how I'm unable to fight right now. After all, I can't win by simply countering Erika's truth. J'ai peur. If I want to deny your truth, I need to present a different one. And I still don't have a clue what the truth is. There is nothing that is not healed with time, and there is no truth that can be reached if you spend enough time searching. However, all trials have a limited time in which the truth must be decided. Therefore, a truth that cannot be reached within that limited time cannot become truth. Yeah, I know that. By now, everyone is certain that I'm not so.
Wouhou! C'est Béatrice à l'orgue là. C'est son final requiem genre.
By now, everyone's certain that Natsu is the culprit.
C'est magnifique, la musique.
Might be too late now, even for the real truth. Terra's violence will probably go unstopped, and no one is even thinking about protecting Mount Natsui. Not longer a situation where we can say, oh, the truth will eventually be found. And in this world, the time remaining to expose the truth is very short. It's already midnight, at the game's end. The police won't come. The truth won't be revealed. Only the truth decided upon here and now will remain.
C'est le moment. La musique est folle, putain. Waouh, 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 waouh.
I slowly stood up, walked in front of Beato and faced Lano. I have no plan. I don't know the truth. However, if I don't jump in now, I won't get another chance to fight. The raid used by Erika's group is mercilessly strict. I seriously doubt I can put together a truce where Natsu isn't the culprit without violating that raid. Why the uncertain face? How pathetic. Damn it.
Oh non, Béatrice, ma bébou, bébou, arrête, non. Ce chapitre me fait mal, il me fait mal au cœur.
Butler, I'll be the one to kill you. I want to keep that promise. And yet, right now, I don't have any plan at all. That's okay, in this world, there is no truth. The truth is made later on, and override what's come before it. Real truth doesn't exist anywhere. No, it's a splendid scenario, Delano. It just wouldn't be interesting unless a knight appears before the princess execution. And there's nothing better than watching the world before your very eyes. Here is the old piece and the unneeded player all in one go. As you wish, glory be the great Lady Berncastle. What a tit! I am the head inquisitor of heresy, Lano Henox. Step forward to show me a battler.
Le round 2, enfin, putain.
Damn it, I got nothing much to lose. If you wanna see me struggle, I'll show you. The only reason...
Il se passe quoi, c'est
The only reason Erika's theory is so strong is because of those seals.
Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Pourquoi il y a 10 heuristique de fou à la seconde, genre? Laissez-moi tranquille. Laissez-moi lire, je peux pas lire, les musiques sont trop bien, genre. Il faut arrêter, là. C'est criminel, genre. C'est criminel d'avoir autant de bangers en si peu de temps.
Okay. She was given red so quickly just because Lambda Delta easily bought the alibis created by those seals. But the seals aren't red truth. Just sticking pepper in a door crack is far from perfect.
Oh mon dieu, la musique de fou furieux.
There's no way something like that can prove anything with certainty. Begin, Battler, ready to let those goats turn into a pile of meat along with your beloved Beatrice? Why not mix the left clover from your precious sister into that pile? Wouldn't that make for a wonderful stack of meat? Then we can wrap it up in a dumpling, steam, and maybe add some soy sauce. Now the best way would be to fry them in a pan with some eggs and ketchup. Damn it! Can't we dub the reliability of these seals of Erika's? Something like wedging some peppers in the door can create a perfect alibi. Might be that someone noticed by chance happened to put it back in the same place. The blade of my blue tree should have slashed diagonally through Delano's chest. However, Delano's expression didn't budge in the slightest. And there wasn't a single wound on her chest. I was wondering what you'd throw out there, but it's just ridiculous. Allow me to explain. This is what I sealed the door with. Did you think it was paper about the sun? Erika once again held up the thing that looked like brown paper. It's packing tape, and its adhesive power is extremely strong. I used scissors to make it easier to tear. Furthermore, I wrote my signature, which cannot be reproduced in 3 places. Across the chair point, across the edge between the door and the tape, and across the edge between the tape and the door frame. Therefore, it's impossible to tear it off without leaving a mark, and it's impossible to reattach to. Permission to unsheath the red key. Granted. Due to the above, the seals are guaranteed to be perfect. Miss Erika's seals were not broken by anyone, and discipline is impossible. I acknowledge Erika's seals. However, Aunt Eva's seals on Genji-san's room should be different.
Oh, mais les scènes sont dingues, genre. Les musiques sont dingues, genre.
The seals was of the same type as Miss Erika's. This is because this method of sealing was one that Miss Erika and Eva conceived of together after dinner. Erika said something about the scientific investigation that finished through the chemical in grandfather's room, right?
Je sais pas où donner de la tête, la musique est trop bien, genre.
There might have been some kind of solvent in there. If you use that, you might be able to tear the packing tape without leaving fingernail marks. Please allow me to speak. It's impossible to tear off any of the seals by any method without leaving marks. Please allow me to speak. There were no suspicious marks on any of the seals. Therefore, it's been proven that nothing was done to any of the seals. Repeat it. Yes, gladly. All of Erika and Eva's seals were not tempered with any way that hindered their ability to act as seals, such as being scrapped off. Damn it. Damn you using packing tape that leaves marks all over the place. Lana isn't my only enemy. There's also subordinates, Gertrude and Cornelia, and also Erika and her master Brancasso, and even Lambda Delta, the one who hijacked Beato's game. Everyone in this cathedral is an enemy. That fierce rush of red immediately repelled my feeble truth. It's obvious why. I don't have any alternate truth. Even at this final stage, I have nothing. What you see is all that you have to discuss. You promise to give it everything you've got. If I only knew a truth that could prove Aunt Natsu's innocence. If I could only make a theory that weaves its way through Erika's red. Damn it, I don't know anything. Do you have any chance of winning? I left it at home. Mind if I go back and get it? I have already lost. I'm prepared for my fate. I promised that I'd kill you, so I won't let anyone else do it. I'll definitely keep that promise. Liar. I'll never trust your promises again. Huh? When did I ever make a promise to you and what?
Le signe, le fameux signe. Oh que oui. On sait pas ce que c'est. Mais elle lui en veut encore, quoi.
After hearing you say that, that mightn't be so bad. Kill us, Berknaster Lambda Delta. I let out a shriek cry, overcome with laughter. With a broken laugh and tears streamed down her cheeks. Battle's words would not longer reach her ears. She kept on laughing insanely like a broken record.
Encore une fois, au moment où il lui parle de ça, elle pète un plomb, genre. Qu'est-ce qu'il a fait il y a 6 ans? C'est lui qui a fait le 11 septembre ou quoi? Qu'est-ce qu'il a fait, genre? À chaque fois qu'il en parle, elle devient dingue ou elle devient triste, genre.
Is it over? Pitiful. I truly am disappointed. Assure me a battler. He'll need Lana. Slice me in half with that red long spot of yours.
Insérer le gif de... ouais. Bah non, mais qu'est-ce qu'il a fait, genre? Qu'elle soit aussi folle dès qu'il en parle, genre.
Non. Let's assume that there exists some method X that can lead someone to the second floor and the guest house without passing through the lounge. Erica climbed at the window and shuts were sealed, but she can't prove that she shielded all possible means of entry. There's a possibility that Erica was unable to see entrance X because she couldn't find it. Knox third. It is forbidden for hidden passages to exist. A detective, Miss Erica sealed all entrances. Passages the detective cannot find are hidden passages. Therefore, there are no entrances that Miss Erica cannot find. I present the possibility that Erica's lookout in the lounge wasn't perfect. During the 2 hours as Erica spent there, she really observed everything without looking away for a second. It might be possible for someone to have passed through the lounge during a small gap without at least Erica seeing them. Please allow me to speak. That Erica's lookout in the lounge was perfect. There was no small gaps or carelessness or time when she looked away for ever a second. Please allow me to speak. Therefore, during the entire meeting in the lounge, only was I went up to the second floor.
Oh.
Was that really Aunt Rosa herself? There's a possibility that someone disguised themselves as Aunt Rosa. Maybe she was actually holding a large suitcase with someone hiding inside it. Knox tense. Is it forbidden for a character to disguise themselves as another without any clues? There have been no hints suggesting that someone had disguised themselves as Rosa. Furthermore, Erica has confirmed that she wasn't carrying any luggage large enough to hide a human in, and that she was being threatened by someone. The invited unknown guest X is the true culprit. How can you be sure if the only person on this island? The true culprit is someone else. Knox first. It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story. When Peter was killed with poison in a remote murder. It was a strange drug that can make a cut appear in someone's neck when the... Ah bah là, toutes les règles y passent là. C'est... Knox fourth. It is forbidden for unknown drugs or other than scientific devices to be used. Est-ce qu'il va réutiliser l'argument des mini-bombes là? Des mini-bombes dans l'estomac? There's a chance that there existed a murder device X in the cutting room and Genji's waiting room that made a remote murder possible. It had some secret mechanism that still hasn't been discovered and... Knox 8. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Anyway, there's existed culprits other than Aunt Natsui. If you want to deny that, try and repeat it in red that none of the appearing characters were the culprits. Knox 6. It is forbidden for accident and intuition to be employed as a detective technique. You said that everyone except Aunt Natsui has an alibi. You're forgetting one person. Who's gonna prove that Erica herself has an alibi? Knox 7. It is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit.
Oh.
Unless she cocked red-handed, she should never be able to deny the possibility that Aunt Natsui is innocent. Can you even deny future possibilities like if a piece of evidence X that Erica hasn't discovered prove Natsui's innocence? Knox 8. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. This tale is filled with malicious lies. The tale itself has become a trap to capture Natsui. The tale should be constructed only from impartial truths. Knox 9. It is permitted for observers to let their own conclusion and explanation to be heard. He was the culprit, so maybe I give Joe Henneke and the others slow-acting poison to make them die after midnight, then silently slit their throat when I return at 3 AM. I could have done it so quietly that Erica wouldn't hear. Il est désespéré. Knox 8. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Everyone committed suicide, so there is no culprit. Oh. Please, allow me to speak. All victims were homicides. Erica didn't personally examine the corpses, right? It should be possible for people who aren't detectives to make a mistake when examining corpses. Please, allow me to speak. Know that no examination of corpses could have been mistaken.
Oh, c'est grillé, hein. Il y a aucun moyen. Hein. C'est le bout du bout. C'est impossible, genre.
And we, they were buried double corpses. Prepared corpses beforehand that closely resembled the victims. Know that no corpse exists except those of characters that have in the story. How can you claim that the horse is dead without these corpses? Doesn't that violate Nox's something or whatever? C'est horrible. Right, the red truth is simply truth, and there is no need to prove evidence, to provide evidence or proof. C'est la fin. In the face of these insane arguments, any attempts to overturn the truth where Natsu is treated as the culprit are completely meaningless.
Ça peut pas se finir comme ça, c'est trop facile.
Each time I brandished my desperate blue truth, it landed on the other's red truth and knocked me down to the floor. It was getting hard to even stand back up again. Does that mean my body is standing in that I'm about to surrender? To the truth where Natsu is the culprit? The red truth is getting more and more perfect. Each time I think I can slip through a chink in their armor, Lana smacks me down with the red longsword of Nox. Battle. That's enough, Battler. Not the end the story that torments me, no us. We'll finally end. Let us fall together into the depths. I don't want to see battle like this. Her Majesty as the ruler of the Golden Land, her enthusiasm as my rival are completely gone. She's just a pitiful woman who's been trampled over and lost all hope, with tears streaming down her face and a tragic smile that I can't bear to look at. Those rituals no longer exist. No, I have one. Last thing, oh putain. And that is a different truth where Natsu isn't the culprit? That's not it. All I can do is prove that Natsu isn't the culprit. After that, I can't show what the real truth is at all. But even so, maybe at least you'll be safe that way. Why? I can show without a doubt that Natsu isn't the culprit. However, I cannot show a different truth. Furica's truth is dispersed, the cream will return to darkness, and there might still be room for you to exist. Battler. Yeah, if you can do it. But if you can show a new truth, that means you're incompetent and useless as a player. I'll have you vanished from this game board for all eternity. At this point, the game master is Lambda Delta, and she is there too. This probably doesn't mean losing a single game, but being banished from this game for all eternity for losing. From what the witch have said in the past, I can fitly imagine the places pieces are sent when they're banished. They stand at the depths of oblivion, an eternal darkness that lies on the far side of eternal oblivion, where there is no concept of life or death. I'm going to disappear, aren't I? However, Beato will remain. As long as Beato remains, no matter how suspicious Natsu is, there will always remain space for the witch to be the culprit. In other words, room for Natsu to not be the culprit. As long as the space exists, someone will eventually expose the truth. It doesn't have to be me. Anyway, eventually someone will smash this fake truth to pieces. I understood that the time has come for abandon myself for the sake of this other person who will eventually appear, for the sake of the real truth. Well, it looks like I'll have to break my promise to kill you after all. Don't leave me as the only one alive.
Qu'est-ce qu'il compte faire? Qu'est-ce qu'il compte faire?
Disappear with you. Let that be your final tribute to me.
Easiest chip of my life jusqu'au bout, hein. Jusqu'au bout du monde, hein.
I beg you, if you just do this one thing, I don't need anything else.
Je sais pas ce qu'il va faire. Je sais pas ce qu'il va faire, mais ça me terrifie complètement. Have you used everything you have? I really am disappointed in you, Ushiramiya Battler. Est-ce qu'il peut pas prendre le contrôle de sa pièce, là, et tuer tous ceux qui sont dans la pièce? Attends, bah je vois que ça, hein. Je vois littéralement que ça. Ce serait très chaud, mais je vois que ça. Je vois que ça, parce que s'il n'y a pas de moyen de battre leur vérité de mort, là. C'est... Ce qu'il peut faire, c'est genre, bah, lui être condamné et disparaître à la place de Natsui et de Beato, quoi. Après, non, en fait, ça marche pas, parce que s'il le fait, le coupable est humain quand même, quoi. Ça change rien, en fait. Non, bah, c'est nul. C'est nul. Bah, je sais pas. Je sais pas ce qu'il compte faire. Weekly perform his requiem. That way I'll have an open field in which to expose Natsui's unseen. This guy's real interesting. Beatrice, assure me butler. But I've gotten tired of this. You aren't needed in our game. Do it, Lanor. This is the end. If you still have one last bit of power, let me see you master it now in your last moments. It's small but it's a sparkling red truth. The last term. Oh oui, c'est vrai! C'est vrai! C'est vrai, j'avais oublié! J'avais oublié, mais c'est vrai! If you can, why not go ahead? Take this. Uchiha Matsui is not the culprit. The red truth is simply truth, with no evidence or proof needed. This will make Lano stagger. Even if that's all it does, it's the first and last strike I can make. No, 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 no. Now, second, it is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. Huh? My red truth was blown away by the Lano red longsword. Bon, c'est complètement cheaté. Tu peux rien faire en fait. Achevez-les, c'est bon. Achevez-les. Les 3 derniers chapitres, c'est juste Lambda qui danse, qui fait des danses Fortnite. C'est bon, j'ai compris. Achevez-les. Qu'est-ce que tu veux faire? J'ai abandonné tout espoir là. In this court, if anyone other than witch is it going to speak the red truth? You have to construct an appropriate proof for it. Bah, franchement, extrêmement chaud de faire ça en stream. Mais j'avais vraiment envie de changer de chaîne en plus, donc c'est parfait. Nox 11 is forbidden to complain. Ah, mais là, qu'est-ce que tu veux faire, gros? C'est la fin du monde, là. They have to construct an appropriate proof for it. Erika has been following this procedure, right? True, Erika hadn't used the red herself even once so far. She always had burned castle, which repeat her statement. Sure, truth isn't something you obtain for yourself. It's a supernatural truth given by a paranormal being. In other words, it isn't reasoning. It's not better than a random thought. In that case, if I have Virgilia say the same red truth, where is Virgilia? If you are to present that red truth, you must construct an appropriate argument. Can you do that? No, it's impossible. I just have the truth that Natsu isn't the culprit without any basis or evidence. See, real truth is a very fragile thing. Does real truth exist? And is it necessary? Even without it, the tale will continue on. Butler. Come on, Butler. Prove the red you have shown. If you cannot, this is goodbye. Then, goodbye. Mais là, on est... Mais non, mais c'est un shonen, là. C'est une scène de shonen. Il va y avoir quelqu'un qui va venir sauver la mise, dans tous les cas. Je suis sous pur copium, là. Hein. Je suis sous pur copium. C'est impossible de gagner. Copium. Sorry, Beto. Don't say that. Thanks for sticking around with me. It was such a bloodstained tale, but it was fun. The trial is now finished. Faut pas être épileptique, hein. Ah, c'est vraiment au 7 par contre, hein. Oh la vache. With that, the trial of the Thieves game ended. On n'est pas dans un shonen en fait, c'est ça que j'ai pas compris en fait.
The detective Frodo Erika accused the culprit Ushiomi Natsui. There are three riddles that the detective must explain. The first is the whodunit. Who is the culprit? At previously stated it is Ushiomi Natsui. The second is the whodunit. How did they carry out the crime? During the hour between midnight and October 4th, 1986 and 1 the next day, Ushiomi Natsui went to the cousin room on the second floor of the guest house and servant waiting room on the first floor of the mansion. There she carried out the murders. It is only possible for the crime to have taken place during that hour. And for that 1 hour, alibis have been proven for all characters except Natsui. From the sky, a massive red longsword, even greater in size than the one Leno held, came crashing down like a thunderbolt, piercing through Butler's heart and pinning him in place while he still stood. In that instant, Beatrice became a golden splash and faded away, and her former minions disappeared as well. As the Heartless Witch looked down at the cathedral center, lost and coldly, all that remained was Butler with a red longsword seeking through him and Lanner. Rest in peace, Ushiomi Butler. What a shame. I thought you were a more capable person than this. Butler blew bubbles of blood, closed his eyes slowly and died.
On est dans la 8ème dimension là, c'est...
Lana stared on in silence, then turned on her heels when she saw his life leave him. After all that remained was the corpse of this sorrowful man, pierced by the sword that acted as a massive red grave marker, and lit by the faint glow lit from the cathedral's skylight.
Bah c'est fin de UMINEKO en fait. Les 3 derniers chapitres, c'est juste un beach épisode, genre... c'est... D'ailleurs, il y a un beach épisode dans Higurashi, j'espère qu'il y en a un dans UMINEKO.
And then there is the third riddle the detective must uncover. The final riddle, the why done it. Why did they commit the crime? The motive. In Great Mysteries, there's no need to uncover this. After all, even if you don't expose the motive, the culprit will just confess it when it's all said and done. However, Frodo Erika was first rate, so she will expose even this. Natsui was being confined in the parlor, under everyone's watchful gazes. Then Erika made us of everyone to diligently and persistently search all places, even Natsui's room, for clues about her motive. Well, now that we have all gathered, Chant Murray that drove Ushiomi and Natsui-san to commit these terrible murders. Through my investigation, I, Detective Frodo Erika, have discovered the general outline that explains this. I would like to announce it now. Everyone remained silent, urging her to continue. Erika tossed some of Natsui's possession that had been confiscated onto the table. First, there's past diaries that were discovered in Natsui-san's room. They have barely been used at all in recent years, but they describe in detail the period shortly after she became a part of the Ushuria family. Most of them are logged, but in order to find the full truth behind this crime, I use my authority, which everyone has acknowledged, to destroy the logs on all of them. Oh, barbaric, reading another person's diary. If we're barbaric, what does that make you a murderer? A criminal like you has no right to privacy. And this is what I found from these diaries. Natsui-san ended up married to Cross-san due to special circumstances. I imagine that all of you know much more about this than I do. Natsui-san and Cross-san were not married because of love or as a normal arranged marriage. If anything, it was more like taking a hostage. That is not true. This is written on the 24th page of this red diary. I'm a hostage being imprisoned by the Ushuria family under the guise of marriage.
Oh la vache.
However, if everything can be resolved this way... Natsui-san, right here you've already acknowledged that you were a hostage. Fumasawa-san, you have served Natsui-san since the time she first came here, right? Could you tell me about what it was like at the time?
Oh, Natsui, je la plains tellement horrible, quelle horrible vie, genre. Bébou. Et il a pris sur elle à ce point-là pour finir comme ça me dégoûte, genre. Petite save.
Yes, that's correct. I did catch wind of something similar to what you described. I think that by now, only Dr. Nenjo and I know the detail regarding Madame's marriage. Very true. It was during King Sam's golden era, where he did whatever he pleased. He defeated all of his enemies and expanded his financial power. Natsui's family was one of those enemies. As though the time to talk had suddenly come at an end, Kumasawa and Nanjo openly delved into territory that should never have been touched upon again. It was concerning the period during which Kinzo was most feared for his ferocity. It said that Sukinzo had many assets and connections. He held a grudge after being looked down upon by member in the elite as being an upstart. Because of this, apparently, Kinzo wanted to find Cross a wife from a noble family and use this to raise the Ushimiya family statues. Then he overcame Natsui's family in a financial struggle and proposed that the marriage be performed as a method of reconciliation. And the person he picked was Natsui. Natsui had been raised to be clean and pure in a family of Shinto priests, making her a true noble lady. By choosing her, not only did Kinzo cause them the worst possible humiliation, he also won what he considered to be a nice trophy. That marriage proposal was humiliating to Natsui from the very beginning. Regarding the aforementioned fact, was Kumasawa and Dr. Nenjo's claim just now match with the content of the diaries?
On a du lore. Il y a encore les mots de lore ou pas? C'est intéressant à notifier.
Therefore, since the time Natsui-san first took the name Ushimiya Natsui, she has held a strong resentment against the Ushimiya family. What do you have to say, Natsui-san? Do you acknowledge this? Oh, the cold gaze turned to face Natsui.
Ça me fait trop de la peine, genre.
Yes, it's true that I thought that at first. I saw I was being forced into a marriage without love, a hostage under the guise of a bride. However, my husband never viewed me as a mere hostage. He understood what I had gone through and gave me compassion and affection. My husband was the only person who could understand me. I see, that makes sense. And there are many things in your diaries showing that Koro-san knew the difficulty and showed kindness. However, on page 47 of this diary, you describe this moment as being unpleasant, correct? Let me read it aloud. When Cross tries to show kindness, it only makes me feel more wretched. Sometimes I think he might even be trying to humiliate me further. Therefore, we can tell that Natsui-san repair her husband's kindness with contempt. Wait, yes, I may have thought that at the beginning.
Ça me dégoûte, ça me fait trop mal pour elle en vrai. Je suis trop mal pour elle, genre. Ça me fait du mal en fait. Premier degré, genre.
I can see overwhelmed with unease. I could accept this kindness and word of my distress from time to time, but I eventually realized he was sincere and encouraged to accept his feelings. Well, nothing like that appears in any of the diaries. I never wrote it down. Those feelings were so secret. Judging by many diverse bits of evidence and testimony, it's clear that you despise your husband, and there exists no evidence that you eventually accepted his feelings as you claim. He loved my husband. You can't find any testimony or evidence that can be used to elevate that statement to the level of red truth, right? Does anyone need evidence to say they're in love? You can't trust anything beside the red truth. Statements that aren't red don't count as evidence at all, and all can be trusted at all. All non-red letters are falsehood that exist to deceive me. I love you? Who will believe that when spoken with the white text? No, non-red words can never be trusted. All I can trust in this world are the red truths and the pieces of evidence I offer to my master to gain it. You lying human who can't speak the truth. Human lacking the red truths have no right to speak of love of the art of the truth. Did you know? Men aren't as stupid as you women think they are. Men never really take it seriously when a woman says, I love you. What a pitiful person. I see that you've never truly loved someone. Romance is necessary for a detective. I don't think I've never used the word romance except to explain a motive for murder. No matter what you say, we loved each other. I should be apologizing to my husband for withbreaking my complaints and nothing else. But I have devoted my heart to him. Even if I can't prove it, that is the truth. Reject it? You just don't know when to give up, do you? I know the true evidence and testimony. It's clear you hated both your husband and the wish from your family. That's right, I can't even count the number of times I've heard you complain. Oh, and you've never talked behind the ear she sent back. Damn it, you killed my husband. How dare you say that? Die and apologize to my husband. This is your violence, Everson. This is now the precious moment where I question and convict the culprit. It's not yours, okay? Well then, over the next several years, she appears to have gotten used to her new way of life. Having actually an intense hatred still lurk in her heart. Taking that into consideration, there will be nothing odd at all but her deciding to take revenge. Talk like you know what I'm thinking. Each time Erika read Natsui's diaries one after another, she exposed more of Natsui's emotion during those painful days. Natsui hadn't written them to leave those words behind. She had written to forget those memories and seal them away. That's why she had written down her feeling during those painful days, locked them up and sealed them away for all eternity. C'est tellement immonde, genre. J'espère qu'Erika... On l'empale, genre. Je vais plus jamais la voir, c'est encore pire qu'Eva Béatrice, peut-être. Je sais pas si c'est elle ou Eva Béatrice la pire, genre les deux sont immondes, genre. Mais immondes, genre. However, Erika claimed that when Natsui's theory and feelings that had been locked away and concealed. Since it has already been concluded that Natsui was a murderer, everyone accepted Erika's claim. En plus elle cheat, genre. Elle peut dire ce qu'elle veut, c'est tout bon, c'est tout good. Mais les autres, faut qu'ils montent un dossier de la matmut, frère. Pour avoir une raison une fois, ça va, c'est... Elle script, genre. By this point, the real truth wasn't even necessary to establish Natsui's motive. As long as the reason seemed plausible, everyone would believe it. No matter how much Natsui might object, no one would believe her. No one could accept the truth Natsui spoke of about the days she had spent loving her husband. That had been paid to her by a false truth in which she hated her husband and swore revenge against him. The pen of the gods that composed the truth had been given to Erika. And so what? Who gives a damn about your past? Murderer! Murderer! Stop that, I can't understand how Natsui-san felt. I always thought this day would come eventually. Poor thing, poor thing. I think she's just one of the pitiable victims of father's wildlife. I know the pain in Madame's heart. I always tried to support her, but I failed and look what has happened. I don't even understand. The emotion of love and hate. You will someday. It can become a reason to live, and so a reason to kill. Is Aunt Natsui really the culprit? Well, now that you mention it, there is just one person behind Natsui's and that might be the culprit. What? Are you serious? Why didn't you say something important sooner? Natsui-san, the truth is there is one person beside you for whom the crime was possible. If you truly claim that you aren't the culprit, it means that person must be the culprit. Huh? Who is it? Who? Yomiya Kinzo-san. Bah oui, comme au procès, quoi. Oh. Well, this morning, Kinzo-san went outside through the window of the third floor studio, and his location is unknown. Isn't that right, Butler-san? Just like Natsui-san, Kinzo-san has no alibi whatsoever. The truth is, for this crime, it was possible for Kinzo-san to be the culprit as well. I just assumed that he never existed in the first place. I totally forgot about him until just now. Allow me to apologize. She didn't look shy or apologetic in the slightest. Rika bore you an unpleasant manner as ever. He had built a grudge ever since her defeat in the study battle. So Isan, you gained Kinzo-san trust and are the person who served closest to him, right? So shouldn't you know better than anyone else? This incident is actually the crime of the family head carried out by Ushimura Kinzo-san. You dare call father a criminal? Don't worry, I have prepared more than enough evidence and testimony to explain the whole done if Kinzo-san was actually the culprit. If you say, for example, that you have put yourself on the line of cover for Kinzo's crime, I am more than capable of supporting you. Even since the late period of the author Ellery Queen, even the theory created by the detective can sometimes change the plot itself. You really can't afford to be careless in this day and age. Won't let you treat father like the culprit. En vrai, si elle se met encore en position de victime maintenant et qu'elle dit pas que c'est Kinzo ou Cross... Enfin non, bah Kinzo du coup maintenant, que Kinzo. Je pense qu'elle peut montrer que
qu'elle a pas de ressentiment envers la famille et peut-être s'en sortir avec ça, je sais pas.
Matsui-san, calm down, place your hands on your chest and think carefully. If you accuse Kindo-san of being the culprit, this entire case will be resolved. You will no longer be held accountable for another person's action, and your honor will be restored. In other words, by pushing the crime onto Kinzo, Natsui will be saved. However, I've been entrusted with the honor of the Ushima family by father. Did you really think that I would defy father's honor, the Ushima family honor, just to clear away the false accusation made against me? Of course Natsui knew that she wasn't the culprit, and she also knew that Kinzo wasn't. So being framed herself and pushing the blame onto Kinzo was both unacceptable, unbearable outcomes. Are you sure? As I have already established quite thoroughly, all the lies have been proven for everyone except you. If you will not accuse Kinzo-san, then this time it really will be clear that you are the culprit, and it will become the truth, right? If you intend to label me as the culprit and call that your own personal truth, then do whatever you like. I'm sure that God knows of my innocence. Eventually we'll prove it.
Suite Natsui Bebou, franchement... Erika va crever en enfer, ça... Allô.
If it came to a choice between her and Kinzo being framed, Natsui would sacrifice herself. Perhaps this was her way of protecting the Ushirome family's honor. Oh, Natsui, and I even gave you a chance. Stupid woman. This feature in your name will eventually be cleared. Doesn't exist for any of you. Not for any of the pieces on this board. Natsui had made her decision. If they were going to call her the culprit, she would let them. She boldly rejected the thought of selling Kinzo's honor to gain a momentary truth where she wasn't the culprit, and therefore the tale was woven with her the culprit. In the future, if the accusations against her are proven false.
Non, non, les deux, c'est pas les mêmes du tout, par contre. Vraiment pas. Tu découvriras dans UMINEKO, dans Higurashi, mais vraiment pas. Rika, c'est la goat. Et Rika, c'est une friture, j'ai envie de lui cracher dessus, genre.
This day will probably be rewritten. However, that future will never come, I think. So this is a fleeting thing. Even if I'm a good person until my death, if some heartless person after my death overwrites the record and say I wasn't a good person, and if that's shared with everyone else, then even all the goodness in which I live my life could be overwritten easily. And so I think that I won't live as a good person for all eternity. If you claim that Kinzo-san was not the culprit, you will need an alibi proving that the crime was impossible for him. Otherwise we cannot truly be certain that you are the culprit, Natsui-san. Erika has probably known for a long time. Kinzo is nothing more than an illusion to make the inheritance problem more uncertain. However, it would be very hard to prove that he was an illusion. The only way to do this would be to confirm Kinzo's death, but as been made known by the red truth in previous game, Kinzo died a long time ago. And in this fifth game, his corpse hasn't even appeared. In a situation like this, it wouldn't be easy to absolutely prove his death. C'est la fin du monde là. C'est terrible. If Kinzo's death was confirmed, it would practically erase the defeat in the studio. It was the only way Erika had of removing the humiliation of that loss. And there was something that could confirm Kinzo's death almost as certainly as a real proof, and that was the confession of the culprit. To whom having Natsui herself acknowledged that Kinzo no longer existed in this world. That way would be acknowledged that Erika's reasoning in the studio was correct. That loss would be painted over and it would be written as Erika's victory. Ça pour le coup, elle peut l'avouer parce que c'est vrai, elle a couvert le truc. Et rien que pour ça, bah c'est une connasse. Mais tout le reste, qu'est-ce qu'elle prend cher pour rien, genre. Oh non. Oh non. Atla hung suspended by Dlanar's red longsword. Atla had disappeared by having her existence denied, and her minions had gone too. In this cathedral that they had disappeared from, only Natsui and the witches committing her remained. So, you still claim that Kinzo is alive and remains somewhere on this island? That's correct, Fasol is in good health. No matter what anyone says, I will not change my statement. The red truth from the previous game says that Kinzo is already dead. But that's not enough to satisfy you, right, Burn? Yeah, that's right. I'm after a perfect victory. But there's nothing interesting about getting a checkmate just because Kinzo's death has been confirmed by the red. I want to win by forcing Natsui to say she's resigned. Then why don't you try it? Show us what you've got. My master has to achieve a perfect victory. Of course. Natsui, you say Kinzo is certainly alive, but don't you know where he is, correct? Yes, that's right. Father left through the window and his location is unknown. He's so troublesome sometimes. Lambda, I'm gonna make Kinzo's location, and from midnight until the morning absolutely clear. From midnight until morning, Kinzo stay in the same room. Well, Natsui was a corpse after all. I'm sorry. That's right, totally right. I won't butt in. It's uninteresting, so keep going. From now on, I'll use the word Kinzo to refer to the living Kinzo. After all, Natsui claimed that he's alive. I'll say more with the red truth. Kinzo does not exist anywhere outside dimension. Isn't that right, Erika? Yes, my master, I searched for Kinzo all over the premise outside dimension. However, I was unable to find him. Because of the detective authority, Erika could find all clues. Therefore, if Erika was unable to find a hint that Kinzo existed outside dimension, it was the same as proving that Kinzo didn't exist outside dimension. Therefore, Ben Costel repeated the truth of Erika's. Kinzo does not exist outside dimension. Hey Natsui, if Kinzo does exist, then this means he must be somewhere inside dimension. Do you have any idea where Kinzo might be hiding? How could I know? After all, think of the weather. There will be nothing strange about him leaving the courtyard to it somewhere in dimension and dry the rain off. From this point forward, I will repeat the same thing several times. I'll give you many chances for honor or surrender. If you disturb honor, you lose even your true honor. No matter how you threaten me, I will not give in. I just love teasing pieces like you. Then let us continue. For the aforementioned reason, it is unthinkable that Kinzo-san could have been somewhere outside dimension. So first off, I performed an extensive search of the third floor, where the studio is. However, there was nowhere he could be hiding. We couldn't find any trace of that on the third floor. So then where is he, Natsui-san? I don't know. If he isn't on the third floor, perhaps he's hiding in the basement. Ah yes, the basement. The boiler room, that underground storage room, every part of the suspicion basement was also included in my search. Yes, I searched too. I didn't see Father anywhere. I say it again. Where is Kinzo-san, Natsui-san? In that case, he was probably on the first floor or the second floor. I see the process of elimination does tell us that, doesn't it? We then thoroughly searched the first floor. And the result? Nothing. We were unable to find Father. I say it again. Where was Kinzo-san, Natsui-san? Then he was probably hiding on the second floor. How should I know where Father was hiding? Are you sure about that? Do you really not know where Kinzo-san was hiding? Madame knows where Kinzo-san was hiding? It's insane. It can't be true. Both Shannon and Kenan knew that Kinzo was already dead, so I didn't have a clue how Erika would use a phantom of a person who didn't exist according to Natsui. Kinzo is nowhere outside dimension. Kinzo isn't on the third floor. Kinzo isn't in the basement. Kinzo isn't on the first floor. Therefore, the only place Kinzo could possibly exist is the second floor. I accept that red truth. Natsui, Kinzo should be somewhere on the second floor. Why you still not tell us where he's hiding? No matter how many times you ask, I won't change the fact that I don't know. Erika, start from the beginning and go in order, investigating the entire second floor. Use the detective authority to avoid missing a single clue and to see through all types of hidden doors and hidden rooms. Yes, my master. That Natsui-san is pretty dumb, isn't she? She still can't see where we're going with this. No need to talk more than is necessary. Come on, Erika. Take everyone with you and begin the investigation. Erika used the detective authority to take everyone, even Natsui, and go up to the second floor to search every room starting at one end. Even for rooms that were thought to have nothing at all to do with the crimes, Erika did not relax her search in the slightest. Her search was through in every single room as they moved through them all. So you still won't tell us where Kinzo-san is hiding? Stop saying that. How many times do I have to say that I don't know? Natsui-san, even if we do keep searching, we'll never be able to find Kinzo-san this rate, right? Of course, Kinzo doesn't exist. No matter how long the search continues, it's just a waste of time. It was done by Erika, the witch's piece, and Natsui, the one who knew the truth. In that case, your search will end in the room at the far end of the corridor. In other words, it would have been proven that Kinzo wasn't in any of the rooms except that one. Why do you think about that? He isn't on the third floor or the first floor or the basement, and isn't in any of the rooms on the second floor except the one at the end. So if he really did exist inside dimension, has been proven that it would not exist in that room at the end. In other words, this was an impulse driven. Impulse had been established that a living Kinzo couldn't exist anywhere except the final room at the end of the corridor. Automatically meant that living Kinzo existed in that final room, and that room at the end of the corridor was... Which room was at the end of the corridor again? Lambda Delta was munching on a refill of popcorn. Not Netsui's room, Lady Lambda Delta. In other words, Kinzo has no place to hide except inside Netsui's room. Do I need to say it in red? Of course. Kinzo doesn't exist anywhere outside Netsui's room. What then? That means this room is the only place left? It means Kinzo-san isn't anywhere outside this room? Isn't this my room? Where exactly is my room to clan father residing? In a rage, Netsui unlocked the door to her room and pointed inside. Of course Kinzo was nowhere to be seen. Do you see father anywhere in here? Look. I see, looks like he isn't there. Did you realize we were coming and escape out of the window? If Kinzo wasn't in this last room, it meant that he didn't exist anywhere. There was no living Kinzo outside the mansion. There was no living Kinzo inside the mansion. Therefore no living Kinzo existed. However, Erika didn't make that argument. She had pointed at herself without making a checkmate. It was because Bank Justle didn't want to win by cornering Netsui with the red truth. She wanted to force Netsui to accept a humiliating resignation. I've not been searching for Kinzo-san himself all this time. I've been looking for signs that Kinzo-san is somewhere between midnight and the morning. And no such signs have existed. In other words, from midnight until morning, Kinzo was always holed up in the same room. And that was Netsui's room. Even the checkmate of Retros has finally cornered the piece known as Kinzo's phantom inside Netsui's room. Hey Netsui-san, this mean you were with Kinzo in this room until morning. Do you still claim that you didn't know where he was? I acknowledge it was the truth. During the night between midnight and morning, a living Kinzo could not have existed anywhere outside Netsui's room. C'est pas un VTuber le faux. C'est un PNG-tuber, attention. Moi je parle pas de VTuber là, je suis dans le shop là. C'est normal si je te réponds pas. Hein. A plea bargain. Hey Natsui, even someone as stupid as you mustn't have realized the fix you're in now. This is your last chance. Make Kinzo the culprit. Will you show my family head a criminal and crush the head on how to protect yourself? If you're sure that you have the guts to do that, I'll change the plot into one of the tragic error in taking the blame to protect the family head. Father is innocent. I can't call Father a criminal. She refused the deal. Okay, Burn. Do it. Nice papers. Bah, profite bien. J'espère que ce sera bon. During the night between midnight and morning, there exists no place for a living Kinzo to exist except inside your beds. What do you mean by that? After conducting a thorough research of this room and a detailed scientific examination, I discovered that Kinzo did not exist anywhere in this room between midnight and morning. However, your bed is the only exception. A shocked silence dominated the room. Non mais là, elle veut juste... Non, elle veut juste... Elle veut vraiment me montrer ça ou pas, là? Elle va vraiment essayer de prouver ce que je pense ou pas? Elle va vraiment essayer de prouver ce que je pense ou pas? T'inquiète, Spipers. Elle va vraiment essayer de prouver ce que je pense du coup. Je vais me suicider. C'est pas possible. Non, elle va pas faire ça. Elle va pas faire ça. Elle a quand même une once de respect en elle, je pense. A shocked silence dominated the room. Natsui completely forgot to close her open mouth. Last night, around the time the gold was discovered, so probably at about 23. Bon, Spipers,
Laisse-nous jouer au chapitre, je t'en supplie, genre. S'il te plaît. Je te le demande très gentiment, genre. Très gentiment. Genre... Au pire, rattrape. Rattrape tous les chapitres jusqu'à maintenant. Genre, sur ma VOD, sur mes VOD. Et comme ça, après, nickel. T'inquiète.
Last night, around the time the goal was discovered, probably at about 23, Kinderson escaped from the window on the third floor and snuck into the bed in your room. And as an even more unfortunate result for my investigation, it has been proven that you were also sleeping in that bed.
52 heures, t'es gentil, hein, j'ai beaucoup plus, hein. Il y a beaucoup plus, hein.
I repeat it. From midnight until morning, Living Kinzo could only have existed inside Natsui's bed. And last night, Natsui also slept in that same bed.
Je vais les trucider, genre. Faut les massacrer, les deux, genre. Faut les massacrer, les deux, genre.
Oh, look how close they were. So you two were so close to each other, you slept sharing the same pillow? Blue truth. Therefore, it is suspected that Uchurumi and Natsui and Uchurumi Kinzo has sexual...
Je vais les massacrer de mes propres mains, voilà. Je vais les massacrer de mes propres mains. Je vais les massacrer de mes propres mains. Je vais les massacrer de mes propres mains.
Why else would a man and a woman share the same bed all night long? Oh, rude. To think that I would do such a thing with the father I respected so much, I won't allow you to say such things.
Bon, Spiper, s'il te plaît, gros, s'il te plaît. S'il te plaît, t'es chiant, genre, s'il te plaît. Va voir Kebab Run plutôt, peut-être. Ça t'intéressera plus, je pense. S'il te plaît, genre. Fais-moi plaisir. Genre, vraiment. S'il te plaît. Et c'est pas... Non, ils sont pas reliés par le sang, mais... Mais oui, non, mais... Enfin, les remarques comme ça en plein endgame d'un chap... c'est pas ma cam, genre. Désolé.
Natsui, use the red truth to counter his blue truth. Of course, since you aren't away, there's no red that you can use. So I speak with the red truth in your place.
Bah, j'ai le même nom que... Genre, admettons, t'as un fils, et ce fils marie quelqu'un qui prend le nom de ce fils, bah, vous avez le même nom, mais vous êtes pas liés par le sang, quoi. Bon, bref, laisse tomber.
I speak with the red truth in your place. At least I will if you can show me convincing proof. Could such proof even exist?
Mais il a pas niqué. Bon, vas-y, Spiper, je vais te ban, gros. C'est bon, t'es en train de me niquer ma game, là, s'il te plaît, genre. Oh, le faux, merci pour ça. Merci, ah, j'avais pas vu, merci. Désolé, Spipers, gros, mais là, c'est intankable, genre. Enfin... Je m'excuse, hein. Bon, là, je m'excuse, hein, mais c'est intankable. Bon, on peut jouer au jeu, du coup.
How could such proof even exist? Although are you willing to sing to mock me? Damn it! Natsui tried to attack Erika, but Eva pinned her arm behind her back so she couldn't do anything. Oh, and slightly, in order to take revenge against the Ushima family, you first schemed to take control of everything the family owned. For that reason, you used your body as a weapon and ensnared Kinzo-san. Je vous jure, j'ai rarement été autant énervé là. Je suis premier degré très énervé, genre. I never did anything of the sort. I have never given my body to anyone except my husband. I understand why you want to deny it. But testimony from several witnesses had already made it clear that you had repeated secret meetings with Kinzo-san. After all, last night you were to say goodnight to Kinzo-san, which is the two of you alone in the studio, right? And beyond that, I've collected multiple bits of testimony regarding clear trace of sexual intercourse. Are you insane? Who was it? Who said something so ridiculous? Goda? Shannon? Was it Eva-san? Yes, you must be behind something this ludicrous. Who was it? Who? I received testimony from those involved. Oh, this is pretty fatal. No room for doubt now. Hey Natsui, looks like you don't even have a scrap of honor left now. I'll give you one final chance before I build you to the worst all of possible fragments. Go ahead and say that Kinzo wasn't there, okay? That's right, you sure are stubborn, Natsui. The Ushima family has already been torn to ribbons, right? Are you worried that despite to confuse the inheritance program pretending Kinzo exists? This is my final challenge in protecting the honor of the Ushima family which father entrusted me with. My husband's business will definitely succeed. Until we can use that to repay our debt, I cannot hand over the inheritance of the Ushima family. I will protect father and my husband's honor. That is my mission. Wanting to protect the honor of the dead is an unbearable threat. Is not one of the dead. We're talking about the honor of a convenient delusion inside Natsui's head. The real Kinzo never wants order Natsui to protect that honor. As Natsui screamed, she fell down to her hands and knees. She no longer had any way to reject the fake truths that burned that castle and Erika's waved. My name as the Game Master, Lambda Delta. I acknowledge that Bert Nostal as the victor of this game. If anyone has any objections, state your name now. Of course there were none. All of those who might have objected had been erased. No objections. Bern, this is your victory, and a wonderful victory it is. Now you must wave up the fragment of the truth. Sure, I'll go wave up the truth. This is the truth of this sad, pathetic tale. So I did want Natsui to acknowledge that Bern were half laughing, half crying. After all, that's standard in the genre, right? Oh. After being forced into a marriage she hadn't wanted, Natsui developed a grudge against the Ushima family and was filled with a desire for revenge. From the trial synopsis, page 3. Natsui also hoping to take revenge for the financial submission her parents' family had been forced into by the Ushimiyas. She aimed to capture the Ushima family's wealth. From the trial synopsis, page 4. Knowing that the wealth of the Ushima family was, in practical terms, under Kinzo's personal control, he initiated sexual relations to curry favor with him and managed to ensnare him. From the trial synopsis, page 7, for the Bergen Castle Dogs, page 682. To curry favor with Kinzo, Natsui repeatedly imitated Beatrice, the witch of Kinzo's delusion, and engaged in sexual acts. Kinzo saw his long-lost mistress in Natsui and was easily ensnared. Furthermore, by chance, she was sometimes witnessed in disguise by the servants, and it became part of the foundation for the legend of the witch. Je vais me tirer une balle en direct sur le stream, genre. From the trial synopsis, page 8, from presented evidence. Ouais, bon, on a compris. Même pas besoin de perruque, elle peut très bien faire sa coupe. Ouais. However, late at night on October 4th, 1986, Ushima Butler discovered the hidden gold. The relatives were in an uproar and decided that Butler should succeed the headship, so Natsui planned the crime. She murdered the children in the so-called cousin room and tried to frame Butler for the crime. Furthermore, Genji was murdered for opposing this scheme. Later on, Hideyoshi was also murdered. From this point on, she displayed the strong intent to indiscriminately murder all those involved. The following outlines the detail of the crime. Midnight, October 4th, 1986, Natsui decided to commit the crime. She asked Genji to assist her, but was refused, so she murdered him. She then murdered her husband, Cross, in his own room. C'est quoi GC? Il y a des organisations cachées là. Afterwards, she went to the so-called cousin room on the second floor of the guest house. Waited for Rosa to join the rest and killed George, Jessica, Maria, and Rosa. She damaged the necks of those corpses. Afterwards, because there were people in the lounge on the first floor, she waited in an empty room on the second floor. She hid in this empty room until the people in the lounge dispersed and went to bed. People in the lounge dispersed just after 3 AM. Natsui left the empty room and escaped from the guest house. She returned to her personal room where she met up with Kinzo, who had been hiding there. She stayed there until morning. Kinzo left the room early next morning and concealed himself somewhere near the guest house. Afterwards, Kinzo saw his chance and carried off the corpses of the 6 victims one by one, hiding them. Unfortunately, these hidden corpses have not been found. Natsui, who had failed in his schemes to cast suspicion on Butler, changed her plan to include the murder of all present. Predicting that one of those present would eventually want to take a rest in a private room, Natsui concealed herself inside a closet in one of the guest rooms. At about 1 PM, she murdered Hideyoshi after he entered this room. Ça, c'est la vérité qu'on est censé croire, la seule qui existe, quoi. From the time the author became aware of the incident... En fait, si ça c'est la vérité absolue de la 5ème game, ça veut dire que c'est canon que Natsui se tapait Kinzo, quoi. D'une certaine manière. From the time the others became aware of the incident to the time that they carried Yoshi's corpse out, Natsui once again concealed herself in the closet. Furthermore, as proof of this, a button from Natsui's clothes was found in the closet. Afterwards, she left the closet and tried to return to her room. However, Fruido Erika found a question her first and she confessed to the crime. C'est jamais arrivé ça. Mais bah d'accord, hein, toujours plus de... ça va. C'est quoi les GC, genre? Due to the result of Illusion trial, we announce that the following has been determined that Ushomiya Natsui did admit to a crime. For certain months following this announcement, related docs may be perused at the Great Court Legal Office's Document Management Center's file subsection. Great Court Deputy Chief, Head Inquisitor for Heresy, Glenn O'Hinox. Then let's all assume that I did it, okay? That's what you want me to say, right? Also, she'd given up and decided that it would be useless to try and talk her way out of this any longer. I'm not to scream that out. It was a sad incident. I wanted to believe that, despite the pitiable circumstances that led to her marriage into the Ushomiya family, Natsui just might have been able to grasp a silver of happiness together with Uncle Cross and Jessica. However, by Aunt Natsui undoing, Uncle Cross and even her beloved daughter Jessica had been ruthlessly killed. It was even harder to believe that grandfather had been an accomplice and hid the corpses. However, judging by the clear testimony given by several people who knew him, grandfather's mental state for the latter few years has been far from what anyone would consider normal. Perhaps was le tableau de schoolgirl Beatrice. Perhaps possessed by a mad devotion to the mistress she had lost long ago. Grandfather might truly have believed that Aunt Natsui was a reincarnation of Beatrice. Where's grandfather now? Like Erika has theorized, He really believed that he could remember Beatrice by carrying out murders following the epitaph, succumbing to Natsui's cajolery. Right now is he holding some kind of disturbing ceremony with the bodies he carried away? Are you satisfied now? This is what you wanted to make me say, right? Natsui saw as she spoke. This is revenge, isn't it? The man from 19 years ago. This man from 19 years ago that Natsui kept mentioning was supposedly someone who had caught her in some sort of traps. However, she had not only mentioned that this man from 19 years ago existed, and she most certainly hadn't tried to explain what he had happened 19 years ago. I'm sure that man is one among us here. I'm sure that right now that man is ridiculing me through one of you. Then tell me, are you happy now? Has a bit of the pain and suffering you endured from 19 years ago gone away? I finally understand. The reason you've cornered me so far is because you wanted to make me acknowledge that, right? Natsui-san, other than us, there's absolutely no one here. Please stop this insanely desperate charade and quite pretending that someone who doesn't exist actually does. Erika laughed mockingly, but as Aunt Natsui looked at us, no, as she looked at some being behind us, she hung her head and shook. Then she confessed to her sin. C'est horrible, c'est affreux pour elle. I committed murder. So you finally acknowledge your crime directly. No, it's not about what happened today and yesterday. Oh, you confessed to a murder that occurred 19 years ago. The two told whispers together, wondering what this was about, because they had never heard about a murder case 19 years ago. 19 years ago, I committed a sin. I couldn't forgive it. That baby. Baby? Now what are you talking about? On that day, 19 years ago, father entrusted me with a baby, since I still couldn't bear a successor on my own. What a music. Father told me to adopt a child, then he made me hold a baby that he said had been brought here from an orphanage. Do you have any idea how humiliating that was to me as a woman? With a mix of conflicting emotion of anger, sadness, regret, and possibly defiance, Aunt Natsui confessed. Her humiliation as a woman when she was no longer expected to bear a child, and also the indescribably unpleasant feeling of being made to hold an unfamiliar baby. It caused her great sadness and rage, and before very many nights passed, it ate a hole into her heart. And then I sold my soul to demons. It happened when I went on the mall through the rose garden to the arbor, along with a servant holding the baby. I wanted to be alone, but that female servant holding the baby faithfully followed me everywhere. I was unable even to tell her to stop following me, and therefore unable to escape from the child's crying. That day marked the beginning of 19 long heartache-filled years. Then we faced the cliff from across the fence. If by taking that baby and throwing it down onto the rocky beach far below me I could undo it all, I really did listen to the demon's temptation. Then for the smallest of moments, I thought of how wonderful it would be if I really could do that. Lazier, merci pour le raid. C'est du sunshine, ça s'est bien passé. And lent an ear to that temptation. At that time, the servant holding the baby stepped on a large rock, twisted her ankle and staggered. She leaned against the rose fence, and at that time I thought I heard the fence creak loudly. J'ai 1h33. J'ai 1h32 je crois. Tu vas me bob dans pas longtemps. I told her to look out and try to grab her shoulder. Oh, I shouldn't be so vague. I repent. I confess. At that moment I'm sure that, as I told her to look out, with both hands I reached for the servant's shoulder and with a thud pushed her away hard. The rose fence snapped from the base, and the servant, along with the baby held in her arms, fell down towards the rocky beach below. Even though I remember that moment vividly, for some reason I recall a vague and very strange feeling. It almost felt as though instead of falling, the two of them were silently swallowed up into empty space, so I didn't even hear the sound of them crashing to the rocky beach. Donc là, elle avoue que c'est pas juste, elle a pas juste demandé au démon de le faire, mais elle l'a fait elle-même en fait ça. Hein. I'm sure I heard it, but because I wanted to think that they disappeared, I must have erased that sound from my memory. And then, for an instant I thought I was a dream. It was high enough that I couldn't see the two of them below me just by leaning over, so I didn't know whether they fall or the few seconds before that it really happened or not. I must have been wishing so strongly that the child would fall. I just had a daydream. Trying to make myself believe this, I hurried back to the rose garden, and I decided to let the servant take care of the baby, choosing to take a rest along the garden. Then father asked what had happened to the baby, and an uproar began over the disappearance of the servant who had been in charge of it. Eventually, the broken fence was discovered, and 2 corpses were found at the bottom of the cliff. The child had apparently been here for reasons that couldn't become known, so its existence was hushed up, and the official story was that the servant had had an accident on her own and died. That's right, I stole away 2 innocent lives in one go. As for the poor servant, her family was graciously compensated. Her rich husband, who didn't know the truth, accepted this even though he grieved over the unfortunate accident. Then just a few years ago, he died of old age, and I confessed the truth over his grave, apologizing. C'est le bébé qui, selon moi, est peut-être un ersatz de Béatrice encore, hein, fait par Kinzo, ou à l'orphelinat. But until this day, I've never apologized to that baby. Yes, that's what you're after, isn't it? Exactement, ma termine. Genre, j'arrive pas à lui en vouloir là. So right here, right now, I'll confess to my crime. I Ayushima Yanatsu did 19 years ago. Pushed you off a cliff and tried to kill you. But you didn't die, did you? You're still alive and you still call me mother. You came to this island and took your revenge on me, didn't you? For these 19 years, you know that the one you should have called your mother pushed you off a cliff, and you must have lived a very hate-filled life. And now you've taken everything. I've gained since pushing you off that cliff. 18 years of my life, and smashed it all to pieces. I no longer have my beloved husband and daughter, and I've lost even my honor, and I'm being called a murderer. No, I really am a murderer, aren't I? Yes, that's right. It all went according to your plans. I'm now regarded as a killer. How's that? Is this enough for your revenge? My husband and daughter have been killed. I've been made to look like a murderer, like an adulteress even. After seeing me living in disgrace like this, are you satisfied? Yes, I'll bet you're quite satisfied. Because my family, my honor, everything has been stolen from me. Oh, oh. C'est vraiment dur, dur, dur là. After all this, you still claim that you were framed? Seriously, you just don't know where to give up. Can you hear me? You're the cursed child from 19 years ago. Are you satisfied now? You've stolen everything from me now. What else could you want? Please just forgive me. Hmm? Muda, isn't it? Huh? Atlasan, did you say something? It's all useless. Patlakun? Yeah, it's useless, isn't it? It's all useless. Ah. Pardon. C'est la fin de chapitre la plus... J'imagine que la tea party va être très longue. Le fameux Ronop Genji, hein. Pourquoi tu mens, le faux, s'il te plaît? Pourquoi tu mens? Ah bah là, pas maintenant, Sona. Je finis la tea party et tout, je sais pas pour combien de temps j'en ai. J'en ai entre 20 minutes et 1h30, je sais pas. On va voir. Putain. Je passe après dans tous les cas, Sona. Si vous êtes dans le coin, je passerai dans tous les cas. Donc si vous voulez jouer, peut-être, je te redirai. Ça dépend quand je finis, en fait.
Non, c'est juste la fin du chapitre, mais... C'est la fin, mais c'est pas vraiment la fin. Il reste encore quelques trucs. Et je sais pas combien... La dernière petite partie a duré 1h30, je crois. Et il y en a qui durent 20 minutes ou 10 minutes, donc... Ça va. Oh, bah dis donc...
Putain, il y a qui partie, elle existe pas dans les sur Arc.
Vas-y, je vais pisser. On fait petite partie et tout. Qu'est-ce qui s'est pas... Vas-y, faut que je... Vas-y, attendez, je vais me mettre un coup d'eau sur la tête, là. On va mettre les idées en place, là. Y a rien qui va, là. C'est une catastrophe. Bon. Je veux dire, alors j'étais en train de me poser la question aux toilettes, est-ce que ça va être la première partie en 2 chapitres? Parce que les crédits c'était Alive when the game paused. Tout ça. J'imagine qu'on va avoir plus d'infos à la tea party, mais. Les tea parties sont de plus en plus longues donc. Erica, Blanner. Yes, my master. You called? I want you to stay in this fragment and explain everything in the remaining first or fourth game. That pitiful transient which inspired the illusion of the witch no longer exists herself. This was naked truth sorrowfully. Vraiment la fin des temps là, hein. Leave it to me, my master. There is no riddle that I, or Erica, cannot solve. Of course, that's why you're my piece, my double. Baron Costa wore a massive and horrible smile which Erica shared. Quelle deux grosses salopes. Beatrice's illusion of the witch will disappear, and the results in all of the previous game will be painted over. It had been crushed in every way possible, and only the naked truth remained. Such a weak truth was no better than fish on the chopping board for Erica. Is it possible to explain all of the past 4 games with Natsui as the criminal? Or with certain irregularities bearers of that team? I won't let anyone say it's the crime of the witch Beatrice again. I'll start compiling it together at once and then present a first-rate tale to you. We mustn't leave even a single fragment of the legend of the witch behind. The rumors among the servants, the way people talk about unexplained events, thought that the legend was the cause. The illusion of the witch that worked alongside the illusion of Kinzo. They resolved them completely. Of course, I get to it right away. We now have the furniture in custody. We are hurrying to identify their vessels. The 7 sisters of Purgatory had already been taken into custody. Those noisy sisters who had served Beato now faced nothing but denial. What sort of illusion when they based upon that allowed them to manifest? Everything will be exposed and denied. Airtime Jungfrau has already begun its investigation. According to the most recent result, there is a high probability that they were constructed during the 1960s in the Virginia of New York, and aid had already been sent to the location. 1960s, the 7 Sisters of Purgatory are made in USA? Ça c'est la reveal du siècle, hein. Even though they bragged about being furniture connected with King Solomon and serving a 1,000-year-old witch, they are a total sham. Who was it? According to the report, there is this group of big-time swindlers who make money by selling fakes to rich fans of the occult. Because the deceived millionaires try to resell the fakes as though they were real, there's a chance that they've been falsely deified by enthusiasts in the field. We are rushing to find confirmation and further details. So Shirmei Kinzo was a sucker who would pay big bucks for any fake occult object? And that's what the 7 Sins of Purgatory really are? It's hilarious. A total sham, just like Beato's illusion of the witch. But they call themselves the 7 Deadly Sins, they're actually cheap fake souvenirs. Well, from the very beginning, I figured they were nothing more than paperweights sold at some shady souvenir shop. Paperweights. Have you confronted 7 Sisters with that truth yet? No, not yet. The sisters believe they were created by a great sorcerer over 1,000 years ago. I'd like to confront them with the perfect evidence and the truth right away, and let them know that they are mere paperweights worth less than $30 US. And you do, I wonder what their face would look like as they lose all hope. I can't wait. Call me Po when that happens. I'll come to watch with some of the best black tea and dried plums. Beato's illusion of the witch had already been penetrated, and
It's been proven that everything was simply the result of human delusions. What kind of delusions created them and what caused them in the first place? When the answers were proven perfectly and shoved in the face of those concerned, the illusion would vanish and be completely annihilated. It is what they meant by execution. An execution is not a show. As a general rule, it is not made public. It is an expansion by the great Lady Bernastel, member of the Senate. So she can observe that the great coach is performing his duties satisfactorily. Do you, as a mere inquisitor of the heresy, wish to deny her this right? Yeah, that's right. I'm just observing as a representative of the Senate to make sure you follow the proper procedure when you carry out our work. We're currently preparing to take Virgia, Ronov, and Gap into custody as well. Just to seize those Imperial Guard that conducts an investigation. Of course, we will then detain and execute those that are connected to Beatrice. Then now what's the true nature of the Chester sisters? I believe that there is a high likelihood that they will sell a weapon used in the crimes. For this purpose, Senior Gertrude asked from a special team. We are currently investigating all cases. I'm looking forward to the Chester sisters' execution too. One at a time, or all of them at once? Je vais vraiment les briser, hein, franchement. Je vais vraiment juste les briser, là. You've got to enjoy it slowly, one spoonful at a time. Exactly. Let's have their execution on consecutive days. For the furnitures and the witches, one by one. I'll send you an execution show every day. Wonderful. After all, there are really a lot of them. Looks like we'll be able to enjoy ourselves for a full 2 weeks. Maybe we can let them decide which one to execute first. Make sure you think something great for the execution concept. I'd like to enjoy execution balls old and new from east and west every day. They will state that the method of execution is to follow great court regulations. Leave it to me, my master. I will most certainly prepare you a fascinating execution show. One you'd better quarter at least one of them. Of course, I shall make a list of the best form of execution from all countries from Europe to Asia, which were used by kings from east and west for crime known as the treason against the king. I like to think of some execution method myself, wondering that would be the perfect way to relax on those sleepless nights.
Du coup, ma théorie des alter ego tombe un peu à l'eau, mais c'est quand même des trucs dans la vraie vie, genre des armes, des figurines. Même si ma théorie des alter ego tombe à l'eau, elle était un tiers vraie, on va dire. Enfin, je crois.
I'll iron my ideas and send you the letter soon. Certainly, my master. Then we'll have the Bernard still sign on as the grand final.
J'avais dit que ce serait enfin, avec Lambda, ce serait les grandes antagonistes. Hein. Bon, ça, c'était assez évident. Mais...
At the very end, when all the illusions are broken and Beato's magical compendium has been completely crushed, I shall present my master with that fineness of execution that she desires, the execution of Beatrice. Thank you, Erika. Thank you to him, since I'll be able to forget the pain of my illness for a little while. You're just perfect. My peace, my double. And my adorable daughter.
D'accord. Bon, après, c'est une façon de parler, peut-être. Un peu plus, Lazia. Il y a 8 chapitres, je suis en train de finir le 5e, là. Après celui-là, il en restera 3. Mais bon, ça fait 1 mois que je suis dessus, quoi, donc... Même plus, 1 mois et demi. Un peu moins. 1 mois et quelques jours.
I peace my double and my adorable daughter. You were too good for me, my master. C'est la merde. Erika, I'll give you honor and a reward. And that reward is the greatest symbol of Beatrice, the portrait from the reception hall. Take that off, smash it to make firewood, bake a cake with that and heat it. Then I allow you to put your portrait up in the remaining frame.
D'accord. Et évidemment. Je vais la briser. Je vais la briser de mes propres mains, genre. Je vous jure que quand un malheur va lui arriver, ça va être pire qu'Eva Béatrice, genre. Pire que Rosa, genre. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. We eradicate the nearest battery's name and all trace is over. Until it is all finished, I will order to be made the master of this field of work in Jima. By the name of the Witch of Miracle, Castle, I proclaim that you will be given the rank of witch until that day. From now on, you will call yourself Erika, the Witch of Truth. The Witch of Truth? Very much, my mother. I want to work even harder so that this honor will not be wasted. Even though she was nothing more than a piece, she was being granted the honor of calling herself a witch like her master, if only for a brief stretch of time. Erika was so moved that her action had been acknowledged in this greatest form that she trembled. Lana, consult with Erika and report on her progress to me. As you wish. Et ma termine, je vais les tuer de mes propres mains là. Vraiment, je n'en peux plus là. Je suis au bout du rouleau là. By the way, where's Lambda? She's over there. When the guest sitting on the second floor, she pointed downwards. Lambda Delta could be seen beneath Battler, who hung there, dead and pierced by the red longsword. Oh, show me a Battler. You were an interesting guy. Mais là, en vrai de vrai, c'est juste fini, non? Les 3 derniers chapitres, c'est vraiment 3 chapitres de haute furie entre Lambda et Burn, quoi. Alors, quel miracle peut arriver, là? Plus rien, c'est fini. Show me a Battler, you were an interesting guy. And you might become even more interesting, but too bad. What a wonderful way to die. Erika, you can hang Battler Corpse in the mansion reception hall. Bah oui, bah toujours plus, bah c'est Resident Evil. Ah oui, on va pendre le corps de Battler mort dans le hall de réception, ça va être pas mal pour les prochaines games. Spoil, il n'y en aura pas du coup. The next time I come to visit this fragment, welcome me in front of it. Certainly, my master. I make that foolish man an eternal monument to my master's victory. That sounds wonderful, really tasteful. Maybe you can coat him with plaster and make a beautiful white statue. And it'd be wonderful if you decorated it all cute. Yes, Lady Lambda Delta. I will strive to answer to your expectations. Congratulations on becoming a witch. So it'll be just for a while, I welcome you as a friend. Rika was so overcome with emotion that tears came to her eyes, because for a piece no greater pleasure exists than having your work acknowledged by your master. In the end, I'd like to have Beato's stuff too. Yes, I'll decorate the reception hall with her. Galaxy Express? They went the night on the... You know, I read that back when I was in the witch. I always thought it strange that humans who obtain eternal life would become so cruel. At the time, I honestly couldn't relate. After becoming a witch and living 1,000 years, I fully understand it. That's right, I could understand cruelty really well in the truest sense. Je sais pas ce que c'est Galaxy Express. Ça me dit un truc de nom, mais... Well, you go next. I bet with a farewell with our back turn, right? That's because I don't want to let you get bored. Albato, okay. Thanks, Burn, but you can be sure I count on 200 and then start searching for you again. Sure, you don't let the person get bored. That's why I like you, love you. Y a plus de limite là. Y a plus de barrière là. On va vraiment avoir 3 chapitres de Burn X Lambda quoi. Moi des fiertés hein. Bravo les lesbiennes hein. Let's make it again somewhere. Genre à Inamizawa en étant meilleur pote, par exemple. En vrai. However, we may not be arranged for another 100 or 1,000 years, if ever.
That's okay. The sea of fragments is tying to a pair who love each other. The third man? Oh, children of paradise, of course. If you could escape the poison of just a single evening's worth of boredom, each time you smash one of those countless fragments that glitter like a starry night, even you would want to count the stars in the sky. Oh, not bad. The Voyager witches travel across the countless glittering futures of possibility and gobble them up, trying to escape the illness called boredom for as long as they can. The tiny, tiny fragment created by the human known as Beatrice had now been gobbled up by the two witches and had lost its glitter. The two who adore you called themselves rivals in front of Beato. No stop that charade and love together playfully. Je l'avais cool ça, mais bon, c'était évident. Erika, you will love this fragment. Wave the truth and create the tale that leads up to this world's demise. The next was the 6th game, right? Yes, it's the 6th game. Take the title for episode 6 yourself. I thought you were already the spinner of this tale as well as the master. Thank you very much. Actually, I've already decided on one. Already? Let me hear it. What kind of title is it? Yes? Episode 6? I'd really like to leave you hanging on for a bit as I tell you. Come on, stop being a smartass and tell us. A new by which like you shouldn't be teasing your seniors. C'est vraiment la fin en fait, je pense. Comment il y a une suite? Mais attends, est-ce qu'il y a des gens... Parce que je sais que les épisodes sont sortis, soit par paire ou tout seul, genre, à l'époque. Ils sont pas tous sortis d'un coup, mais... Il y a des gens qui pensaient que c'était la fin du jeu, là. Ça, c'est vraiment une fin de jeu, c'est la sad ending, genre. En vrai, j'aurais payé, du coup, pour voir les théories de l'époque, quand ils finissaient chaque chapitre, où ils devaient attendre le prochain. Bah, comme... Un peu comme Deltarune aujourd'hui, en fait. Sauf que Deltarune, il y a un chapitre tous les 12 ans et demi, mais... Mais un peu comme Deltarune aujourd'hui, quoi, finalement. Genre, de voir les gens selon les chapitres, les théories et tout, ça devait être dingue, genre. Ça va, j'ai fait la vanne moi-même, le faux, t'es pas obligé de la refaire pour me faire mal au cœur, ça devrait aller, je pense. Non, en vrai, ça va, c'est quand même raisonnable Deltarune. Genre, depuis... En fait, entre le chapitre 1 et 2, il y a eu 3 ou 4 ans, je sais plus. Mais depuis, c'est un chapitre par an. Voire 2, donc ça va. On en a eu 2 l'année dernière, on en a un cette année. Ça reste correct, hein. Surtout que c'est un petit peu plus dur à mettre en place que des lignes de texte, quoi. Avec tout le respect, mais bon. C'est pas... Après, c'est un jeu vidéo, c'est pas un visual novel, quoi. C'est un peu différent. Mais c'est plus facile à mettre en place, je pense. Un VN. D'accord. D'accord. Mais c'est juste la fin, en fait. En plus, on nous baise le quatrième mur. Littéralement. Bon. In the cathedral, devoid of people, a figure could be seen still staring up at the heavens. Its chest pierced with a long red sword that pinned in place to the ground. That figure was Butler. Ironically, it looked just like what he'd done to Beata with blue wedges in the fourth game. Butler had died quite some time ago. Là, il nous faut un cliffhanger hype de fou, là. Parce que là, c'est hopeless complet. C'est hopeless complet. Il nous faut un cliffhanger de fou, là. Un truc qui nous remette sur les rails. Pour le chap 6. Butler died quite some time ago. Now, in this place, the concept of death means nothing except that one stopped thinking. Therefore, in a sense, Butler was not dead. After being defeated in the fight over the truth and surrendering, he no longer has the strength to think of a way to resist. That's what made him dead. Dlanner's massive longsword, which had been left in the place of a tombstone, fastened Butler to the spot even after his death. This was all being lit by a faint light seeping out of an incredible ice skylight. Quiet footsteps rang out across the steel cathedral. From the darkness behind the pillar, a woman slowly stepped forward. It was Beatrice. Just like they'd been the whole time in the Golden Land, her eyes had no light in them, and were still merged over with grey. This person was once unable to ever drink black tea to her satisfaction by her own will, but thought it was slow and saw there was no life in her eyes. She was surprisingly walking. Then, with slow, deliberate steps, she reached Butler, who was still dead, pierced through. Then she slowly touched Butler. She tugged on his sleeve. However, Butler showed no reaction. When she realized that it wasn't sleep, but death, the witch with the hopeless gaze let her head hang even lower. Then she quietly whispered, "You liar." J'ai envie de pleurer. C'est quoi ce chapitre? C'est la fin du monde. À l'aide. Beato softly touched Butler. Then she pressed her forehead against Butler's chest. There was no longer any heartbeat. It wasn't just because he had surrendered. It was because the witches had chased him from the game board. So from now on, Butler would never return. So from now on, the Golden Witch Beatrice would have no reason to exist. Thank you, liar. L'ambiance, elle est délétère, genre... C'est la déprime, genre. Goodbye, and... sorry. Oh. Oh là 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 là. And the Golden Witches completed their task and scattered all the spray of gold. In the Golden Land, the grey rain gently continued to fall. There was a faint aroma of good black tea. Beto stared blankly at its surface. There was Virgilia continuing knitting, along with me and Dlanor talking to each other. This is a recollection from Butler's memory which Dlanor's word must have given him as he pursed him. A recollection of the time Dlanor has come to visit the tea party in the Golden Land. It's the same with me. The next time we cross road, I want all back. Bring it on, I'll be your opponent. Come at me with all you got. I promise, with everything I've got. Dlanor, huh? I thought she was an emotionless killer though with all her heart, but maybe Shakir is pretty approachable. But of course, neither of us will show any mercy when fighting over the game board. For a while we gazed at the rain-drenched rose garden as we quietly enjoy our tea. It really is terrifying. The way you fight. Nox's 10th commandment, or Decalogue, wasn't it? Those classic rules of mystery genre, right? T'es où? Not included, c'est le Chinese man. There are commandments conceived by my father. Hidden doors must not exist. That knocks third, right? That means there's no need for detectives to even look for hidden doors. Sound pretty ridiculous. Brent Costell said it herself. She said that because they were forbidden by Noxters, even searching for hidden doors was a waste of time. I'd like to counter that by saying it's probably isn't so uncommon for a rich family mansion to have a hidden door or two built into it, but apparently that sort of rule worked perfectly well in the mystery genre. By the way, there exist many wonderful mysteries in which hidden door appears, and where hidden doors are the theme. Of course, it is limited to novels which have the premise that hidden door exists. If that premise doesn't exist, hidden door must not exist. So, because that premise don't exist, there is no need to search for hidden doors. I think that's probably the essence of their ridiculous argument. It's like the detective trying to expose the truth and the illusion trying to confuse it with a mixture of truth and lies, or getting blended together, leading to a bizarre form of argument similar to a devil's proof. Making a closed-room murder seems to be accomplished by a witch with magic is fantasy. Explaining that it was a human's crime done with tricks is anti-fantasy. Examining all possibilities to expose the nature of those tricks is mystery. But is also mystery to claim that possibilities with no hint supporting them are unworthy of investigation? Let's say a hidden door is hidden in a way that there would be no clues. Will claiming that a hidden door therefore exists even though a detective couldn't find it be anti-mystery? That's enough of that. This argument is too far of a digression for the reasons I'm actually supposed to be solving. My fight is very simple. I'm only fighting to explain how it was possible for a human to carry out these crimes that were supposedly carried out by a witch. The whole discussion about mystery and anti doesn't serve any purpose. That's why I didn't have any particular interest regarding this rule known as the Nox Decalogue. Do you dislike Nox? It doesn't work for me. There's something strange about making it possible to deny the existence of all hidden doors without investigating. It's about as dubious as devil proof. Even though it's supposed to be the exact opposite of fantasy, it somehow feels like it's the same kind of argument. I shouldn't have said that. Your dad was the one who made them after all. Do not worry. After all, there are some who say it's nothing more than a silly game. The Decalogue feels like something very arrogant to you, right, Butlercoon? To be honest, yeah. If an actual detective said he didn't need to look for hidden doors because they must not exist, everyone would start looking around on the floor to see if some screws had come to loose. In that case, Battler, let us say that the third commandment didn't exist. In that case, what would happen to closed room mysteries? What if the third hidden door had forbidden didn't exist? In other words, hidden door would always work just fine in the standard tricks for closed rooms. It does not refer to hidden doors with hints of foreshadowing. It refers only to doors even the detective cannot find because of course they are hidden. Battlecon, you haven't fight by using a devil's proof assuming the existence of an undiscoverable element X. That's what it is about. That'd be horrible. The closed room mystery genre wouldn't be worth reading at all. And if it were no longer worth anyone's time, it will cease to exist. No one will want to try solving the riddle from the beginning, not if they knew the answer might just be an unforeseeable hidden door. Unless you have some guarantee that no hidden door exists, you don't really feel like trying to reason it out. I see. So Noxer is necessary. Without that, it wouldn't be worth reading closed room mysteries. And if you didn't feel like trying to reason it out, what would that lead to? It means you won't even want to read it. That's it. Humans are weak creatures who can't even think unless they have proof that reasoning is possible. That reasoning is possible. In other words, they need encouragement to let them know they can solve if they work hard enough. Attends, ils sont en train de nous parler à nous, là. En fait. That might be true. It's the same with exercising. If you're taught to run around the campus 10 times, you can throw it out. However, if you don't know how many times you're supposed to run around it, you probably get tired out before you made it around 3 times. The same thing goes from thinking and reasoning. Humans view a problem differently depending on whether or not it's guaranteed to be solvable. In detective novels, there's always a scene when the detective announced that he discovered who the culprit is. That's a sign saying the hints have all been given in the previous part of the story, so the readers please try to reason it out. Il nous parle à nous, hein. C'est à nous de trouver en fait. C'est pas à Butler.
En fait, là, elle est en train de me dire, Virgilia, refais les 4 premiers chapitres. Refais-les en vif, là. Et tu reviens après.
Jerry, please try to reason it out. Ah, I always thought it was just a classic line, but I guess it does also have the defects. To put it harshly, until the detective says that, readers won't feel like trying to solve it no matter how much they love solving mysteries. Aren't you like that yourself in their previous games? Now that I hear it, maybe that really was the case. Maybe my fight against Beato already began in the second game. At first I didn't seriously try to tackle the closed room riddles Beato threw at me. After all, I knew nothing except that people had died in the closed room and the windows and door were all locked from the inside. I mean, seriously, talk about having no hints to go on, so I refused to argue on the grounds that I couldn't fight, because the lack of clues made reasoning impossible. But that didn't Beato sneer at me, asking whether I repeat that over and over forever in an endless repetition of moves? At that time Beato said this. Of course not. I give you the things people like you always demand. The reason you always stop thinking and then moan about it is lack of information. Réfléchis. Prends ton temps. If you are then given information, you start doubting whether the information is true or not by denying the basis. Isn't that convenient? What clever words to hide your incompetence. Then she said she'd give me certain information that couldn't be denied. Then created the rule called the Red Truth. Once I reached that point, the curtain finally rose on my battle with Beato. So that's when I finally had the guarantee that I could solve this tale if I tried, and I stepped up to the stage with her for the first time. Beatrice, she's a strange person. Those riddles are the only hole witches can live within. She began to give you the Red Truth, a method by which those riddles could be solved. You could say the Red Truth is a hint Beato gives me so that I can compete in this war of reasoning. Like candy. Because I've been given a hint, it's like she's saying, try and solve it, or it can be solved. An enigma that guaranteed to be solvable can't be called a true enigma. Isn't this almost a thought? Beato herself is admitting that she's not really a witch? My, that does seem logical. It surely is a strange child. Beato gave no answer. With grey eyes she did nothing but blankly gaze at the stream writing for her black tea. My father created the Decalogue to act as a crutch for the power of thinking. It most certainly wasn't made as a way to arrogantly decide things. A crutch for the power of thinking? That's right. By Nox 8, it's forbidden for the cats to be resolved with clues that are not presented. This does not only mean that one is forced to avoid making theories that are not supported by clues. If you turn it around, it means that the one proposing the riddles is forced to display clues that lead to the solution. So in other words, if you follow the Decalogue, all riddles must have hints, and therefore it's guaranteed that finding a solution is possible.
Il nous parle à nous depuis tout à l'heure. J'aime bien, mais du coup, ça m'aide pas. Genre là, on peut résoudre UMINEKO, là. À partir de là, genre là, je peux tout avoir, là.
I see, so this is what they mean by the crutch for the power of thinking. I can't believe that it's solvable, you start wanting to have a go at those riddles.
Début chapitre 4. Bah, je suis juste un très mauvais théoricien, quoi. C'est pas grave. T'as essayé un peu le faux, toi, de faire des théories, de résoudre le machin ou bof? Ok, je vois.
I can't believe that it's solvable, you start wanting to have a go at those riddles. You're capable of believing that since those exist, you get fired up about rereading the story to search for them. I'll admit that I might have the power to give courage to those trying to solve it. You seem to think the Nox Decalogue is a series of restrictions imposed by the one who made the mystery ready to solve it for the readers. By using the Decalogue as a crutch, we are given the courage needed to use reasoning, as well as the willpower to reread the tale several times in search of the clues we don't must be hidden there. It's like the lid of a jar of jam that's too tight and won't open. Like Mom always used to say, if you think you can't open it, then it really won't open, no matter how hard you try. Same thing happens in sports. They say whether or not you have a strong image of yourself and believe you can win no matter what, has large impact on the records. In that case, the Nox Decalogue is really a set of arrogant and strict restrictions. You can also see it as a way to encourage readers who are trying to solve the mystery by telling them to give it their all, since it's definitely solvable. That's an interesting way to interpret it. Still, I've heard that not all detective novels around the world follow the Decalogue all the time, right? When you bump into one of those, won't you feel tricked? Even the Decalogue is nothing more than a single interpretation, and it cannot be applied to all mystery stories. Though I'm on fundamentalist of my father's works, it seems there are those who artfully criticize works that read the Decalogue and call them heresy. Ce qui va se passer, c'est que je vais vraiment refaire les 4 premiers chapitres, hein. Je vais juste passer le texte en vif. Non, en vrai, je vais pas faire ça. There's no end of argument like this in the mystery world. Was it on that famous detective novel where you affirm mystery, in other words, one of that followed Nox Decalogue? That sort of argument is already an eternal theme of the mystery world. In fact, in mystery discussions, arguments like these sometimes become even more heated than the discussion of the actual tricks. I can understand why they want to criticize it. They try to solve it, believe it's solvable and full Decalogue, but it's actually not made to be solvable like that at all. I can understand how that gets pretty annoying. That's right, when fighting with the Decalogue, there's just one thing you want guaranteed from the beginning. In other words, you want to guarantee that this detective novel will adhere to the Decalogue. If your work labels itself as an orthodox mystery, then you have nothing to worry about. However, the mystery genre contains many unorthodox subgenres within it. Does that mean trying to use reasoning in an orthodox detective novel is a complete waste of time? Looking at it that way, it really does feel arrogant. Yes, I also find it extremely sad that my father's Decalogue has been used as such an arrogant weapon. And I can choose a fought against Beato using the Decalogue as a weapon. Can I take that as proof as this game was of Beato's follow the Nox Decalogue? When I asked that, there was a strange silence. Virgilia, Lenore, and of course Beato all remained silent for a while, almost as though my question has touched at the core of something. There is something I cannot answer myself. Why? This is a game that this child made, a game to decide which of the two of you will win. This child called it confrontation between mystery and fantasy. But unfortunately, she never said it was an orthodox mystery. That means you have no guarantee that it followed the Decalogue. But at the same time, Miss Beatrice has said their game is a contest between you and her. In other words, there is a chance that you could win. In other words, I'm trying to say that reasoning is possible. If you ask the child, she will probably say that reasoning is possible. However, just as she is a challenger and you are the challenged, the two of you are different creatures. Something Beato might have proposed thinking is solvable may or may not be solvable for you as well. For example, let's say we propose a simple riddle that any Japanese person will know. However, if the person who is telling this riddle to is a foreigner with Japanese English dictionary in the hand, it may be almost impossible to solve. Ah, genre l'épitaphe, quoi. In other words, it's possible to have a one-sided solvable problem, which might be easy for the questioner but extremely difficult for the person trying to solve it. By the way, do you know of the foreign riddle? Why do dragons sleep all day? The answer is to battle the night. It's a riddle from the English realm, so it might be a little tough for a Japanese person. Là, il est juste en train de dire, c'est bien, merci les mecs pas japonais de jouer à mon jeu, mais vous pouvez pas comprendre certains trucs. Bah c'est bien, c'est gentil en tout cas. For that reason, I cannot say for certain that this tale is something you will be able to solve. However, I can promise you one thing. I will guarantee it with the red truth. What? Beto wanted you to solve it, so she made this game, the riddles of this tale, solvable. That alone I will guarantee with the red truth. It was the one guarantee that Aldo would try to use reasoning desire. I don't know, my father, Decalogue which apply to that answer or lead you to it. However, when you run into a tight spot and want a compass for your reasoning, please try using my Decalogue if you remember. Might give you renewed courage and might possibly even lead to some new discovery. Thank you. If I'm truly stuck, I'll think about your fighting style. Are you sure it's okay to help out an enemy like this? Pay that, not mine. I came to see this tea party without a gift. I hope you enjoyed this place of knack. And if you come face to face with me again, there probably won't be time to speak of chancing so casually. Nox decalogue and Virgia's read through. Beto wanted me to solve it, so she made the riddles of this game solvable. In other words, Beto wants me to be capable of solving it. Isn't that proof that reasoning is possible? Of course, that's from Beto's point of view. And it doesn't necessarily mean that reasoning is possible for me. Compared to before now, when I didn't even know whether reasoning was possible or not, that one line might give me a great deal of courage. At least it had the power to silence any negative thought about this all being useless. Unless the other party assure you that reasoning is possible, you won't do it. It's almost like love between shy young people. Love? Yes. Unless you have proved that the other person loves you first, you won't want to love them back. Right? Most boys and girls want to hear someone else say they love them first. That's the dream. If they're in love, they don't want to love the other person until they're sure this person loves them back. After all, there's nothing as painful as one-sided love, and the scars of their heart left behind last a long time. Because they are afraid of that pain, they want proof that the other person loved them first more than anything else. Est-ce que c'est pas... Est-ce qu'on peut pas appliquer ça au jeu? En mode Beato, elle veut une preuve que Battler l'aime. En vrai, oui, je pense. Hein. C'est possible. Hein. C'est possible, en tout cas. Tout ça pour une preuve d'amour, peut-être? Ce serait dingue. I see. That's an interesting way to explain the relationship between writer and reader in a detective novel. Yeah, maybe you could liken detective novels to that. Both the writer and the reader first want the other party to solve it, or that it can't be solved. Until the writer is assured that the reader will certainly have a go at the riddle they propose it, they don't want to write the story. Same goes for the readers. Until they are assured that they will certainly be able to solve the riddle if they try, they don't want to read the story. Because they don't want to write what they consider a masterpiece and be heard when no one's read it. Because they don't want to reason about what they consider a masterpiece and be hurt when they realize it was useless. Fair argument, it isn't strange to say it's like love between shy elementary or middle school age kids. Even though they really want it, they don't have the courage to reveal their feelings. They wait uncomfortably for the other person to confess, and by the time summer ends, nothing happened. Heh, more than that, sometimes the girls even end up going out with an entirely different guy. That's what my first love was like. Along with these one-sided feelings they can't express, they lament the passages. Attends. Faut peut-être le garder ça. Je sais pas en fait. Je le garde dans un coin de ma tête mais très loin quoi. Along with these one-sided feelings they can't express, they lament the passage of summer that will never come again, and the days of their youth end. The writer who wouldn't write until he gained the support of readers, once for all eternity without releasing his maiden work. The reader who waited for the writer's rise to fame, goes, ah, c'est juste qu'ils ont pas coupé le mot, super. Goes their own life without knowing the joy of the mystery genre. Matlaka, when does the chicken or the egg type of shy love reach the level where it can progress into mutual love? Well, that's probably when things start to pile up. It starts a relationship between friends, they communicate with each other more and more, and when the two both reach a level where they're sure, that's like this person and they sure like me. Unlike they probably just naturally become a pair of lovers. Our impression up until now was that a relationship starting with a sudden confession of love tend to break up more often. Whereas pairs who never actually confess to each other but realize that they've always been together, usually stays together for a surprisingly long time. In other words, this happens once the two of them beating each other and a relationship of trust is born, is what you're saying? Il parle de lui et Beato là, je confirme. Hein. Maybe it's a bit odd. I've always thought the mystery genre was a battle between the writer and the reader, but maybe that's not quite right. Yes, it's something that cannot go on without a relation built on mutual trust. Relationship with love. So you're saying our relationship isn't one of killing each other, but one with love? But it doesn't look like anything more than a pair of elementary schools bullying each other to me. En vrai, oui, c'est ça, hein. C'est juste ça. Hein. C'est-à-dire que Béatrice, elle voudrait juste une preuve d'amour. Faut lui cueillir une fleur dans le jardin puis lui offrir. Hein. Voilà. Problème réglé. Attends, là, c'est fini, là, de toute façon. Je sais même pas pourquoi on en revient là, alors que tout le monde est au fond du gouffre, là. Usually I joke that that's in a middle-aged woman sort of way. Still, though I'm not expecting friendship or a trusting relationship, I can accept her as a rival. Beto is fighting at full force, trying to make me acknowledge that she is a witch. So I respond to that and go all out, trying to deny that witches exist. How can you be sure that Miss Beto is fighting at full forces? Can't you tell that by looking? Isn't it touch yet proclaiming right that she's fighting you at full force? And yet you still have no doubt. You are the one who said you wouldn't believe anything except the red truth. Sure, this is that stage battle I couldn't mention earlier. When communication increases and you learn not to doubt your relationship. Roger and Lana giggled together. One guy, multiple women, and the topic is love. Wait a second, is it the worst possible formation of getting made fun of? When I tried to bring back a proper mood for a departure in the rainy government but clumsily searching for a more noble subject, Julia saw right through me and laughed. Even amidst this, Beato kept looking downwards with those grey eyes, staring into a black tea. Yeah, that's right. Virgilia and Lanor have given me so many hints, and yet I barely thought about it at all. By now, it's all too late. Let me think. No, everything is too late already and I've got an endless amount of time on my hands. Let me think. One more time, let me think about the red truth Virgilia gave me, and the curse of the Decalogue that Lanor lent me. With the red truth, Virgilia guaranteed that at the very least Beato left enough room in this state for me to achieve victory. That red truth's guarantee will once again give me the power to stop my heart beating. And there's the curse of the Decalogue which Lanor lent me. Lanor herself warned me in the beginning that Decalogue isn't so almighty that it can solve all riddles. However, she said something about how it can be used as a method to solve, no, to take on riddles. Let me try it. So there's no guarantee that this tale is mystery or fantasy. Let me believe that I'll definitely be able to solve it. That is a solvable tale, a mystery, and let me take it one last time. When I came to, I was suddenly in that strange tea room where often I would furiously with Beato from across that table. Of course, Beto was nowhere to be found. It was just me, isolated and alone. That's okay. Even so, I won't stop thinking. Okay then, what were Nox's commandments again? I'm sure Lanor explained more of them when slamming me with them. Je mets une petite save. Of course, even I recall them vaguely. What was the first one again? Allow me to speak. Nox first. It is forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of the story. When I muttered about what the first one was, as if answering my question, Lana's subordinate appeared. Without bothering with an unnecessary hello, she told me nothing more or less that what I wanted to know. Okay, that's it. The first. The culprit has to be one of the people mentioned in the early part of the story. In other words, the culprit must have already appeared, as early as the first game. So that's the most basic of basics in the mystery genre. A classic assumption. A classic assumption? Have I really been keeping to that assumption? With each new game, the number of people in this tale keeps increasing. That violates the closed circle rule. By that point, everything gets screwed up. Did I give up on the inside, thinking that the true culprit or mastermind must not have shown up yet, and that reasoning was therefore useless? If I read this tale as a fantasy, new characters keep showing up, to the point where even having demons, kings, or god or creator appear wouldn't mean strange at all. Even if the true mastermind first appears in one of the last episodes, I'd have to accept it. However, if I read it as a mystery and stick with that conviction, then there's no need to worry all about anyone who showed up later. Because Nox first clearly states it's impossible for the culprit to be anyone who appears later on the story. Of course, this also was Lanor and Virgilia said. There's no guarantee that this tale follows the rule of the Decalogue. So of course I can't deny the possibility that the culprit first appeared in the second game or later. However, this is one way of thinking. This time, I'll forget about the devil's proof completely and try to borrow the power of the Decalogue in my thinking. After all, I've already said myself that I won't be able to reach the truth without a multi-angle look. In that case, that means the culprit in all of these repeating games is one of the 18. From the very beginning, there was no need for an illusion of a 19th person. Even the first of Nox's commandments denies the existence of an unknown person who knows the witch from the very start. If I had followed that in the truest sense, I might not have suffered so miserably in the second game. And Nox second. Allow me to speak. Nox second. It is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. Lanner's also subordinate appeared without a sound, and gave me an answer to my... Mais attends, mais du coup, ces règles suivent pas du tout le décalogue, là.
Donc, par conséquent...
Mais c'est trop tard, du coup. That's right, a detective can't go around using magic, so... If this is a fair battle, does that mean that, like the detective, the culprit also isn't allowed to use magic? Allow me to speak. Know that you are free to interpret it as you please. Yeah, that's right. Sure. I interpret it my way. This game is a battle between me and Beato. Then because this tale is solvable, no elements will appear that make it impossible to solve. In other words, things like magic mustn't appear. When they do appear, I shouldn't suspect that the mystery element is breaking down, but I should instead question why it was shown, suspect the witnesses and observers. That's right, that was Beato's greatest weapon in the second game, depiction of magic which couldn't exist in a mystery. By showing me that, she forced me to think that this tale wasn't a mystery, and therefore that reasoning was impossible. So I surrendered. However, if I had believed unshakably that it was a mystery, it would be completely obvious to doubt the witnesses who claimed to have seen magic. Also, at the end of the first game, it was revealed that this tale was passed on to people in the future by that message bottle. Someone had written about this crime, this tale. In other words, this entire tale is a world that includes the personal opinion of an observer, namely the person who wrote that message in a bottle. In other words, the observer isn't God. It's a human. Therefore, there's no guarantee that this description is truly impartial. By the end of the first game, it was already clear that we've broken the constant premise of the mystery genre, that the story itself must be seen through the eyes of God. For that reason, it's possible to doubt even the observer as well as the witnesses. I could have doubted this much, that no matter how many seemingly unsolvable displays of magic appeared, I wouldn't have had to blindly accept them and give up. However, that begs the question, is it even possible to solve a tale written by an observer who isn't impartial? If I get obsessed with this, all my reasoning will end here. However, I had to believe that Beato was trying to fight me at Trevor's tale, because it's a fight that means I've been given a chance of winning. By giving me that, doesn't that mean that reasoning is possible?
Allez, Battler.
This part is tough. Unless I believe that the cruel witch took on the risk of losing to try and have a fair fight with me, I can't get past this part. Just like Virginia said, it's just like love. If I can't believe that Beato is fighting me head on with everything she's got, I won't be able to reason any further than this. Sure, I'll acknowledge it. Unless we acknowledge that we love each other, we won't be able to get any further.
Bah en vrai c'est vraiment littéralement ça du coup hein.
When Virgilia ran off of patience with the two of us, shy and incapable as we were on acknowledging that out loud, she gave me that red truth instead. It was the red truth saying Beato wanted me to solve it, so she made the riddles of this game solvable. What the hell? It's like Sato-san in class 8 say he likes you. Like hearing a love confession via a friend. I really am pitiful. Reasoning is love. If we don't love each other, the reasoning won't start. Without love it can't be seen, no? In that case, how can we say that we love each other? If you think you can solve it, just you try. We're incompetent like hell you can solve it. Yeah, according to George Uniki, people like that are called tsundora. That brutal witch is finally starting to look a bit cute. If I meet her again, I'm gonna try saying, you're such a tsundora. If I meet her again, somewhere. Tell me the other part of the decalogue. I don't care about the order. Give me something that seems useful. Allow me to speak. Nox 8. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are not presented. Allow me to speak. Nox 6. It is forbidden for accident or intuition to be employed as a detective technique. It must not be solved with clues that aren't presented. And it must not be solved by relying on accident or coincidence. If this tale is made to be solvable, we can treat it the opposite way. In other words, clues must be prepared so that the case can be solved, and it has to be made in a way that it can be solved without relying on coincidences. If I can't believe that Beato is challenging me to a free game where reasoning is possible, then I can be sure of that. In other words, Beato has already left me clues, hints and messages in this tale. It's in from the Decalogue, but Erika or someone said this. There are 3 riddles to be exposed in the mystery. One is the who done it, who is the culprit. One is the how done it, how did they commit the crime. One is the why done it, why did they commit the crime. All of this means that clue related to the 3 riddles are already present inside this tale. Now strictly speaking it's like this. Because she wanted me to solve these 3 riddles, Beato scattered the hints about. So whether I'm capable of catching those or not is another matter. Even if you think a riddle you propose is easy, it might be difficult for the person trying to solve it. In that case, it's only natural that there be a difference in how difficult each person finds it. Therefore, as Beato goes through each successive game, she watches me closely and tweaks the game as needed to get a good arrangement. When Beato realized that I'd completely surrendered in the second game because it was too hard, she secretly worried. If I surrendered and lost the will to fight, the game will no longer remain on an even footing. Therefore, in order to make me regain my will to fight, from the 3rd game onward, she set things up in a way that made it easier for me, giving me tips on how to fight and few hints. Reggie and Ron obviously appeared so that they could help me. Also, although we still had the usual crazy magic shows, she gave me the metaphor of the brown tube trail as well as tips on how to fight back. I finally understood how to fight, and most likely, at the end of the 4th game. Beato managed to have the whole out showdown with me that she had probably wanted. Then Beato acknowledged that my abilities had become full-fledged, and entrusted me with her heart. Entrusted me with explaining this tale, didn't she? In that case, it was very dumb of me to boycott most of the 5th game, just because I was so disgusted with those 2 witches. It doesn't matter who the game master is. All I need is to search for the truth in Beato's game. On the contrary, I should probably thank those 2 witches just a little for continuing the game in Beato's place, now that she's gone and left everything to me. Of course, I doubt those evil witches were trying to do anything of the sort. Culprit, crime, motive, the answers to those 3 ultimate riddles. The hints must be scattered throughout the previously shown tales. Ça fait 10 fois qu'on nous dit d'aller refaire les chapitres là. It's probably a very faint light, like trying to find bears that have fallen onto a sandy beach. They're definitely there. However, they're so faint that unless I believe strongly, there's no way I'd be able to find them. Please, allow me to speak. What is it? Go back through the tale. Know that you will be given them as long as you don't lose sight of the truth's faint light. Right now, through this tale. Know that for the reasoning to be possible, a trusting relationship is required. Yeah, I know. In fact, maybe I finally noticed just now. Something that had been repeated over and over again throughout the tale, persistently so. Without love, the truth cannot be seen. Slowly the tea room dissolved into darkness. Then I saw I was slowly sinking into a pitch black sea. I passed through the crevice of the long journey I'd taken with Beato, and kept on falling and falling. It was a bizarre experience, like crossing over the boundary of sleep whilst still conscious. The several tales before became faint bubbles now were the small shining fragments, and were scattered like stars amidst the pitch black sky. I kept sinking on and on into the sea. Oh putain. Ho 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 ho. The tales up until now, one after another. J'ai envie d'aller. Faudrait que je fasse pause. The tales up until now, one after another, after another. Virgilius created Dante to Mount Purgatory, and brought him to the feet to the internal lady who waited at the top, Beatrice. Therefore, the innermost depths lay not at the bottom, but at the peak of Mount Purgatory. The eternal lady had been waiting there for Dante the whole time. Oh. And then I knew. I finally reached the truth. To the depth. No. The peak of Mount Purgatory. Idiot. You really are an idiot. Oh, that hurts. You woke from the sleep of death. Whoa! 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 He woke from the sleep of death, and bit by bit his sense of pain came back to him. Oh, j'ai des frissons là. On Butler's face, which still looked up at the heavens as he hung their pieces by the longsword. A suffering and alive expression gradually returned. You really are an idiot. A huge idiot. Butler noticed. This whole time, Beato had been slugging up against him, sleeping, and when he held her, he knew that it was not Beato but her crumbling remains. Elle a donné sa vie pour lui là? Oh, mais faut arrêter. Mais pourquoi? Mais non. Béatrice, non, s'il te plaît. So when Butler just tried to hold that form as fragile as ash, then just like a sandcastle made on the beach, washed away by a small wave, it fell apart and lost its form. At Butler's feet lay nothing but the ragged remnants of Beto's dress and a pile of ash. Now on top of that pile of ash, he could see something sparkling gold. It was the husk of a single gold butterfly, which had been torn to bits. And so Butler knew, I've definitely reached the truth. However, I wasn't able to do it, while Beto still remained in this world. Oh. Beto, you really are an idiot. I finally reached the truth of this crazy riddle you've created. Je vais mourir. Pas faire. Just like you wanted. I don't lose heart and I finally... J'ai les frissons, putain, j'ai les poils. I finally made it there in the end. So why did you lose heart without waiting for me? I believe so strongly, didn't you? That I definitely reached the truth. So why couldn't you believe with me and wait? You aren't the one who's been forcing endless torture on someone else. It's me! I've been the one putting you through such cruel torture. Je l'avais dit dès le départ, ça en plus. Mais la musique va me faire chialer en fait. You resisted until the very end and kept on protesting to me. And even though I've finally reached the truth, to think that you couldn't wait any longer, and that it's all too late. You idiot. Why did you lose heart? Before me, damn it. Je vais mourir. It's my fault. I forced her to endure this torture. In fact, she's been doing a wonderful job sticking through it for so long. Over and over again, you kept on protesting to me, and because I was incompetent, just as so I couldn't understand the truth. Idiot! Your riddles are too twisted. Why couldn't you say it more simply? Idiot! A scream of pain filled the sad cathedral. The sad witch who wasn't able to communicate the truth to Butler Sandman wasn't able to understand the witch's truth. Battler Hall of anger and sadness rang out for that pair. The clock hung in the cathedral showed that it was midnight on October 5th, 1986. Time was up for everything? You're kidding me. Said something like a time limit on this difficulty riddle you're so proud of. No, I understand. Even though there was such a faint chance of that miracle happening, we prayed for it to happen. You were just like grandfather. We prayed for it and bet on the power of a miracle. One so unlikely that it was totally impossible, less likely than finding a bead you dropped on a sandy beach. And that means I'm truly arrived at miracle. However, your time didn't last long enough. If I had reached this point even a little sooner, if I could have seen the truth. Even if I had been written before time was up, I might have been able to save you. But right now I've been run through pathetically. I can't even know what remained of you. As I attempted to pull the longsword out, I tried stretching out my arms and kicking my feet, struggling to at least touch or remain, but nothing worked. Shit, damn it. At that time I noticed a golden glitter on the palm of my hand. It was a single wing from a gold butterfly. The small fragment of gold was the only piece of better that I was permitted to touch. I cried with all my strength, gripped that fragment and pressed it against my head, apologizing. Why couldn't I reach the truth earlier? Then I pressed it to my chest, promising that even though I will never again lose the truth. When I pressed my hand against my chest, the sword piercing my chest cut my wrist and blood dribbled out. The blood spread through my face and must have soaked that gold fragment with my red blood. It must have been the only way of telling her that I'd found the truth she wanted me to know about. I clutched the wing of gold butterfly with my freshly bleeding hand and pressed it against the red sword that pierced me. At this point, Ushiromia Butler knows and he understands. He's found, his tales, everything. At that time, it seemed as though a faint golden light leaked out of the glass beneath clenched fist. C'est dur là, hein? C'est dur là, hein? The two witches had their back turned, and Erica was laughing at Butler corpse. That really is pathetic, Butler-san. I'll make your foolishness into a statue and for all eternity. Huh? At that time, Butler's chest, no, the red longsword that pierced Butler, began to sparkle gold from deep within his chest. That bright golden light began to change the red sword's color, turning it gold. What's going on? Butler is... What is this? Ah! Butler caught up blood and groaned. His consciousness came back. Encore une OST de fou, putain, je vais pas survivre. His will to live, his will to fight came back. The red longsword that pierced Butler could no longer be described as such. By now it had become a golden longsword. Then slowly, gradually, it pulled itself out of Butler's chest. It finally pulled itself free and started dancing through the air, then stood up in front of Butler's eyes as so it knew who his master was. Butler, crawling on the floor and moaning, grabbed the golden longsword, and so it looked painful, he slowly rose to his feet once again. This sure is an elaborate act. Is this one of your tricks, Lambda? That glow. It couldn't be. Lambda stared wide-eyed at that bright golden glow in awe. When she noticed that Butler's resurrection wasn't part of the script Lambda had thought up, Vernon saw frowned slightly. Sorry, retrial will not be permitted. Jesus, sister, they made this resurrection illusion. Understood. It's unable to target. If error code 999. 99, you say? Impossible. The chest assist hesitated, unable to carry out Bernard's order. Lambda, what kind of farce is this? The illusion of the witch has been completely destroyed and the trial ended with our victory. Sorry, Burn. You'll have to stick around a bit longer. Isn't that right? To show me a battler? Yeah, sorry to keep you waiting, Erika. Burn Gusto? No, it's time for my truth. Request for a retrial accepted. The assembly of which retract the adjournment of the Court of Relations. Objection. The trial has already been concluded and the results have even been announced. Objection overruled. Old verdicts are overshadowed by new truth. Objection. Not only has Battler been banished as a player, he also doesn't hold the rank of witch. He isn't qualified to call for an appeal. Objection overruled. He already does have that. By the name upon the Delta, Witch of Certainty, I acknowledge it. Oh, show me a Battler. I acknowledge you as the new Golden Witch. No, as the new Endless Sorcerer. Show me a Battler. Did you say Battler got the rank of a witch? The rank of a witch which she had desired for so long had been granted to Battler so quickly. And on top of that, it wasn't anything temporary. It was an official, proper authorization by Lambda Delta. Erika couldn't accept it and her face turned bright red. Looks like that kid's game really will keep us on China until the very end. Sure, I'll play along. Erika, you handle this. The red truth you've created with me is perfect. The construction of truth that makes Matsui the culprit is perfect. Battler certainly won't be able to break it. Of course, my master. There's no need to worry at all. Anyway, Chaser Sister, my master ordered you to fire, right? How long is it gonna take you to carry that order out? I rock on 999. An access code is required to target the territory lord. Nee, I told you he'd do it, Nee. Territory lord? Who is? Who controls this fragment? I do. Territory lord? You don't mean Battler is... Yes, Ushiromia Battler has been authorized as the official territory lord of this fragment. Yes, that's right. So you still don't understand? You don't know what the gold sparkle signifies? He's reached it, Battler has. He's made his way to the innermost depths of all truth. That means Battler understood everything about this world, this tale, this game. In other words, he reached the position of the game's master. I'll bet you don't want to believe it, right, bro? C'est incroyable. I don't want to believe it. Okay, I'll just battle to see whether I really understand everything. Erika. Too bad, Erika. Just when you were finally appointed as the territory lord of this fragment, you've been deprived of that title. The new territory lord of this fragment is Ushiromia Battler. Is it awful? Hey, don't you feel just awful? Always feel to be deprived of that title just when you'd finally gotten it. How does it feel? Battler, if you think you can disprove my theory, just try it. It's impossible, impossible. The theory I've created has no holes. It's impossible to deny that Natsui is the culprit. I can construct a theory with someone other than Natsui as a culprit. Maybe that your truth is impossible to disprove. If so, that means your truth won't be able to deny my new truth either. Battler spoke with the red truth allowed him by the statues as a sorcerer. A culprit of the Natsui. What was that? Glanor, let's see where this delusion of Battler Sands take us. Slowly, Glanor stepped forward. In her hand were a red longsword of the Decalogue. She also had a blue short sword. In Battler's hand was a golden longsword. The two rivals once again, now for the first time, they truly confronted each other. Battler, I've been waiting. Sorry to keep you. Oh la 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 la. You did not. Your return was sooner than anticipated. Kill him, Glenor Henox. Glenor's form disappeared in an instant. I saw her slow, dignified movement from before were only a lie. The curve drawn by the longsword of Red Truth burned safe to the retinas of those who saw it. Before anyone has enough time to follow that curve, it was already approaching Battler's chest. Ladies, a victory reasoning has solved the fifth game. Now a new fact exists to overturn the truth created by this reasoning. It's possible to show a different truth by using a different interpretation. A multiple truths exist in power, the authenticity of both is questioned. Mais Battler c'est devenu Dieu là. Hein. En ressuscitant grâce à Béatrice. Béato. J'espère que tu reviens. Et que t'es pas vraiment décédé. Parce que je l'aurais très mauvaise. In this closed-off world. Non mais là c'est... Bah en fait c'est... Je sais pas si je crois que c'est Mattermin qui a dit tout à l'heure qu'il voyait Battler comme Giorno dans Golden Wind là. C'est vraiment Giorno après GER genre. C'est biblique. In this closed-off world, it's possible for different truths to exist at the same time. Furthermore, as long as multiple truths exist, it's impossible to claim that any of the truths are the single truth. In other words, even if I can't overturn Erika's reasoning, my questioning its credibility, and conquering it, I can defeat it. Burns' reasoning is perfect, you won't be able to overturn it easily, but still, if you can present a theory on par with Burns, the fight comes down to a verdict. That means either one of the truths might be defeated and denied. What a lossable script. I'd expect nothing less from a demon script. Then let me ask, what is a theory with someone other than Atsui as the culprit? Battle's golden longsword drew both red and blue curves at will. It's possible to construct it using the revenge of the baby from 19 years ago, the one from now Natsui's confession. Nox first, it's forbidden for the culprit to be anyone to mention in the early part of the story. A person first introduced in the 5th game cannot be named as the culprit. What if the baby from 19 years ago was among us since the very beginning? For example, what if it was me? Ma théorie qui tombe et en fait c'est vraiment ça? Non. Nox 8. It is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that I haven't presented. Was there ever any foreshadowing showing that you might be the baby for 19 years ago? The red truth from the 4th game that I'm not the son of my mother Asumu. Ma théorie est tombée en lambeaux, c'est vraiment ça ou pas? Non. Mais non mais attends, c'est pas possible, pourquoi son père l'aurait récupéré genre? The thing that was hiding something in both the first game and this game. In particular in this game I was made clear that there were some special circumstances having to do with my birth. Butler proposed that he might be the baby from 19 years ago, and announced that he reconstructed the crime with himself as a culprit. As Lana questions her eldest sword at the ready, she goes the distance between them. So that Butler had inherited the position of this world territorial lord and attained the rank of an endless sorcerer, his movement suppressed human understanding. By now the physical distance between them probably counted for nothing. Et en plus, si c'est lui le meurtrier, ça veut dire que c'est un sorcier qui le fait, donc en vrai ça compte. Ah, par contre, est-ce que ma théorie sur Kairi est vraiment... Enfin, Battler Kairi est vraiment tombé en lambeaux comme ça, là? C'est pas possible. Afterward, the extremely agile battle was surpassing the point where the concept of distance made any difference. Good start. Let us hear your theory with Battler as the culprit. Yeah, I'll let you hear it. I prove that this explanation also works, and that you can't be certain how Natsu is the culprit. Good, if you're supposed to be the culprit, that creates several contradictions. I'll use those contradictions to reprove feeble truth. I further Erika, the detective and the witcher. Attends. Vibing. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Plus on avance, plus les fins de chapitre sont démentielles, genre. I further Erika, detective and the witch of truth will... Attends, mais je l'ai déjà entendue celle-là, je sais même pas. Elle est incroyable. Elle est monumentale cette OST, genre. This time Erika stepped forward. Elle est incroyable, what the fuck. In her hand there appeared a scent like one a grim reaper might hold. A ruthless seed for ripping everything that threatened her theory. It's impossible for the crime to have taken place between midnight and 1 hour. During that 1 hour, you were in the dining hall of the mansion. Therefore, it was impossible for you to commit the crime.
Oh là. Non mais... Il show off et tout, qu'est-ce qui se passe là?
It does not specify that the time of death was between midnight and 1. Therefore, it's possible that the crime didn't occur between midnight and 1. This restriction on any murders in the cousin room. From 1 AM to the discovery of the crime, it was impossible for any criminal action to occur in the cousin room. Plan or no. Max 8. It's forbidden for the case to be resolved with suits that are not presented. If the crime actually was carried out in the cousin room, clues must have been shown. Because clue was not given to the detective, Lady Erika, who was on the watch for nocturnals inside the room until morning, such a crime is impossible. By the time of the crime discovery, you mean the point at which I left to scream and everyone gathered there. Even if it was impossible to kill them before that point, it was possible to kill them afterwards. Butler used the blue flash to affect both the red truth that Erika and Lano are flung at him. Erika's eyes went wide. After all, what she had said was completely absurd. At that time, the seal hadn't been killed. Even the corpses with their necks sliced open were laying right there. The list of the 4 in the cousin room had been proclaimed with a red text. Are you trying to use the illusion of the witch? Are you trying to resurrect George and the other using the concept of magic even though they were dead at the time? I see, since you believe they were dead by that point, probably looks as though the dead have been brought back to life to you. Well, this might look like magic in your eyes. In that case, I won't be the one to take the next shot at you. Oh, how often do you have to say it? The deaths of the 4 people in the cousin room have been proclaimed with the red truth. Furthermore, the corpse was witnessed by a large number of people. Furthermore, it's already been proclaimed in red that contamination of any corpse will lead to a mistaken result. Take that, dead people. When was that treacherous mate? Have you forgotten, Miss?
Oh. Oh pétard. Ça c'est bon ça.
Have you forgotten, miss? The first shower of red was blocked by a magical barrier set up by Ronov, who suddenly appeared right in front of Butler. When the battle was gone, the demons should not have been able to manifest themselves in the real world. However, he existed here, and calmly dealt with Erika's attack. You Ronov! How did you get here? Well, who ca-
Des fois, quand même dit que celle-là, il la réécoutait pas. Hein. Je sais pas ce qu'il fume, mais...
Who cares? All this worked out nicely. Now there's no need to go looking for you. I'll capture you here and deny your existence too.
C'est vraiment fate, hein.
I leave it to you. Teach her that you can't control everything with a single arrogant truth. Yes, your majesty. Well, then allow me to be your opponent for a bit. What do you say, miss? Because what you claim the red truth devil proclamation happened. Are you saying you can pinpoint that? You can pinpoint it, so you can deny that that proclamation was made at the time of the crime discovery. When this court was opened, Lady Lambda made the proclamation. He said this was at a midnight intercession. A 24-hour intercession. The death proclamation was made at midnight on the second day. In other words, at the end of the game. It does not deny the possibility that the murder occurred after the morning of the second day. After the so-called discovery of the crime.
Voir cette sale gamine de merde avec cet air sur le visage, y a rien qui me fait plus plaisir. Sachez-le. Mais son sprite original carrément. Putain, qu'est-ce que c'est moche.
You're saying that the victims were alive at the time, even though their necks were sliced open? You see that yourself, Miss Detective? True or current understanding that no corpse will lead to a mistaken examination, no matter who performs it. But no one named so far has prevented something other than a corpse from being called a corpse.
C'est...
At that point in time, no one was left. There weren't even wounds on their neck. In that case, why did Battle scream? I thought it better watch your feet, little girl. Yoshimi Kinzo is already dead at the starting time for all games. Qu'est-ce que ça fait du bien, putain! A pitch black hole opened beneath Erika's feet and swallowed her up. They could probably pull the other side of the hole. It was the same thing you see if you look down on the skylight of the ceiling of this cathedral. Leah! Yes? Leah could only be seen in midair inside the cathedral. Wow. Leah could already be seen in midair inside the cathedral as Erika fell from the heavens. Leah was right below her and caught on the end of the divine spear that sparkled blue. Shouldn't you rethink of your reasoning? Kinzo doesn't exist. Therefore, the way for the bodies to disappear in the theories of failure. Correct. Unless someone other than Kinzo makes the corpses disappear, your theory fails. Yeah, this is nothing. Ça fait du bien, ça fait du bien. Erika's divine spear secured and pinned Erika in midair. Erika struggled filled with hatred, but she couldn't get it up easily. Then all around her, several small fastenings clung off the wall and enveloped her. Mais là, c'est exceptionnel ce qui se passe. Then 7 people manifested themselves at once. We are the 7 sisters of purgatory. Now this for our master. The lowly paperweight. After George's death, his corpse was never moved. After Jessica's death, her corpse was never moved. Oh, c'est magnifique, mais c'est magnifique. Je vais pleurer. After Maria's death, her corpse was never moved. After Rosa's death, her corpse was never moved. After Genji's death, his corpse was never moved. Son expression devient de pire en pire. Oh, yes! Yes! After Cross's death, his corpse was never moved. Pleure, pleure, salope! Pleure, salope! Pleure! Oh, ça fait du bien. Therefore, the corpses couldn't have vanished after being discovered. The theory about Kinzo carrying the corpses always fails. But so what? Even without Kinzo, I can explain how the corpses I thought Erika have to revise my theory? I do, the detective does. Erika was probably capable of escaping even with Kinzo's existence tonight by making only a small revision to her theory. However, to her having to revise the theory she had already created was extremely humiliating. Looks like you toyed around with your plan too much in order to call not to you like that. Elle a fait ça pour l'humilier jusqu'au bout et c'est ça qui va lui coûter très très cher. C'est beau en vrai. On te vengera, Natsui. Don't play around too much with your reasoning. At this point, your master isn't the only one who can speak of Kinzo's death with the truth. This is what you get for playing around with the witch's darkness. No, that's true, Erika. Of course, even Erika had doubted Kinzo's existence from the beginning. However, it had previously been impossible for anyone to deny his existence in that trial, except for Boncastel and on the Delta, who had sided with each other. And because of the willful silence of those two, the truth about Kinzo has truly been unfixed. And yet, to think that Butler had become a witch, a sorcerer, incapable of using red without proof. However, she had her own Inquisitor of Heresy, who could also use red without proof to put her. Nanor! Noxagon, it is forbidden for supernatural agencies to be employed as a detective technique. If you will show that Kinzo has died with the red truth, then I demand that you display proof as human truth that could be used to make that point. Forgive me, damn geezer. Overcome it, Butler. Don't let my corpse stop you. Presentation of evidence. C'est Phoenix Wright. I present a corpse that could possibly be identified as Shomura Kinzo's. Can you prove that this corpse is Shomura Kinzo's? No matter how much it resembles him, unless you can prove that it's him, it's possible to claim that it was a substitute corpse from someone else. Can you show that was Kinzo's corpse with the truth of humans? In this case alone and with the retro specifically, no counter-argument would be valid. Putain. Oh, any counter with the retros will be invalid. I guess that works. It may be true that the existence of third-party corpses has already been denied with the red. However, if saying that with the raid is forbidden, Butler has nowhere to run to. That's right. In this closed up broken gym, there is no objective way to show that his corpse is grandfather's. And that is after the possibility that his corpse is a body double, since the tribal corpse cannot serve as proof of Kinzo's death. Checkmate. My theory does not waver. Now I still love the red truth as a means of proving that Kinzo's corpse has been shown. Even with the power of witches, Butler couldn't arc back. Après, on sait en rouge le nombre de personnes sur l'île. S'il y a un double, c'est forcément quelqu'un d'autre, donc ça, je sais pas s'il va s'en servir. Why are you gonna prove that the corpse was Kinzo's if the red truth is sealed? It's impossible. It can't be done. Which is red or blue, right?
What? Le yellow? Qu'est-ce qui se passe? What the fuck? Le gold? C'est vraiment du journaux, en fait.
Then when Glanor met with Butler's golden flash, he was unable to fully block it with either a red longsword or blue shortsword, and she was blown backward into empty space. It was direct hit without any miscalculation. Bah... Butler, c'est vraiment du journaux. Il devient complètement cheaté d'un coup alors qu'il a rien foutu.
Voilà.
Thought she had always seemed a firm as small giant before now. She was finally blasted away and slammed against the wall, so she was the slender girl she appeared to be. Clanor, what are you? A splendid gold truth. It is valid. Gold truth? The golden longsword which had been drawing red and blue traded before now, finally drew a curve that retained its vivid golden color. The truth it showed was neither red or blue. It was gold truth. What is that? Lambda, does this follow the rules? Yes. Gold truth valid? The gold truth can only be used by the territory lord of this world, no, only by the game master himself.
Beato ne l'a jamais utilisé, hein. Ça sort de nulle part, du coup.
Did you say? Gold truth, a divine truth woven in different fashion than the red truth. It shares its own power with the red truth. It may sometimes be inferior, or sometimes superior. That glitter is proof that Butler can truly understands better. I've shown it. Shown that the corpse is grandfather's. Yes, gold truth accepted. Unless this Erica asteroid undergoes some revision, it will be destroyed. What? Erica cried out in pain. It wasn't the pain of her body being pierced. It was the pain of her home theory being defiled. I see. It's like and then there were no acroids. Just when did this? What a crazy mashup of great words. Butler, it would be excessively unrefined to say any more. Even without saying another word, you've fully made your choice about the corpse's disappearance understood. I see that thing you're thinking of doesn't conflict with any of the red in the trials so far. The truth was around the revenge of the man who 19 years ago had been completely understood and processed. Apple planetary truth has not been established. What? Why is that greatly Lambda Delta? It still hasn't explained everything. I still have many ways to argue back, like Hideyoshi's clothes room, the steel on Natsu's personal room, and the button in the closet. Do you really still think you're capable of defeating Butler's arguments? Only Erica, the one who was supposedly so intelligent, could understand. He couldn't understand that Butler has already reached the real truth. Because of this, grandfather's absence has been verified, and the dishonorable relationship between Aunt Natsu and grandfather has been removed from consideration.
Bonhomme Butler, bonhomme honnête.
Aunt Natsu is pure and faithful. I won't permit this book I'll tell you also found of. Butler-kun, oh elle est encore là, elle entend.
Plein de bisous Natsui.
Furthermore, because we've raised doubt about the time of death for all who have died so far, the alibis for everyone besides Aunt Natsui go back to square one. If you try to argue that the crime was impossible for everyone except Aunt Natsui, it won't work. Glanor, who must have read into any at some point, Chloe stood up. The flash from the golden longsword was still buried deep into her chest. Top pain didn't show in her expression. Her aquad movement clearly showed of series of damages she had taken once. Even though she herself knew that the match was long over by now, Lena didn't abandon her duty. However, in the closet room, you witnessed corpses that are impossible to misidentify. Are you trying to say that was a lie? Knock 7 says it's probably on the detective to be the culprit. The detective is obligated to keep the objective point of view. The theory wouldn't mean you violated his obligation. For every guy is a detective, and that me is in this game isn't one. And by Nox 9 is permitted to observers to let their own conclusion and explanation be heard. Nox 8 is forbidden for the case to be resolved with clues that are presented. Until now you have been the detective. What is ever shown that you were not the detective this time and that you were an observer capable of inserting his own personal ideas. Unless it was you do not have the right to falsify your point of view. In this game, when I figure out the device connected in the bit of riddles I witnessed grandfather. As has already been shown in red, grandfather doesn't exist. It is impossible for me to witness him. Therefore, it has already been shown that my viewpoint was an objective. It is possible that it was just a sheet of something fluttering in the rain, which you mistook for Kinzo, and be used the functional basis for Nox 9. Mistaking one thing for another is a right permitted to all observers. There's the rest truth that Beato showed during the fourth game. No person will mistake Kushimiya Kinzo by sight. Wow, c'est vrai! It's the red truth Beato used to counter my blue truth claim that someone disguised themselves as Kinzo, to make it seem as though grandfather had appeared. Neither were on silent all illusion that might lead someone to mistake something for grandfather, including someone as pretending to be grandfather, most certainly cannot work. All of Natsu's schemes to make it seem his grandfather existed were hidden in the relative's blind spots. All of them clever tricks like he was here just a second ago, or is in his studio alone now. They never tried to make anyone mistake something they saw for grandfather himself, so there are no contradictions. If he had tried to dress one of the servants in grandfather's robe, he probably wouldn't be seen through in an instant. It has been granted that one of the characters in this tale will mistake something from grandfather by sight. If someone claims to have seen grandfather despite that, it becomes a lie. Allowing lies to be contained within their observation is a right granted to everyone, except for just one person, and that person is the detective. Because of the right granted by Nox 9, anyone is allowed to mistake a sheet in the wind for something else and tell about it. However, mistaking it for grandfather in particular is not permitted in this game due to the red truth. So once you claim to have seen Kinzo, it was no longer miscomprehension but intentional. In other words, it proved that the observer was not objective, it was you are saying. In this case, an intentional miscomprehension is not permitted by the rules of this game. However, is it possible to intentionally lie about saying something you never saw? And that's an action not permitted to a detective who is obligated to maintain an impartial perspective. Okay, my crazy argument. It's all finished now. No, it's okay. Because men like you exist in this world, will surely protect the fragile truth from any kind of pride. Will surely protect the real truth from the tyranny of any plausible truth. Not my claim to exist as a sole truth and try to exterminate all fragile truth. Atlas' golden longsword drew a massive blue arc as was splitting the heavens. I'm glad I could fight with you. Therefore, my purpose in this game is based upon the 9, not the 7. The fact that I claim to have seen grandfather is proof. The noise that rang out across the cathedral was the sound of Dlano longsword clattering into the floor. Simply letting go of that was the same as resigning to the proud Dlano. But the blue-trade butler as John was aiming right for the top of Dlano's head, it stopped her his breath away. If it hadn't, Dlano would probably have been annihilated without leaving a single scrap of flesh behind. I resign. I give up on denying the truth. I've paid my debt. Let her not be your father. Lady Kellogg was neither arrogant nor judgmental. Honor to my father. Dlano sat down on the floor and completely abandoned her will to fight. What are you doing, Dlano? I am pathetic. You stupid half-wit murdered all. You've tainted the honor of your own father. Shame on you. You call yourself Mystery's Wedges? Will you surrender to magic? The story of the Mystery don't want to do that. You're the one that doesn't understand what Mystery is all about. If you see Mystery as nothing... Et voir ça sur son visage, hein, mais... Oh, le bonheur ultime. You see Mystery as nothing more than a weapon which was to sneer at your opponent intellectually. I won't let you even say so again. Butler. I present a truth that conflict with yours. Aunt Natalie was threatened by a phone call over the internal lines and by the man from 19 years ago. Me.
Après, il se met dans la merde, quoi.
His goal was to make Aunt Natalie look like a murderer. From the beginning, this has all been a drama of revenge intent of framing Aunt Natalie. It's a drama of revenge against the nurture my family that Natalie thought up. Your theory outright opposed mine. You still can't pull out the blue spear that's sticking out through your eyes. Yeah, that's right. From America, I haven't heard of a single way for the corpse to disappear that doesn't involve Kinzo. Look like your theory is about to be denied, doesn't it? This spear is just... You paperweight, get out of my way! The deeply piercing blue spear and the 7 red stakes summon to their theory. They won't come out. They won't come out. I acknowledge the mistake in Erika's reasoning and the need for revision. But my master... Watching Erika's face contoured with pain as she struggled to escape from the spear. Bernastel spoke this with a disgusted expression. Faced with the fact Baron Costel has the knowledge Erika's lost his serf, Erika gazed at her master, who was no longer confident in Erika's own victory. With a mixture of shock and despair. I don't give a damn about your pride. Bah pourtant, c'est le mois des fiertés. Non? Vous l'avez ou pas? C'est marrant un peu. How long do you intend to shame yourself like that? Few of my doubles has been granted the same blue air as me. How long do you intend to hang their pierce through like that? I guess I'll just have to descend myself. Looks like I didn't need a piece after all. Lesbienne but homophobique, exactement. Oh, what a pain, what a pain, what a total pain. I don't need a piece, I just throw it away, yes. That disappointing, regretful, discouraging, hopeless letdown of a misfire. It quickly feels. Didn't I tell you to revise that pathetic theory of yours? La tête qu'elle a, Burn. Oh là 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 là. Et l'autre, elle pleure. Eh, vas-y, c'est génial, c'est génial. Oh, yes, my master. I revised it, I revised my theory. As Erika's face twisted in humiliation and tears streamed from her eyes, she withdrew and revised her own theory in accordance with her master's order. Mumbling quietly, she made various revisions with the blue truth, had them acknowledged by Lambda Delta, and finally had the blue spear smashed and was freed. Though that blue truth indeed explained how the corpse has disappeared, he couldn't conceal his desperation and was a bit of truly shabby reasoning. My master, I've taken it out. My theory is perfect. Are you kidding me? It's horribly pathetic. And I forgive you. Because your face and your theory are so lame, it's funny. Rika was taunted by her master, who wore an ugly expression. She thrashed about on the floor crying bitter tears. The wounded Lano stepped out before her, so shielding her, and she spoke to Baron Coster as well as Baz Butler. Regardless of how pathetic it might be, Lady Erika's revised truth is valid. Oh, c'est encore... Que ce soit Nox qui le dise, c'est... Enfin, de la Nord. Yeah, that's right. Regardless of my truth, yours can exist at the same time. That's what this world is like. No one can disprove them. So even if there are various truths and even if they contradict each other widely, they can exist at the same time. Here as many truths exist as you can imagine. No one can just deny that all on their own. Yes, that is true. I won't let anyone deny Lady Erika's truth. Nor. As long as I'm here, I will protect that truth. No matter how pathetic it is, I will not laugh at that truth. Ça va tellement être nul. The words of Dlanor, whom Erika had previously looked down upon, led Erika to once again thrash about on the floor, sobbing. And because no unique truth exists, everything is covered in darkness. Therefore, while both my theory and Erika's theory are impossible to deny, neither is a unique truth. They are vague, and while neither can be denied, neither is certain. Because there has been no decision, the illusion of the witch still exists. The only one who will be permitted to expose it is neither Erika nor the rest of you. It's me alone. I won't let anyone expose Beatrice's illusion except me. The verdict is revised. Because of the truth presented by Yoshiomiya Butler, Erika's truth is no longer unique. However, Erika's truth is impossible to disprove. Therefore, both of the truths exist together. The conclusion of the fifth game is rescinded. The game goes back to being given, and I transfer the position of Game Master from myself to the Golden Sorcerer. Ushumi a battler. Ushumi a battler, step forward. I appoint you as the new game master. Will you accept? You will, right? Do it, you new endless witch. Yeah, I'm the new game master. I've reached the 6th game. Erika, let's set up things for good this time. Stand up. Yes, I will stand. I'll make you regret giving me a chance to clear away this shame. My master, please give me an opportunity to fight with Butler again in the 6th game. Sure. Of course I'll give you a chance. Oh, incredible. She said I'll give you a chance. Isn't this a miracle? From the Witch of Miracles, Beyond Castle. Erika, you've miraculously managed to escape with your life. In the 6th game, Battler's game, ça va être tellement incroyable. Expose the truth no matter what, unless you want to be tossed aside into the darkness of oblivion. Yes, my master. Lanor. Of course. I will give it all my in the next game as well. I won't pretend to be a guest any longer, because I was Lanor, I chill your game to bits. Sure, I invite you to my 6th game. Sorry, but the title of your checkmate of the isn't cutting it. It's your game, you can decide the name yourself. Just bring it on. I, Frudo Erika, I'm a detective before I'm a witch. I acknowledge you as the new master of this game and I issue a proclamation of war. I definitely expose it all, I kill you. Golden Sorcerer, show me a battler. En fait, c'est un peu une fusion de Battler Béatrice, quoi. C'est dans DBZ, quoi. Sauf que Béatrice est plus là, quoi. Yeah, command me with all you got. Frudo Erika. Just watch better. I'll take charge of your game. And in this next game I prove that I completely understand all of your riddles. Oh! Oh! C'est la musique Hope chantée, genre. Waouh. Mais ce jeu est une bénédiction. Oh. Je sais même pas quoi dire. Je sais même pas quoi dire. C'est la perfection, ce jeu. Par contre, Béatrice est morte, quoi. Faudrait peut-être la réveiller. Hein? Copium. Non mais copium, mais c'est possible, je pense. Qu'est-ce que je suis en train de vivre en jouant à ça, moi? En vrai. Pétard. Hein. Par contre, j'affirme, je l'ai reconnu instantanément parce que Hope, c'est une musique que j'aime beaucoup. La musique au piano, là. Et la musique des crédits, c'était la même mélodie, chantée, genre. Si vous aviez pas remarqué, bah je vous le dis du coup. Parce que je l'ai remarqué instantanément. Voilà.
Genre, allez écouter Hope, vous écoutez juste la boucle du refrain au piano, et écoutez la dernière, je sais pas comment elle s'appelle du coup. Vous l'écoutez, et vous allez vous dire, bah oui, bah c'est la même mélodie. Je suis fort en leitmotiv à cause de Undertale, vu qu'il y a beaucoup de leitmotifs qui se répètent. Mais là, c'est la première fois qu'il y a une réutilisation de leitmotiv. Voilà. Je sais pas trop quoi dire. C'est... Resurrected Replayer. Mais en fait, faut que j'écoute toutes les musiques du chapitre 5, là. Il y a trop de bangers. C'est n'importe quoi. Il y en avait un au mètre carré, genre. N'importe quoi. Putain de merde, quoi. Je sais même pas. Je sais même pas quoi dire. Je sais même pas quoi dire, en fait. J'ai plein de trucs dans la tête, mais. Mais En fait, je suis stun. J'arrive pas à sortir du jeu. Bah, chap 6 demain, du coup. Demain après mes soirs, I guess. Ou juste soir. Je verrai. Dors bien, Lulu. Merci d'avoir suivi. Et bisous YouTube, du coup. On se retrouve pour le chapitre 6 demain. Je sais pas quoi dire. Euh, je vais. Je vais. Je vais. Je vais process tout ça, là. Je vais process un peu. Je vais dormir un peu aussi. Et demain, on se lance le chap 6, tout frais. Tout frais comme un gardon, mais là, je suis. J'ai le cerveau cramé par le chap, genre. Le chapitre m'a cramé, genre. Mais écoutez, ouais, on se dit à. On se dit à demain pour le chapitre 6. Et puis. Et puis voilà, quoi. Demain, soit après et soir. Soit que soir, je verrai bien. En tout cas, à demain. Et je sais pas quoi dire. Vive UMINEKO. Ciao, ciao. Et, et chapitre 6 demain. On va, on va juste vivre l'histoire comme d'habitude. Ciao, ciao. Et voilà quoi. Je suis complètement fou là. Allez, bisous. Ciao, ciao.